यशस्वी सपूत, जिनके 8 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त शासन और हम सबके आस्था के केंद्र और प्रशासनिक और रक्षा के वो कार्य पूर्ण हुए हैं जिनके बारे में कभी हम कल्पना करते थे, और देशवासियों के विश्वास पुंज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, आप आए और हम सबको अपने आशीर्वचनों से अनुग्रहित करें। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, स्वागत है जी, स्वागत है।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। तुहां सारे हमीरपुर आलिया जो मेरा प्रणाम। अज मिंजो तुसा सारे लोकां दा आशीर्वाद लेने का मौका मिला। यह मिंजो दाई बड़े ही सौभाग्य की गल है। मेरा तुसा सारे जो एक बारी फिर हत्था जोड़ी करी प्रणाम। गौरी शंकर भगवान, गसोता महादेव, भगवान नरवेदेश्वर, भगवान मुरली मनोहर, मां टौणी देवी, बाबा बालकनाथ और सभी देवी देवताओं को मेरा प्रणाम। भाइयों और बहनों, हमीरपुर के साथ साथ बिलासपुर, ऊना, कांगड़ा से भी आप सब बहुत बड़ी तादाद में यहां आए हैं। हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए हैं। मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उसके साथ साथ टीवी के माध्यम से, मोबाइल फोन पर ऑनलाइन जो भी साथी जुड़े हैं उनका भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, आपने हमारे लिए इतना समय निकाला। हम सभी सुजानपुर के लोगों के, हिमाचल के लोगों के बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। साथियों, एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में अनेक बार इस पूरे क्षेत्र में मुझे भ्रमण करने का, यहां को समझना, यहां की समस्याओं को समझना, यहां की शक्ति को समझना, अनेक परिवारों के साथ उठना बैठना, यानी मेरे जीवन का एक क्रम था। मेरा सौभाग्य रहा गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में भी यहीं पर इसी चौगान में मुझे आपके आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने का अवसर मिला था। अभी प्रधान सेवक के रूप में फिर एक बार आपसे आशीर्वाद लेने आया हूं। हमीरपुर की यादें अनगिनत यादें हैं, लेकिन अणु में जो पंडिता दी हट्टी है, वहां की बेसन की बर्फी उसकी मिठास कौन भूल सकता है भाई। मुझे इतने साल हिमाचल में आप लोगों के बीच बहुत कुछ सीखने का मिला है। अनेक लोगों के साथ जमीन पे काम करने का मौका मिला, और आज जब मैं यहां आया हूं तो भाई प्रवीण शर्मा की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। अनेक वर्षों तक प्रवीण के साथ काम किया और उन्होंने तो हमीरपुर के विकास के लिए भी कितना काम किया था। अब से कुछ महीने पहले ही वो हम सबको छोड़ के चले गए। मैं आज हमीरपुर आया हूं तो उन्हें भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि भी अर्पित करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, जितना मैं हिमाचल को जानता हूं, यहां के लोगों को जानता हूं, ये कह सकता हूं कि इस बार हिमाचल के लोग खुद ही ये चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, खुद ही चुनाव का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं और दोबारा जयराम जी की सरकार बनाने का यहां हिमाचल की जनता ने फैसला कर लिया है। भाइयों बहनों, हिमाचल में ऐसा नहीं हुआ, लेकिन हम ये भी जानते हैं कि हिमाचल के खून में ही नया इतिहास बनाना है। इसलिए हिमाचल में इस बार भाजपा की सरकार की वापसी भी तय है और डबल इंजन की सरकार का तेज गति से दौड़ना भी तय है। साथियों, आपने इतने वर्षों के शासन में कांग्रेस ने जिस तरह हिमाचल के साथ विश्वासघात किया है, जो छल किया है, उसके सबसे बड़े भुक्तभोगी हिमाचल के ही लोग हैं। कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल को हर बुनियादी चीज के लिए तरसा दिया था। वहीं भाजपा है जिसने हिमाचल के हर घर घर को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए दिन रात ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया है। इस वजह से आज हिमाचल के लोग, पूरे देश के लोग भाजपा पर इतना विश्वास करते हैं। भाजपा पर देश का ये भरोसा लगातार मजबूत होता जा रहा है। अभी 2-3 दिन पहले ही देश के कुछ राज्यों में उपचुनाव के परिणाम आए हैं। आपने देखा होगा कि जहां कभी भाजपा को बहुत कमजोर माना जाता था, वहां भी लोगों ने कमल का फूल बढ़ चढ़ करके खिला दिया है। लेकिन कांग्रेस जहां बहुत ताकतवर होती थी, सरकार में होती थी या तो कभी मुख्य विपक्षी दल होती थी, वहां की कांग्रेस की स्थिति दिनों दिन बिगड़ती ही जा रही है। जो क्षेत्र कभी कांग्रेस का गढ़ माने जाते थे, वहां से कांग्रेस का पूरी तरह से सफाया हो गया है। ओडिशा जितना बड़ा राज्य, कांग्रेस गायब। तेलंगाना, कांग्रेस साफ। यूपी, बिहार ने तो बहुत पहले ही कांग्रेस को विदा कर दी है। इसकी वजह है कांग्रेस द्वारा खुद को ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन से भी वो अपने आप को बड़े शहंशाह मानते हैं, बड़े मानते हैं। उसी का ये नतीजा है कि जनता लगातार उनको सजा दे रही है। और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके, 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा, यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते। कांग्रेस के लोगों को लगता है कि कोई काम नहीं करेंगे तो भी 5 साल के बाद तो लोग लाने ही वाले हैं, वापस आ ही जाएंगे। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, कांग्रेस यहां पिछले 5 साल से विपक्ष की भूमिका में है, लेकिन इस दौरान दिल्ली से कांग्रेस के ऑल इंडिया लीडर लोकसभा चुनाव के प्रचार को छोड़ करके क्या कभी आपका हाल पूछने के लिए आए थे क्या? कभी आए थे क्या? कभी आपका हाल जानने के लिए आए थे? कभी कोई मुसीबत आई तो वो आपके पास आए थे? भाइयों बहनों, जरा 5 साल का हिसाब निकालिए। लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में हिमाचल से जुड़े कोई विषय आए हो, हिमाचल के लिए आवाज उठाई हो किसी कांग्रेसी ने, ऐसी कोई घटना आपने सुनी है क्या? भाइयों बहनों, आपकी चिंता इनको 5 वर्षों तक इसलिए नहीं आई क्योंकि इनको भरोसा था कि हिमाचल तो 5 साल के बाद कुर्सी दे ही देता है, मेहनत करने की क्या जरूरत है, लोगों की परवाह करने की क्या जरूरत है, रिवाज है, काम हो जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, जो विपक्ष तक का काम जिम्मेवारी नहीं से निभा सकते, विपक्ष के नाते आपके सवालों को लेकर के जो हिलते भी नहीं है, वे सरकार में आने के बाद आपके लिए क्या करेंगे? भाइयों, ऐसे लोगों पे भरोसा कर सकते हैं क्या? इसलिए अब हिमाचल के लोगों ने भी ठान लिया है कि अब तो कांग्रेस को हिमाचल से बिस्तरा बोरिया उठा करके निकालना ही पड़ेगा। और इसलिए हमारे भाइयों बहनों, आज ये देवभूमि पुकार रही है, आज ये देवभूमि कह रही है भाजपा को फिर वापस लाएंगे, हर बूथ पर कमल खिलाएंगे। भाई और बहनों, आज आपसे बात करते हुए मैं इस क्षेत्र की वीर माताओं के योगदान को भी नमन करता हूं। यहां से तो हमारे उम्मीदवार खुद ही फौजी हैं, उन्होंने राष्ट्र रक्षा के लिए पूरा जीवन समर्पित कर दिया। और मुझे अच्छा लगा कि मैं अभी आया हेलीकॉप्टर से यहां, तो मुझे वीर जवानों के साथ नमस्ते करने का मौका मिल गया और बहुत बड़ी तादाद में मेरे फौजी भाई बहनों को देख करके, क्योंकि मैं तो हर दिवाली उनके बीच मनाता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, ये वीर संतानों को जन्म देने वाली वीर माताओं का कद तो शायद ही कोई चुका सकता है, लेकिन सेवा का अवसर जब जब मिला, भाजपा ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। अभी मैं करगिल गया था दिवाली मनाने के लिए, तो मैं हैरान था। मैं और धूमल जी करगिल गए थे, करगिल लड़ाई के समय। उस समय की सारी फोटो की प्रदर्शनी लगाई थी वहां के लोगों ने, और वहां जो आज जो जवान है उनको भी वो पुरानी बातें याद थी कि धूमल जी और मोदी जी हमारे बीच में युद्ध के मैदान के समय आए थे। और मुझे याद है उस समय हमारा यहां का युवा मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष के रूप में हमारे जयराम जी थे और हमारा विनोद ठाकुर वो महामंत्री था। युवा मोर्चा ने तब करगिल के शहीदों के जीवन को समर्पित स्मारिका भी निकाली थी। भाजपा की यही विशेषता है। भाजपा की ताकत चाहे कितनी भी रही हो, हमारे लिए खुद से बड़ा दल है और दल से बड़ा देश है। साथियों, हमीरपुर के हमारे इस क्षेत्र में तो फौजी परिवारों का बाहुल्य है। हमारे ये परिवार बहुत करीब से जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस का इतिहास किस तरह बड़ी बड़ी बातों और झूठी गारंटियों का रहा है। यही कांग्रेस है जिसके राज में हमारे फौजियों के पास पर्याप्त बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट भी नहीं हुआ करते थे। यही कांग्रेस है जिसके राज में हमारे फौजियों के पास बर्फ में इस्तेमाल होने वाले अच्छे जूते तक नहीं थे। यही कांग्रेस है जिसके राज में बॉर्डर पर सड़कें नहीं बनाई जाती थी, बॉर्डर पर बसे गांवों को मूल सुविधाओं से वंचित रखा जाता था। यही कांग्रेस है जिसने फौजियों को 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन के नाम पर 40 साल तक लगातार धोखा दिया। 40 साल तक चुनाव के पहले कोई भी वादा करने में वो झिझकते नहीं है। कुछ भी वादा कर दो, अभी भी कर रहे हैं, ढेर सारे वादे कर रहे हैं। आप याद करिए भाइयों बहनों, मैंने हिमाचल के फौजी परिवारों को वचन दिया था कि चाहे कुछ भी हो, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन हम लागू करके रहेंगे। और हमने ना सिर्फ 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन को लागू किया, बल्कि इसका एरियर भी पूरे सम्मान के साथ दिया। आज आप जानकर हैरान रह जाओगे कि 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन की वजह से अब तक लगभग 60,000 करोड़ रुपया देश भर के हमारे फौजी परिवारों के खाते में गए, और यह अतिरिक्त राशि गई है। और साथियों, आपको यह भी नहीं भूलना है कि यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता आर्मी चीफ का अपमान करते हैं, फौज के लोगों की तुलना गुंडों से करते हैं। यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सवाल उठाते हैं, हमारे वीर बेटे बेटियों के शौर्य को कटघरे में खड़ा करते हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा की सरकार के लिए देश की सुरक्षा और सैनिकों की सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है। इसलिए आज देश में ही आधुनिक अस्त्र शस्त्र निर्माण किया जा रहा है। कांग्रेस ने रक्षा घोटालों का जो तौर तरीका बना दिया था, उसको बदला गया है। अब तो बेटियों के लिए भी तीनों सेनाओं के हर मोर्चे भी, उसको भी हमने खोल दिया है। यहां तो 5 ही सैनिक स्कूल भी है। हम सैनिक स्कूलों की संख्या भी बढ़ा रहे हैं और इनमें बेटियों को भी दाखिला मिल रहा है। हमारी सरकार पुलिस फोर्स और केंद्रीय सुरक्षा बलों में भी बेटियों को बहुत प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। मैं एक और आंकड़ा दूंगा, आप बहुत ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आजादी के बाद 2014 तक देश में पुलिस सेवा में लगभग 1 लाख बेटियां थी, यानी इतने सालों में 1 लाख बेटियां। हमने बीते 8 साल में ये संख्या लगभग 2.25 लाख हो चुकी है। 2.25 लाख, यानी 2 गुनी से भी ज्यादा। इसी प्रकार केंद्रीय बलों में भी बेटियों की भागीदारी 17,000 से बढ़कर के 35,000 से ज्यादा हो चुकी है और ये लगातार बढ़ रही है। साथियों, बीते 8 वर्षों में महिलाओं की सुविधा, बेटियों की पढ़ाई और कमाई के लिए केंद्र सरकार ने लगातार काम किया है। इन्हें अब हिमाचल भाजपा नई बुलंदी दे रही है। आपने देखा होगा कि भाजपा ने महिलाओं के लिए इस बार एक अलग संकल्प पत्र जारी किया है और इसके लिए मैं हिमाचल बीजेपी को बधाई देता हूं। इसमें बेटियों की पढ़ाई लिखाई से लेकर हर प्रकार की सुख सुविधा को बढ़ावा देने का रोडमैप है। ये दिखाता है कि भाजपा महिलाओं की समस्याओं और उनसे जुड़े विषयों को लेकर कितनी प्रतिबद्ध है। माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के लिए ऐसे काम तब किए जाते हैं जब मन में सेवा का भाव होता है, माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों की समस्याओं का एहसास होता है। आज पीएम आवास के घर में महिलाओं को हिस्सेदारी देने वाली भाजपा है। रसोई के धुएं से घर को मुक्त कर गैस कनेक्शन देने वाली भाजपा है। हर घर नल से जल देने का अभियान चलाने वाली भाजपा है। घर घर शौचालय की सुविधा बनाने वाली भाजपा है। घर घर सौभाग्य का बिजली कनेक्शन पहुंचाने वाली भाजपा है। कोरोना के इस मुश्किल समय में हर गरीब को मुफ्त अनाज देने वाली भी भाजपा ही है। भाइयों बहनों, मेरा पूरा विश्वास है देश में जो भी छोटे राज्य हैं, जो हिमालयी राज्य हैं, उन सब के लिए हिमाचल प्रदेश अग्रिम पंक्ति का रोल मॉडल बन सकता है। विकास के मामले में, टूरिज्म के मामले में हिमाचल सभी छोटे राज्यों के लिए नई प्रेरणा बन सकता है। पहाड़ी राज्यों में जो कनेक्टिविटी होती है, रोड, रेल, रोपवे, इन सब चीजों में हिमाचल प्रदेश एक रोल मॉडल के रूप में आगे बढ़ सकता है। और हम उसी तरफ पिछले 5 साल में लगातार ले जा रहे हैं और आने वाले 5 सालों में ये चीजें हम सिद्ध कर करके रहेंगे, ये मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं। जिस तरह से राष्ट्र रक्षा में हिमाचल प्रदेश अग्रिम पंक्ति में खड़ा रहता है, उसी तरह से विकास के मामले में भी उसे अग्रिम पंक्ति में खड़ा होना है। हमें हिमाचल को पूरे देश के लिए एक रोल मॉडल के रूप में विकसित करना है। पिछले 5 वर्षों में दिल्ली और हिमाचल में भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार ने इसी दिशा में प्रयास किया है। ऊना में ट्रिपल आईटी, हमीरपुर में एनआईटी, बिलासपुर में हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिकल कॉलेज और देहरा में केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय है। बिलासपुर में एम्स बन गया है और हमीरपुर में मेडिकल कॉलेज है। यानी शिक्षा हो या स्वास्थ्य, डबल इंजन से डबल विकास हो रहा है। यही नहीं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इन्वेस्टमेंट के मामले में भी डबल लाभ हिमाचल को मिला है। देश में सिर्फ 3 राज्यों को बल्क ड्रग पार्क के लिए चुना गया है, इसमें से एक ये मेरा हिमाचल है और ये भी हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र में बन रहा है। धौला सिद्ध प्रोजेक्ट बनने से यहां बिजली तो बनेगी ही, रोजगार भी बढ़ेंगे और किसानों पशुपालकों को कमाई भी बढ़ेगी। यहां रेल नेटवर्क के विस्तार में हजारों करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार लगा रही है। देश की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन भी हिमाचल को ही मिली है। शिमला, बिलासपुर, हमीरपुर, मटौर, ये हाईवे पर ही लगभग 8,000 करोड़ रुपए का काम हो रहा है। ये विकास सबके सामने प्रत्यक्ष है। लेकिन हिमाचल के लोगों को एक बात हमेशा याद रखनी है, कांग्रेस को विकास के कार्यों से दुश्मनी है, इसलिए वो इन सारे कार्यों को रोकना चाहती है। जैसे रोड 2014 से 2017 दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बन चुकी थी, आप हमें आशीर्वाद दे चुके थे, लेकिन हिमाचल ने जितने रोड़े अटका सकते थे अटकाने की कोशिश की, ताकि दिल्ली से जो विकास का प्रवाह यहां आए वो हिमाचल में नहीं जाना चाहिए। और उन्होंने हिमाचल का बुरा करने का काम किया। वो कहावत है ना, चल दे घराटा मंज गट्टा पाना। कांग्रेस भी हिमाचल में विकास के घराट की चक्की को रोकना चाहती है, इसलिए वो पुराना राजनीतिक रिवाज बनाए रखना चाहती है। भाइयों बहनों, मैं हिमाचल के लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूं, आप जवाब देंगे? आप जवाब देंगे? ये रिवाज बदलना है कि नहीं बदलना है? ये रिवाज बदलना है कि नहीं बदलना है? भाइयों बहनों, मैं जहां भी गया हूं हिमाचल में, पिछले दिनों जहां भी जाने का मुझे मौका मिला है, मैंने ये मिजाज देखा है। मैंने हिमाचल की जनता का संकल्प देखा है और हिमाचल के लोगों को समझ आ गया है कि ये अदला बदली ने हिमाचल को बर्बाद करके रखा है। अब तो दोबारा काम देंगे और हिसाब भी मांगेंगे। आप दोबारा हमें काम दीजिए, हमसे हिसाब मांगिए। आप रिवाज बदलना का तय करके बैठे हैं, हम आपकी विकास की यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाने का निर्णय करके बैठे हैं। साथियों, आज हिमाचल विधानसभा चुनाव में ये मेरी आखिरी सभा है। इस चुनाव में अब मेरा कोई सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम के लिए अब समय नहीं बचा है, लेकिन आप जरूर एक बात याद रखेंगे, कांग्रेस स्वभाव से विकास की दुश्मन है। वो लोगों को मुसीबत में जीने के लिए, मजबूरी में जीने के लिए हमेशा सोचते हैं ताकि उनकी जरूरत पड़ जाए। भाजपा ही हैं जो हिमाचल को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा सकती है। इसलिए इस बार हिमाचल में भाजपा सरकार की वापसी जरूरी है। और आप तो जानते हैं, कोई देश का प्रधानमंत्री अगर हिमाचल की हर छोटी मोटी बातों से परिचित हो, यहां की हर पहाड़ियों से परिचित हो, यहां के रास्तों से परिचित हो, यहां से लोगों से परिचित हो, तो दिल्ली में बैठकर को आपके काम आएगा कि नहीं आएगा? आपका विश्वास बढ़ेगा कि नहीं बढ़ेगा? अब मैं तो दिल्ली में हूं ही, अगर यहां मेरे अनुकूल लोग होंगे तो मैं ज्यादा काम कर पाऊंगा कि नहीं कर पाऊंगा? सीधी सीधी हिसाब है जी। और इसलिए दिल्ली का फायदा भी लेना है तो हिमाचल में भी बीजेपी की सरकार को बनाना है ताकि डबल फायदा मिल जाए। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, 12 नवंबर को हर बूथ में हर वोट कमल के फूल पर ही पड़ना चाहिए। मेरी ये बात घर घर पहुंचाओगे आप? एक एक मतदाता को मिलोगे, घर घर जाकर के कमल के फूल पर बटन दबाने के लिए समझाओगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग वोट करें इसके लिए मेहनत करोगे। ठंड अगर आना शुरू भी हो जाए तो भी मतदान कम नहीं होगा, इसकी चिंता करोगे। अच्छा, हर घर जाओगे तो ये बात बताओगे ना कि मोदी जी सुजानपुर आए थे, आप सबको मिलने के लिए आए थे, लेकिन अगर आप नहीं आ पाए हो तो मोदी जी ने हर घर में, हर परिवार में अपना प्रणाम पहुंचाया है। मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचाओगे? हर घर में जाके बताओगे कि मोदी जी ने अपना प्रणाम पहुंचाया है? पक्का पहुंचाओगे? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, viewers, we just heard the Prime Minister speak there, where he is speaking about a stable and strong government of double edging and link the Congress with instability, corruption and scams. So multiple rallies by the Prime Minister in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh. And do not forget to tune in at 7 p.m. today, where our Editor-in-Chief Arnav Goswami will be, in fact, telling you all about the opinion poll at 7 p.m. It's going to be the broadcast with Arnav, India's biggest opinion poll, tonight at 7 p.m. on India's #1 news channel. Viewers, just 3 days to go to Himachal elections, and the poster war has broken out in the state. Getting you visuals from Shimla right now, viewers, where you can see the poster war breakout in Shimla. These are the visuals coming in right now, viewers. A poster war breaking out between the BJP and the Congress, as the political temperature in Himachal Pradesh remains high, viewers. And these are the visuals we're getting for you right now, days ahead of polls, a poster war in Shimla. The visuals of that, in fact, both the Congress and the BJP are putting up big hoardings with multiple slogans. The Congress is putting up posters, the BJP responding to that and putting up big hoardings next to the Congress's hoardings as well. Let's go to Anuj, who's also getting us all the developments. Anuj, we are seeing just ahead of the polls, poster war in Shimla. Just take us through what the posters are saying. And of course, like I was saying, that it's going to be a very, very significant election as well. Anuj.
Well, exactly. There is no second thought about it that this is going to be very, very significant election. And as the poster war had already started in the Himachal Pradesh, these are the posters which have been pasted in Shimla. On one side, this is stated by the Congress party that yes, we are coming. In Hindi, it is written "Aa rahi hai Congress." On the other hand, this has been directed by the BJP with an arrow where it says in the poster, Jai Ram ki shapat grahan mein, in the swearing ceremony of Jai Ram. That's something what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying on that very poster. So this is the poster war which is going on in the state of Himachal Pradesh. On the other hand, this was the mega rally of Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself in the state of Himachal Pradesh, where Prime Minister has targeted Congress Party and hit hard on the Congress Party about the work which has been done by the Congress Party in the last years, about the delivery which has been done by the Congress Party in the last year when they were given the opportunity. He has also spoken about the delivery which has been done by the Bharatiya Janata Party when they are ruling the state. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke about the double engine government that is ruling in the central as well as in the state, and asked the people of Himachal Pradesh to once again give the opportunity by telling them the work which has been already delivered. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today has spoken about the facilities, about the schemes which has been given to the people of Himachal Pradesh. He has spoken about the education system which has been given by the Bharatiya Janata Party government. He has spoken about the medical facilities which has been given by the Bharatiya Janata Party government in the last 5 years. He has spoken about the other development which has been done by Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Whereas he also targeted the Congress Party, that what Congress Party has done and what it has delivered when they were given the opportunity. And also Prime Minister Narendra Modi today targeted Congress Party on the dynasty politics and says it that this is only Parivarvad which is going on in the Congress Party. He also targeted Congress Party that it is limited to 2 states only, and whenever the Congress Party is out by the people in any state, they are not allowed to come back again. That's something what has been stated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So this is obviously going to make a big impact on the ground when we are talking about the ground reality and a message which has been given by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the promises that has been made in by none other but the Prime Minister himself, that what exactly is going to happen in the state of Himachal Pradesh if Bharatiya Janata Party again comes in power. On the other hand, we should also talk about Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen it earlier when it was Aam Aadmi Party who were coming out in a confident level, when they were confident, but it was happening before the arrest of Satyendra Jain, who was the in charge of Himachal Pradesh. But now when we are seeing the situation on the ground, when we are talking to the people on the ground, they are saying that this is between Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, whereas Bharatiya Janata Party is moreover more confident that they are going to come back again in the power, and that's something what has been stated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. We have also seen Jagat Prakash Nadda, the Bharatiya Janata Party president, who was here in Himachal Pradesh, who are continuously, rather we should say, campaigning for the party in the Himachal Pradesh, as he belongs to Himachal Pradesh. He was also stating about the pension scheme. He was also stating about the development, about the opportunities, about the things, about the delivery which has been done by Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So that's something, and there's something where we are seeing Bharatiya Janata Party moreover more confident about the things, where on the one side this is poster war which is going on. These are the posters which has been pasted in Shimla. This is Bharatiya Janata Party who is also in attacking mode, and none other but Prime Minister himself, who is there on the ground and speaking to the people and telling people that what has been delivered by Bharatiya Janata Party. Yes, back to you.
Anuj, there are 2 posters right now on the screens. There are 2 posters our viewers are seeing on the screen. Poster number 1 and poster number 2. The poster number 2 says, शपथ का सपना टूटेगा क्योंकि आ रही है कांग्रेस फिर से विपक्ष में. You know, these are 2 posters, and this is a counter. This is BJP's counter to Congress's coming poster. Let's take our viewers through these posters, and these posters are very, very big. They're very, very big, Anuj. In fact, what we're learning so far, that this is happening somewhere near Mall Road. So these are very, very big posters which can be seen from extremely far away, really talking about how things are heating up just days ahead of the polls, Anuj.
Oh, well, exactly. This is the open poster war in the state of Himachal Pradesh. These are the posters which is pasted in the Shimla near the Mall Road. If that's what we are telling to our viewers. This is on one poster written that Shapat ka sapna tootega kyunki aa rahi hai Congress. They want to say that now this is going to be broken. If you are thinking of coming in power, then this is Congress which is coming in power. But on the other hand, this is BJP which has pasted another poster who are saying that yes, you are coming coming, but you are coming in Vipaks. That means you are coming in opposition. So the open poster war could be clearly seen in the state of Himachal Pradesh. But as yes, I was telling it out earlier also, I was pointing it out earlier also, this is none other but Prime Minister himself who is there on the ground, and we are seeing the top brasses of Bharatiya Janata Party who are moreover seeing more confident that they are again coming back into the power. Whereas we do understand this was before 2017, it was none other but the Congress Party who was ruling the state. But that's something which has been taken by Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's something what has been stated by Prime Minister himself today, that what exactly has been delivered. If we talk about the education system, if we talk about the health facility, if we talk about the women's safety, then what exactly has been delivered in the tenure of the Congress Party. And that's something what has been targeted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that we have delivered this. We have given you education system. We have given the safety for the women of the Himachal Pradesh. We have given the toilets. We have given the education system, the medical fraternity. That's something what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has stated, and that's the promise which has been made in by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that how it is going to increase once you give one more opportunity, one more chance to the double engine government. That's something what has been stated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On the other hand, this is the poster war, as we are showing this to our viewers, which is going on.
War, let's go poster by poster, 1 minute. Anuj, looking at the poster war, this tells you how the BJP sort of try to counter the Congress Party in Himachal Pradesh, because like the Prime Minister said, the BJP is hoping that the Congress is hoping that anti-incumbency will bring them in. Let's show you that poster. Poster number 1. Let's show you the first poster, full frame, first poster. Take a look at that. Congress puts out a poster, full frame. Look at that on the right side of your screen. They're saying, "Aa rahi hai Congress." "Aa rahi hai Congress" was the poster that was put out. On the left came the immediate counter of the BJP saying, yes, the Congress is coming, but to the oath taking of Jairam Thakur. Jairam ji ke shapat grahan mein, which means they will come, yes, but to the oath taking of Jairam. So, quip there, quip, poster quip to take on the Congress Party. Let's show you the second poster. The second poster that was put out by the Congress Party, and to which the BJP countered immediately. Let's put out the second poster. That was the second poster. And they said, Shapat ka, and the Congress tried to sort of head back. And they said, Shapat ka sapna tootega, which means the dream of taking oath again will be broken, kyunki aa rahi hai Congress, which was their counter. To which the BJP countered again. When the Congress Party said, aa rahi hai Congress, or we're coming back, the BJP put out another big poster right next to them to say, yes, they are coming back, but as the opposition. As the opposition and nothing more in Himachal. So, poster war in battleground Himachal Pradesh. Some of the headlines coming out of the poll-bound states of Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat. Let's get you some more breaking news right now. We had videos of the Prime Minister. We had videos of the Prime Minister who's been campaigning in Himachal Pradesh. And while he was campaigning, there was an ambulance that was stuck, and the Prime Minister ensuring that the entire convoy waits. A video that was just accessed by Republic a few minutes back. I'd like to go out to that video. In this video, an ambulance right in front of the Prime Minister's convoy, for which he stops. The convoy passes. Take a look. Let's put out the video of the Prime Minister stopping his convoy to ensure that the ambulance passes. The video just came in a few minutes back, and there it is. The video of the Prime Minister's convoy waiting. He's just waving to people, and then he waits for the convoy to pass. The ambulance to pass, and the ambulance passes, and then the Prime Minister proceeds. This happened today in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh, which is going to polls in a few days from now. That's the video that was accessed by Republic TV a few minutes back. Let's get you the other big breaking news updates. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder, at 7 p.m. this evening. At 7 p.m. this evening, we have the opinion poll with Arnab, and the only poll that got it spot on the last time on, and we've been getting it right all through election after election. India's election news headquarters. At 7 p.m. we start off with the numbers from Himachal Pradesh and at 8 Gujarat numbers, and These are some excerpts of the Prime Minister's visit in the poll-bound states. Let's play out the speech of the Prime Minister. Before I go across to Anuj, I'd like to play out an excerpt of what the Prime Minister said in his speech. He's mostly directed all his attacks on the Congress party. On the Congress party, he's questioned the Congress again and again because the Congress party claims it will come back to power. The Prime Minister saying that they can dream on, anti-incumbency won't happen. This time it's not a factor.
हिमाचल के लोगों को एक बात हमेशा याद रखनी है, कांग्रेस को विकास के कार्यों से दुश्मनी है, इसलिए वो इन सारे कार्यों को रोकना चाहती है। 2014 से 2017 दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बन चुकी थी, आप हमें आशीर्वाद दे चुके थे, लेकिन हिमाचल ने जितने रोड़े अटका सकते थे अटकाने की कोशिश की ताकि दिल्ली से जो विकास का प्रवाह यहां आए वो हिमाचल में नहीं जाना चाहिए, और उन्होंने हिमाचल का बुरा करने का काम किया। वो कहावत है ना, चल दे घराटा मंज गट्टा पाना। कांग्रेस भी हिमाचल में विकास के घराट की चक्की को रोकना चाहती है, इसलिए वो पुराना राजनीतिक रिवाज बनाए रखना चाहती है। कांग्रेस की स्थिति दिनों दिन बिगड़ती ही जा रही है। जो क्षेत्र कभी कांग्रेस का गढ़ माने जाते थे, वहां से कांग्रेस का पूरी तरह से सफाया हो गया है। ओडिशा जितना बड़ा राज्य, कांग्रेस गायब। तेलंगाना, कांग्रेस साफ। यूपी, बिहार ने तो बहुत पहले ही कांग्रेस को विदा कर दी है। इसकी वजह है कांग्रेस द्वारा खुद को ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन से भी वो अपने आप को बड़े शहंशाह मानते हैं, बड़े मानते हैं। उसी का ये नतीजा है कि जनता लगातार उनको सजा दे रही है। और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा, यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते। कांग्रेस के लोगों को लगता है कि कोई काम नहीं करेंगे तो भी 5 साल के बाद तो लोग लाने ही वाले हैं, वापस आ ही जाएंगे। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, कांग्रेस यहां पिछले 5 साल से विपक्ष की भूमिका में है, लेकिन इस दौरान दिल्ली से कांग्रेस के ऑल इंडिया लीडर लोकसभा चुनाव के प्रचार को छोड़ करके क्या कभी आपका हाल पूछने के लिए आए थे क्या? ये लोगों को एक बात हमेशा याद रखनी है, कांग्रेस को विकास के कार्यों से दुश्मनी है, इसलिए वो इन सारे कार्यों को रोकना चाहती है। 2014 से 2017 दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बन चुकी थी, आप हमें आशीर्वाद दे चुके थे, लेकिन हिमाचल ने जितने रोड़े अटका सकते थे अटकाने की कोशिश की ताकि दिल्ली से जो विकास का प्रवाह यहां आए वो हिमाचल में नहीं जाना चाहिए, और उन्होंने हिमाचल का बुरा करने का काम किया। वो कहावत है ना, चल दे घराटा मंज गट्टा पाना। कांग्रेस भी हिमाचल में विकास के घराट की चक्की को रोकना चाहती है, इसलिए वो पुराना राजनीतिक रिवाज बनाए रखना चाहती है।
Getting some breaking news now from Gujarat, where a key meeting is on. The meeting has begun. This is ahead of today's CEC on Gujarat. The BJP State President C.R. Patil, Chief Minister of Gujarat Bhupendra Patel have held a meeting, and the first picture coming in of that meeting in Gujarat ahead of the elections. They're meeting on the candidates. Will there be changes? Will there be surprises? Let's go across to Abhishek and also Priyanka joining us on the broadcast. We'll go across to them and get more details on the inside track in Gujarat. Gujarat votes in December, so it still has a little bit of time. Gujarat PM and BJP State President C.R. Patil holding a meeting ahead of the CEC, and they will be finalizing the names of the candidates. The formula is being worked out, and they will be pitching the names with the top leadership of the party. That is the CEC on Gujarat that will be held, and this is a precursor to that. This is a build-up to that. This is a discussion before that. BJP State President C.R. Patil in Gujarat and Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel have held this meeting. Let me go across to Priyanka joining us with the details. Priyanka. Are we expecting any surprises there, Priyanka?
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. We have been seeing the kind of meetings that have been taking place between the state leadership chaired by the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and the BJP Chief C.R. Patil as well, who have been having discussions over the candidates that have to be selected for the upcoming elections. And we have seen the kind of parliamentary board meetings that have been chaired by Amit Shah himself along with JP Nadda as well. Over the past 2 days, we have seen that the core committee meetings in Delhi, in fact, had also been taking place with the Chief Minister, with C.R. Patil, with several BJP leadership of the state, and also with the Delhi core committee. That was also the meeting that was going on. And of course, we are seeing that the final meeting that is being carried out right now between the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel along with the BJP Chief C.R. Patil, who will then go on to Delhi. And then there will be the first list that can be expected by late evening today, Niranjan, that will be announced by the BJP. And of course, we have seen the kind of major issues that the BJP has also had to address during the course of the candidate selection, because we have seen that several turncoats of the Congress party, in fact, have joined the BJP. And there might be some kind of a power struggle there with respect to the candidate selection of that particular constituency, since this is Congress MLAs that have joined the BJP, and there might be BJP candidates who were next in line, who were waiting for their names to be selected in this candidate list as well. There might have been some friction there, and that is something that the BJP, in fact, had also had to iron out in this entire selection procedure that they had to carry out with the meetings that had gone on. With the leadership of C.R. Patil, with Amit Shah, JP Nadda.
To cut right now. I'm just cutting across straight to the BJP news conference in Delhi.
उन्होंने कहा हिंदू बोको हराम, ये कारनामे तो भारत की राजनीति की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी की। अब जो सबसे नए नवेले आए हैं, आपने देखा कि उनके भी पूर्व मंत्री राजेंद्र गौतम ने इसी प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां की। उन्हीं के यानी आम आदमी पार्टी के गुजरात के अध्यक्ष ने तो पूर्ण रूप से कह दिया कि मंदिर ही शोषण के केंद्र हैं। इतना ही नहीं, उन्होंने तो कथावाचकों, धर्म संस्कृति सबके ऊपर पूरा आघात कर दिया। अतः अत्यंत कष्ट का विषय है कि भारत की स्वतंत्रता के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में यह कितना विष भरा हुआ है। ये सेकुलर राजनीति के जो प्रवर्तक हैं, चाहे वो सबसे पुराने हों या सबसे नए हों, उनकी फितरत नहीं बदली है। फितरत केवल यह है कि सेकुलरिज्म का अर्थ हिंदू धर्म के प्रति घृणा और अपमान के भाव की अभिव्यक्ति करना। और अधिक दुख का विषय यह है कि वह संस्कृति जिसके लिए देश ही नहीं विदेश में क्या कुछ कहा जाता है। मैं कांग्रेस के नेताओं से कहना चाहूंगा, साहब आपकी अध्यक्ष रही हैं एनी बेसेंट, उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म के बारे में क्या कहा है। उन्होंने कहा सच ए फिलॉसफिक, सच ए साइंटिफिक, सच ए स्पिरिचुअल, द डीप यू गो द डीप यू लव, द इंटेंस यू विल गो द इंटेंस यू विल रिस्पेक्ट। ऑर्थर शोपेनहावर ने कहा कि यह मनुष्य के ज्ञान की पराकाष्ठा है, जर्मन फिलॉसफर था। इतना ही नहीं, बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट वर्नर हाइजेनबर्ग और फिट्ज कैपरा इसमें ज्ञान के कितने स्रोत ढूंढते हैं। एटम बम बनाने वाले रॉबर्ट ओपेनहाइमर से लेके रॉकेट बनाने वाले वर्नर वॉन ब्रॉन तक। पर दुख की बात यह है कि राजनीति के लिए इस सीमा तक जाकर जो हो रहा है, तो हमें यह पूर्ण विश्वास है कि देश और प्रदेशों की प्रबुद्ध जनता इसको गंभीरता से देख रही है। और इस स्वतंत्रता के अमृत काल में जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि अमृत महोत्सव से शताब्दी का वर्ष अमृत काल है, इसमें ये जितने भी विष बेले फैल रही हैं गुलामी की मानसिकता और गुलामी की विरासत से, इन सब से जनता मुक्ति दिलाएगी। और अंत में मैं सिर्फ यह कहना चाहूंगा कि इस बयान पर तथाकथित परम शिव भक्त हिंदू यानी जो कांग्रेस के चिर युवा नेता हैं, उनका क्या कहना है। और जब इस प्रकार की बातें हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए कही जाती हैं, तो भारत की राजनीति के बगुला भक्त जो देवी देवताओं के स्थान की बात करते हैं मुद्रा के ऊपर, उनका क्या कहना है। और मुझे आशा ही नहीं, पूर्ण विश्वास है, यदि आप सभी पत्रकार उनसे यह प्रश्न पूछेंगे तो आप देखिएगा कि उनके दोहरा चरित्र उभर कर सामने आ जाएगा। जब यह पार्टियां एक तरफ दूसरा आवरण मुखौटा और दूसरी तरफ दूसरा मुख लेती हैं, तो यह विषय सिर्फ हिंदू समाज के विरोध का नहीं है, यह विषय सिर्फ भारतीय समाज को छलने का नहीं है, यह विषय भारत की राजनीति में विश्वसनीयता के संकट का भी है। इन्हीं कारणों से नेताओं के प्रति विश्वसनीयता कम होती है। तो जो कोई भी यदि यह पंक्ति कहना चाहूंगा कि हिंदू हितों का हनन पंथ निरपेक्षवाद यदि करता है, तो समझो भारत के मर्म पर आघात वह करता है। धन्यवाद।
पूछिए।
आज कांग्रेस ने जो कल G20 का लोगो जारी हुआ है, उसमें जो कमल का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, उसको लेकर हमला किया है कि बीजेपी अपनी पार्टी का सिंबल जो है लेकर सामने आई।
देखिए, कमल आज से हजारों वर्षों से भारत और भारतीय संस्कृति में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। कोई भी पुष्प, अरे भाई उनको ध्यान नहीं है, कबीर के भजन में अष्ट कमल दल चरखा सोहे, पंच तत्व गुण तीनी चदरिया, ये राम नाम रस बीनी चदरिया। वैसे उनको कष्ट भले ही हो, परंतु यह सत्य है कि यदि हमें इंटेलेक्चुअल सुपर पावर बनना है या इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर बनना है, तो लक्ष्मी जी भी कमल पर विराजती हैं और सरस्वती जी भी कमल पर विराजती हैं। तो जो कमल का विरोध करने की बात करते हैं, तो ये निश्चित रूप से भारतीय संस्कृति और हिंदू धर्म के प्रति एक और अवमानना का प्रतीक है। अब यदि मैं उनसे पूछना चाहूं, किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस का चुनाव चिन्ह गाय बछड़ा होता था, तो गाय भारतीय संस्कृति की प्रतीक नहीं थी। और यहां पर विषय फिर एक बार संवैधानिक विषय पर राजनीति करने का है। भारत का राष्ट्रीय पुष्प क्या है? हम सब ने पढ़ा है स्कूल में, राष्ट्रीय पुष्प कमल है। मतलब राष्ट्रीय पुष्प होगा और उसके ऊपर आपको राजनीति नजर आएगी। यह दर्शाता है कि राष्ट्र और राष्ट्रवाद के किसी भी तत्व के प्रति आपके मन में कितनी अवमानना है और उसको लेट डाउन करने के लिए आप किसी भी सीमा तक जाने को तैयार हैं। और अधिक उल्लेखनीय बात यह है कि यह भारत के राष्ट्रीय पुष्प के रूप में कमल या लोटस का चयन जब हुआ था तो किसकी सरकार थी? अपने ही। चलिए, हमारे प्रति तो आपके मन में जो भाव है, अरे अपने पूर्वजों के कार्य के प्रति तो थोड़ा सम्मान रखिए।
संजय शर्मा जी।
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल कह रहे हैं कि यदि वो चोर या भ्रष्ट हैं तो उनको जेल में क्यों नहीं डाला जाता?
उनकी कितनी बातों का जवाब दिया जाए। यदि भारत की राजनीति में पल पल परिवर्तित प्रकृति वेश का कोई उदाहरण है तो विगत 8-9 वर्षों में केजरीवाल जी हैं। उनसे सबसे पहले पूछिए कि वो तो ये व्यक्ति थे जो कहते थे आरोप लगते इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, जांच बाद में होनी चाहिए। टोपी लगा के मुझे चाहिए जन लोकपाल, मुझे चाहिए राइट टू रिजेक्ट, राइट टू रिकॉल। कहां गया? अरे अपनी पार्टी में एक लोकपाल नियुक्त किया था, याद करिए, एडमिरल रामदास, बाहर। इसलिए पहले तो उनसे यह पूछ लीजिए आप अपने उस बयान पर कायम हैं या माफी मांगते हैं कि मैं उस समय गलत था या आज गलत हैं, तब हम जवाब दें।
और कोई प्रश्न?
भारतीय नाविक इक्वेटोरियल गिनी में उनको डिटेन किया गया है। भारत की नौसेना के ऑफिसर हैं 8 जो लगभग 70 दिन से डिटेन्ड है कतर में। सर, इसके ऊपर कुछ कहेंगे आप?
इस विषय पे विदेश मंत्रालय उस पूरी घटनाक्रम पे नजर रखे हुए और जो भी उपयुक्त डेवलपमेंट होगा उससे आपको अवगत कराया जाएगा।
सर, एक राहुल गांधी ने ट्वीट किया है, उसने कहा कि मजबूरी डर बने और डर नफरत में तब्दील हो। लोग उलझ रहे हैं और हम दो हमारे दो का राज चलता रहे। भाजपा की विभाजनकारी नीतियों का यही मकसद है।
उन्होंने जो शब्द बोला है, कालक्रम के अनुसार इस शब्द का कितना अर्थ बदल जाता है। उनके स्वर्गीय पिताजी ने यही शब्द भारत की संसद में बोला था, हमारे ही लिए बोला था। तब हमारे 2 सांसद थे। क्या मजाक उड़ाया था कि हम 2 हमारे 2, मतलब अटल जी, अडवाणी जी 2 नेता और 2 सांसद। आज उनको यह शब्द बोलना पड़ रहा है जिस अर्थ में, सिर्फ यह समझिए कालचक्र कितना बदल गया। परंतु वास्तविकता है कि हमारा जो भी नेता है वो 1 हो, 2 हो, 10 हो, 100 हो, सब के सब सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारत माता के प्रति समर्पित हैं। उनके जितने भी नेता हैं वो सिर्फ परिवार के प्रति समर्पित हैं, क्योंकि हमारी हर कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी हो अथवा अन्य कोई भी नेता, तो एक ही नारा लगता है, भारत माता की जय और वंदे मातरम। और उनके यहां नेताओं की जिंदाबाद लगता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये राहुल गांधी जी की दृष्टि का अंतर है। और जहां तक डरने की बात वो कर रहे हैं तो अपनी पार्टी के नेताओं से पूछ लें। विगत 7-8 वर्षों में जिन्होंने पार्टी छोड़ी है उन्होंने क्या क्या अपमान तिरस्कार का आरोप नहीं लगाया है। और यहां पर एक और बात कहना चाहें, वो यात्रा निकाल रहे हैं तो वो कौन सा डर है जिसकी वजह से हिमाचल तो वो गए नहीं, गुजरात भी जा रहे हैं, ऐसी कोई सूचना आ नहीं रही है। हम यह भी पूछना चाहते हैं कि वो कांग्रेस जो अपने को गांधी जी की का एक में वन एंड ओनली एक्सक्लूसिव कॉपीराइट होल्डर मानती है, गांधी के धाम में यात्रा क्यों नहीं जा रही है? सरदार पटेल के स्थान पे यात्रा क्यों नहीं जा रही है? सुभाष चंद्र बोस के स्थान को यात्रा टच क्यों नहीं कर रही है? और तो और छोड़िए, नेहरू जी के स्थान पे यात्रा क्यों नहीं जा रही है प्रयागराज में? इंदिरा जी के स्थान पे रायबरेली में क्यों नहीं जा रही है? उनके स्वर्गीय पिताजी का स्थान अमेठी, वहां क्यों नहीं जा रही है? ये सोची समझी नीति है या पूर्वाग्रह है या ये डर है? ये उन्हें बताना चाहिए।
कनीषा अवस्थी, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
As far as the garbage is concerned, the Delhi which has been converted into a gas chamber, the Yamuna which has been overflowing with the froth of pollution, reminds us these were the same fellows who have promised that within few years we will clear the Yamuna. Within few years we are having a clear-cut formula of getting rid of Parali. Within few months they have promised. And they said that we will get rid of the pollution of the Delhi, but unfortunately they are having no solution at all other than one and only involvement in the corruption. So is the case, nothing but to divert the attention from the basic issue.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So you just heard the BJP there going all guns blazing against the Congress party, against the Aam Aadmi party. Remember, a number of controversies that Republic has broken and reported to you over the last 48 hours or so. And BJP citing the Republic news break. The first, remember, is about the Congress Neta and how he hurled abuses at the Hindus in the state of Karnataka. Lack of action, nothing against this Neta so far. This is the man that you see on the left of your screens. All that the Congress party has said and done is issue a statement saying we distance ourselves, and this is not the official stand of the Congress party. In the same breath, you have Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP there, also questioning the silence of the other so-called secular parties. He's wanting to ask, what about the Aam Aadmi party, the same party that goes to Gujarat and speaks about having images of Lord Ganesh and Goddess Lakshmi on the currency notes? When you have a Congress Neta who derides Hindus, why does he not speak up? One after the other, remember, there's also a story of a Congress mayor who's seen as Hindu gods are abused. So one after the other, you have the BJP hitting back at the Congress party, and the silence, the questioning, the silence of a lot of other parties today who do not want to say anything against the Congress party, who do not even say we want action. Because pontification is something I think that has just become a regular norm, and you do not have netas who are accountable for what they say. A party like the Congress has not even pulled up, sacked or expelled this Neta that you see on the left of your screens. On the other side is this mayor from the Congress party who's seen at a anti-Hindu event, and the BJP is asking, have Hindus become a soft target?
दिनों दिन बिगड़ती ही जा रही है। जो क्षेत्र कभी कांग्रेस का गढ़ माने जाते थे, वहां से कांग्रेस का पूरी तरह से सफाया हो गया है। ओडिशा जितना बड़ा राज्य, कांग्रेस गायब। तेलंगाना, कांग्रेस साफ। यूपी, बिहार ने तो बहुत पहले ही कांग्रेस को विदा कर दी। इसकी वजह है कांग्रेस द्वारा खुद को ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन से भी वो अपने आप को बड़े शहंशाह मानते हैं। उसी का ये नतीजा है कि जनता लगातार उनको सजा दे रही है। और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके, 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करो, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा। यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते। कांग्रेस के लोगों को लगता है कि कोई काम नहीं करेंगे तो भी 5 साल के बाद तो लोग लाने ही वाले हैं, वापस आ ही जाएंगे। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, कांग्रेस यहां पिछले 5 साल से विपक्ष की भूमिका में है, लेकिन इस दौरान दिल्ली से कांग्रेस के ऑल इंडिया लीडर लोकसभा चुनाव के प्रचार को छोड़ करके क्या कभी आपका हाल पूछने के लिए आए थे क्या?
Just hours to go before the big assembly elections in the hill state of Himachal, the BJP already has deployed its top guns for the campaign. The Prime Minister has addressed 2 rallies across the state today.
मोदी जी का स्वागत है। मोदी जी का स्वागत है।
को विकास का नया संकल्प लेने के लिए इतना अच्छा घोषणा पत्र बनाने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता। हिमाचल भाजपा के 11 शुभ संकल्प यहां के विकास को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे।
The Prime Minister launched a big scathing attack on the Congress from his rally in Sujanpur earlier. The Prime Minister says that the BJP works for the people, but the Congress only and only focuses on the Gandhi family.
कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल को हर बुनियादी चीज के लिए तरसा दिया था। वहीं भाजपा है जिसने हिमाचल के हर घर को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए दिन रात ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया है।
Continuing his attack on the Congress, the Prime Minister says that the Congress party has betrayed the people of Himachal and also broken their trust.
और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा। यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते।
While campaigning in the poll-bound state, Union Minister Anurag Thakur says that the double-engine government is effective and the need of the hour for the state.
हिमाचल प्रदेश को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा दिलवाया, लेकिन जैसे ही डबल इंजन की सरकार गई प्रदेश में चले गए, देश में चले गए, तो क्या हुआ? हिमाचल का औद्योगिक पैकेज 10 साल से कम करके 4 साल कर दिया, विशेष राज्य का दर्जा छीन लिया, अटल टनल का काम बंद करा दिया और विकास थम गया।
Hours to go for the big Himachal elections. It's a poster war that has broken out in the state. BJP posters and then counter posters were also spotted in Simla. To Gujarat now, where ahead of the assembly polls, the Congress is facing another jolt in the state. Congress MLA from the Talala constituency in Baga Barad has tendered his resignation now from all posts in the party. BJP's Central Election Committee will be holding a key meeting on the Gujarat polls, where top BJP leadership is going to be deliberating upon the candidates for the upcoming Gujarat election. You do see those images already up on your screens. The meeting is underway, and ahead of that meet, the BJP state president C.R. Patil and the chief minister also held a separate meeting. We're heading into a quick break right now, but when we come back, remember the entire focus is going to be on the hill state of Himachal. We are just hours away from that big polling, in fact, and you're looking at the Prime Minister again and again reminding the people in Himachal that the Congress cannot be trusted when it comes to development. And we are also building up to the largest non-stop live coverage here on Republic, your election news headquarters. Stay tuned for the big opinion poll with Arnab starting 7 this evening.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result, live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theater and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result, live.
And breaking news that's just coming in, we are learning that the Chinese President Xi Jinping has ordered the Chinese military now to prepare for war amidst the tensions with Taiwan. He's gone ahead to say that Beijing will strengthen military training and prepare for any war as the nation's security, and I quote now, is increasingly unstable and uncertain, unquote. We are standing by to get you more details on that as Abhishek also joins us now. Abhishek, I think this is something that was said during a visit to the Joint Operations Command Center of the Central Military Commission is what is being reported. But what is the import of this? What is the significance of Xi Jinping saying something like this?
Well, as it happens, people who read tea leaves on China would say that this is serious. This is something on which the world community should be concerned about, because the Chinese, the semantics that go with the use of words clearly suggest that there is something building up. Deepti, let's keep it. Let's keep it for posterity that we were today talking about this development where Xi Jinping, who is also the head of the Chinese Military Commission and is the boss of the Chinese military, the People's Liberation Army, the Air Force and the Navy, for him to be saying that the times are uncertain and that we should be looking at, preparing for action, clearly suggests that something is cooking up. We don't know whether the Chinese state, the Communist Party and hence Xi Jinping are going to use the opportunity of uncertainty in the world when the world is focused on Europe war and to somehow manage to contain Russia. The Chinese would use that opportunity to really make a military move and annex Taiwan. Remember, in the just concluded National Congress last month, Xi Jinping had made it amply clear that use of force is an option which would be exercised at an opportune time. They are not relinquishing it insofar as Taiwan question goes. So I think visiting the Chinese Military Commission as the head of the body and to be using those words clearly suggests that if not immediately, then in near future, China would be activating a military plan to surround Taiwan and possibly take it at some stage.
Okay, but Abhishek, is Beijing going to be speeding up the Taiwan timetable? It's an emboldened Xi. Will he take that gamble? We do not know. But as always, Republic will keep its viewers on top of that story. I thank you for breaking that story for us here.
As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll. The Republic PMark opinion poll. 7 p.m. onwards with Arnab on India's election news headquarters. December 8.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result they lie. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
भाजपा को विकास का नया संकल्प लेने के लिए, इतना अच्छा घोषणा पत्र बनाने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देगा। हिमाचल भाजपा के 11 शुभ संकल्प यहां के विकास को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे।
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या?
आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Asabdin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theater and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result they lie.
December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना।
Let's get you a quick check of more stories vis-a-vis the big elections of 2022. It's just 3 days to go for the Himachal elections. It's a poster war that already has broken out between the BJP and the Congress. Just look very closely at these images on your screen and this tell you why this is such a high-pitched election. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls, Congress is facing another jolt in the state. The Congress MLA from the Talala constituency in Baga Barad has tendered his resignation from all posts of the party. And this is going to be the largest non-stop live coverage only and only here on Republic. Your election news headquarters, the opinion poll with Arnab starts at 7 this evening.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की। This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the questions.
seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result. Live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Saabdin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का।
There's only one channel for the result. Live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's
And breaking news has just coming in. We are learning that the Enforcement Directorate, as we speak, is conducting raids. Live images also up on your screens. This is in connection with illegal mining. Now, what we can tell you is that ED officials broke open the doors of a TRS BC Welfare and Civil Supplies Minister. His name is Gangula Kamalakar. His residence in Karimnagar is from where you're looking at these images. And the minister, along with his family, left for Dubai just this morning. On the other side of this quick break, more details of this and much more. And don't forget to tune in starting 7 this evening. Arnab is bringing to you the biggest opinion poll. It's the largest non-stop live coverage ahead of the big elections in the state of Himachal and Gujarat.
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने।
There's only one channel for the result live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड
Viewers, getting some breaking updates. ED officials conducting raids in connection with illegal mining. It's said that ED officials broke and opened the doors of TRS Welfare and Civil Supplies Minister residence there. All right, let's go to Aneri. Aneri, you're joining us live, and please tell our viewers, because we are getting the first pictures of the ED raids being conducted there on our screens.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. ED officials have been conducting raids in connection with the illegal mining. They have been conducting raids at a few companies. And also what we are learning is that the ED officials broke open the door of the Civil Supplies Minister of Telangana, Gangula Karnakar, where we had seen that in Karimnagar, his residence where he resides. But now what we are also being told is that the minister left for Dubai on a family trip this morning, and after which we saw that the ED officials had to break open the door at his residence in Karimnagar. So, well, more details are awaited in this regard, but yes, what we are learning as per our sources is that this ED raids is being conducted in connection with the illegal mining which has been taking place. And also at the same time, we had seen that few days back also the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay had also written a letter to Nirmala Sitharaman in regard with this, and now we see that the ED officials are conducting raids at various locations in Hyderabad and also in Karimnagar at few companies which are correlated to the illegal mining into all of these matters. And so the ED officials are conducting raids at few other locations who are said to be the relatives of this TRS minister Gangula Karnakar. Also at the same time, now the ED officials had to break open the doors of his residence in Karimnagar. So we'll have to wait and watch what further investigation and what further details emerges into this ED raids which have been conducted in Hyderabad and also in Karimnagar.
Right, Aneri, so the visuals coming on our screen for our viewers, exclusive visuals, ED raid at TRS minister's house. But some reports also say, Aneri, that the minister is out of town. He's not even in India, according to reports. Any information on that?
That's right, Shivangi. According to our sources, we have been learning that this morning the minister, the TRS minister, along with his family members, left for a Dubai trip, is what we are being told. But this also what we are said is that this was already a planned trip, and the ED officials later this morning had arrived at his residence, and because the door was locked, they had to break open the door at his residence, and so
Aneri,
now the ED
I am
officials
sorry
are
to interrupt
conducting
you.
raids
I will
at
come back to you, getting us all the top updates. I'm being joined right now by Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Rao. What is the first reaction coming in? ED officials raiding the TRS minister, but he's not even right now, according to reports, even in India.
Law is taking its own course, and there have been multiple complaints lodged against this people's representative from Karimnagar for a very long time, and there has been granite and sand mafia operating in the districts peripheral to Karimnagar and also in Karimnagar. And then I think the action is on by ED and CBI. So we have to wait and see what the outcomes will be after this raid.
Right. And, what do you think? Okay, I thank you so much. Thank you so much, Krishna Sagar Rao, for joining us here. Thank you so much for joining us here. This is the story we are getting for our viewers right now, where ED raids are happening at TRS minister's house. Exclusive images for all our viewers on the screen. And we can also tell you, viewers, that what we're learning so far is that the minister and the family is reportedly not in town. They have reportedly left for Dubai this morning. But the visuals coming in, the first pictures of the ED raids which are happening in the illegal mining case. ED officials broke open the doors of the TRS minister. All right, viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in. Job seekers staging protest in Kolkata against Mamata Banerjee. Visuals coming there on your screen, where we can see high voltage protests taking place in Kolkata. Job seekers staging protest. All right, Kishore is joining me live from our Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishore, take our viewers through what they're seeing on the screen. These are exclusive images of the protest for fair recruitment.
They are demanding one thing. They are demanding fair recruitment. They are demanding jobs here in Kolkata. As we have seen that this has become a trend all over West Bengal and in Kolkata, that job seekers who have been unemployed since last many years are now protesting their hearts out on the streets of Kolkata because they now need jobs. It has been years that because of corruption, because of unfair recruitment process, they did not get their jobs. And now these protesters, primary teacher recruitment, they are protesting to get jobs in different primary schools because they have appeared for the exams, they have appeared for different kind of interviews, but still now they did not get jobs. And now they are on the streets of Kolkata. This is Exide Crossing. This is just near Ravindra Sadan metro station, a very important location in the city, one of the most important and busiest metro stations. And there we can see job seekers protesting and police detaining the job seekers, and many of them are being taken away in prison vans. One protester is especially injured. We can see blood coming out of his forehead, and that's what the visuals coming live for our viewers. Visuals coming live for our viewers, and what we are seeing is that the job seekers are directly demanding jobs, and they are on the streets of Kolkata. However, the police is detaining many of these job seekers, many of these protesters. Many of them are being taken away in prison vans, and one of the job seekers, one of the protesters is injured and blood oozing out of his forehead. but they are still demanding a fair recruitment in all the recruitment boards, especially these are the job seekers in 2014 primary teachers recruitment board. Therefore they appeared for exams, they appeared for interviews, but they never got their job, they never got their recruitment, they never got their letter of recruitment. Therefore they are on the streets, they are demanding jobs and they are demanding a fair recruitment on the streets of Kolkata. And directly police has been trying to detain other job seekers as well when they have protested. And now we see in Excidemore in Robindra Sadan metro station, just in front of that area, these job seekers are now being detained by the police. That's what we are seeing, live visuals.
Right, and Kishan, this is the mega showdown we are seeing. We're seeing in West Bengal back-to-back protests. Students seeking employment in nursing and health departments of West Bengal. They see a massive protest just a short while back. So we are seeing a lot of anger right now against the Mamata Banerjee government. Kishan.
Well, exactly. Mamata Banerjee's government we saw previously was connected to various scams, including the minister who himself was looking over the education department, the higher education minister Partho Chatterjee. He's behind bars now, and he's in the jails now, and interrogation is all going on. And Partho Chatterjee's close aide Orpita Mukherjee has been also interrogated by the police. She's also in jail, and we have seen how a huge amount of money was recovered, and all these scams directly is connected to all these job scams, all these recruitment board scams. And these students, these job seekers, these future teachers are demanding that now it is high time that they get their jobs. Now it is high time that a fair recruitment process is being put in place. They are demanding that whoever has been appearing for exams, whoever has been appearing for interviews, they should be now getting their recruitment letters. They should be now being called for interviews of their jobs. And this is 2014 job seekers, primary job seekers. They have appeared for their 2014 primary job teachers job exams, but still they have not got their jobs. And who got their jobs? As you rightly pointed out, the people who paid bribes, the people who were connected to the ministers, the people who were close to the ruling party, they got their jobs. However, all these common students, common job seekers, they are still out in the street, they are still without jobs, they are still jobless, and they are still fighting for their rights, for the jobs they want, and they are demanding their jobs on the streets of Kolkata. However, the whole protest turned violent when the police started detaining them using force, and one of them is gravely injured that we can see on screen, and many of them are being detained and taken away in prison vans. So discontent again, Mamata Banerjee government. Directly we can see on screens for our visuals, live visuals from Kolkata, dramatic protest against the government, demanding jobs here in Kolkata, education department here in West Bengal, which is deeply rooted in scams since last few years, and now it is high time that they get their jobs. That is what they are demanding. Back to the studio.
Right, and Kishore, it's very important to tell our viewers as well, if you could also tell our viewers more on this. Former State Primary Education Board Chairman Manik Bhattacharya was arrested by the ED on October 11th in connection with the alleged irregularities in the recruitment process of primary teachers in the state. So we are seeing back-to-back arrests, we are seeing that as well. Questioning is happening, but the question is, and if you could tell our viewers that, why has there been no action on it yet, Kishore, when it comes to the protesters' demands being met, and also when it comes to jobs and employment opportunities?
Well, Shivangi, extremely correctly put. Manik Bhattacharya, Partho Chatterjee, Orpita Mukherjee, Kalyanmoy Ganguly, Paresh Adhikari, several names, and all of them either ministers in the Trinamool Congress government or are in very high officials. Most of them are behind jail, behind bars in jails, and being interrogated by the different agencies like ED, CBI. All these agencies are interrogating them in connection to job scams, recruitment scams. There were people, there were ineligible candidates who did not even appear for the exams, but they got their jobs. But see these job seekers, but see these protesters. This is for our viewers. This is in the streets of Kolkata. These protesters, these job seekers, they have been on the streets since last 5-6 years and even more. They are demanding that they have appeared for the exams, they have applied for these jobs, they're eligible for these jobs. However, they did not get their jobs. They are out on the streets. Sometimes they are on, they are fasting, demanding their jobs. Sometimes they are lying on the streets. Sometimes they are knocking on the doors of the ministers, but nothing out of it yet. Partho Chatterjee behind jail, education minister, for taking bribe and money and in these scams which denied practically jobs to millions of eligible candidates, lakhs of eligible candidates, and now finally the job seekers are on the roads demanding their rights, demanding their jobs. However, the police is using all means to stop all these protests. The police is using all means in order to reduce these protests all over the city and the state, and they are using force at one hand. They are detaining these students, detaining these job seekers. They are taking them away in the prison vans. They are trying to detain all these protesters, and maybe later on they are leaving them. But for now, the prime aim of the police is to remove these job seekers and protesters from all these locations where they are protesting, and therefore subduing the voice of these protesters and subduing their demand for jobs. Therefore, Trinamool Congress government, the Mamata Banerjee government, at one hand deeply rooted in corruption, in different allegations. We have seen the allegation of Partho Chatterjee where he was arrested, and now we see that these job seekers who are protesting being subdued by the police department in order to remove them from all these locations. They were protesting in a very important location near Robindra Sadan, which is in the heart of the city of Calcutta.
Hold on for a second. Stay with us. You're getting us all the updates. I'm being joined by Priyanka Tibrewal, BJP leader, on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. What is your first reaction coming in? Lot of anger on the roads of Kolkata, protests over corruption in Bengal recruitment.
A shameless, bankrupt government who is responsible for this bankruptcy by themselves because they have looted the people here. The leaders of this government, the ministers of this government are involved in various scams. They have also looted money from these students and these job seekers who had passed the exam. They had cleared the interview, but jobs were not given to them. Rather, it was given to those who paid money. And now when they are claiming to get back their jobs, they are being arrested by the police. They are being tortured by the police administration on the behest of this government, because this government wants to show a picture that everything is spick and span here and there is no problem in West Bengal. But it is vice versa. Nothing is at its place. Complete, administration is a failure here. No law and order situation. And this government, how blatantly they are, coming in front of people and saying that we are the best government.
Right. And Priyanka Tibrewal, we have seen the BJP holding many protests in West Bengal. They're asking for action. They're asking for justice. What are top demands that the BJP has right now? What do they want the Mamata government to do at this point of time?
I say forget the demands of the BJP. I say there is no politicization in these job seekers seeking their jobs. But forget any kind of politics behind this. What is the current scenario is that these people should be given jobs. Because this government, when they came to power, they said that every year there will be these exams and they will be given jobs. But after their coming, this has not happened. The exams have taken place only thrice, and that also none of them were recruited. So this government is a complete failure. That is what I need to say. Forget what the BJP is saying. It is what the people of Bengal are saying. That what has this government done in so many years? We have seen only scams after scams after scams. Right. And now, look at the veracity of the scam, that all the ministers involved are in jail. The entire education department of the West Bengal government is in the jail. And how blatantly and shamelessly Mamata Banerjee faces people. And they say that they will bring out a new Trinamool. That is another shameless fellow, Abhishek Banerjee, who says this.
Right. Well, thank you, Priyanka Tibrewal, for joining us on the phone line. So these are the visuals we're getting for you right now, viewers.
Exactly. Right now, what we see on our screens for our viewers, live visuals from Kolkata streets near Exide Crossing, which is one of the most important locations here in the city. What we see, I wonder if still Priyanka Tibrewal is with us.
All right, Kishile, thank you so much for getting those details. We are giving our viewers all the details, and Kishile is helping us understand what's happening there in Kolkata. Complete mayhem amid protest in Kolkata, where several job aspirants are injured amid protest, and they have also been detained. Thank you, Kishile, for joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, it's time for Superfast 50. Let's get started. Days before the assembly elections in the Himachal Pradesh, BJP deploys top guns for campaign. PM Modi addresses 2 rallies across the state.
संकल्प लेने के लिए, इतना अच्छा घोषणा पत्र बनाने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता। हिमाचल भाजपा के 11 शुभ संकल्प यहां के विकास को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे।
PM Modi launched a big political attack on the Congress from his rally in Sujanpur. PM said that the BJP works for the people, while Congress works for the Gandhi family.
जो भी साथी जुड़े हैं, उनका हर बुनियादी चीज के लिए तरसा दिया था। वहीं भाजपा है जिसने हिमाचल के हर घर को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए दिन रात ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया है।
In another attack on the Congress, PM Modi has said that the Congress has betrayed and broken the trust of people of Himachal.
और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा। यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते।
Well, campaigning in the poll-born Himachal Pradesh now, Union Minister Anurag Thakur said that double-engine government is effective for the state.
हिमाचल प्रदेश को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा दिलवाया, लेकिन जैसे ही डबल इंजन की सरकार गई प्रदेश में चले गई, देश में चले गई, तो क्या हुआ? हिमाचल का औद्योगिक पैकेज 10 साल से कम करके 4 साल कर दिया।
3 days to go for Himachal elections now, and poster war is broken out in the state. BJP posters and counter posters were spotted in Shimla. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls now, Congress has faced another jolt in the state. Congress MLA from the constituency Bagha Barar has now tendered his resignation from all posts of Congress. BJP Central Election Committee will hold a key meeting on the Gujarat polls. The top BJP leaders will now debate and deliberate about the candidates for Gujarat Assembly polls. Ahead of today's CEC meet, BJP State President C.R. Patil and CM Bhupendra Patel has held a separate meeting. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud now takes over as the 50th Chief Justice of India, succeeding Justice U.U. Lalit for a tenure of 2 years. He was administered the oath of office by President Draupadi Murmu at a ceremony in Rashtrapati Bhavan.
सामान्य नागरिक की सेवा करना ये मेरी प्रायोरिटी है। अब आप आगे देखते रहिए, कार्य से हम सारे भारत के सारे नागरिकों के लिए कार्य करेंगे, चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी में हो, चाहे रजिस्ट्री के रिफॉर्म में हो, जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म्स में हो, हर चीज़ में नागरिक का हम ध्यान रखेंगे।
Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's legal advisor, Advocate K. Jaju Babu, and Counsel for Chancellor, Advocate U. Vijay Lakshmi, has now tendered his resignation. After his resignation, the Raj Bhavan took in Dr. S. Gopakumar as a new counsel to the Kerala Governor's office. A wall of waste fell due to high accumulation of landfill sites near Ghazipur, which are polluting waters bodies in Delhi. Manish Sisodia hopes to get the landslides and the sites there cleaned by this week and asked for a complaint to be filed against the municipal body and the officers in charge. An earthquake of magnitude 6.3 on the Richter scale was felt, whose epicenter, according to the National Center of Seismology, was in Nepal. The locals in the national capital who felt the earthquake tremors in the city of Delhi recounted their experiences of the jolt they face. According to the authorities, death toll has risen to 6 in the earthquake. The Aam Aadmi Party released a list of star campaigners for the upcoming assembly polls in Gujarat, where the party is looking to take on the ruling BJP. Big names of the party, including Delhi CM and party's Supremo Arvind Kejriwal, his deputy in the Delhi government Manish Sisodia, and Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann are among the star campaigners of the party. Karnataka CM Basavaraj Bommai has said that the government has decided to implement the railway project, for which the state administration will give its share of 600 crore rupees. Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar flagged off voters awareness bicycle rally at the Shiv Chhatrapati Sports Complex in Pune in Maharashtra this morning. The event saw the participation of enthusiastic cyclists. A vehicle travelling from Dora to Kishwar fell down into the Chenab. It's reported that 4 to 5 people travelled in the vehicle. The former Jammu Kashmir CM Ghulam Nabi Azad was travelling via the same route when the accident happened. He stopped his cavalcade for a while till the time police and other agencies reached the spot. Sheikh Ragi opposes former Madhya Pradesh CM Kamal Nath's presence at Guru Nanak Jayanti celebrations at Khalsa College in Indore. He lashed out against the owner of 1984 rights accused and vowed not to visit Indore again. Karnataka High Court set aside a lower court order blocking Twitter handles of the Congress and the Bharat Jodo Yatra over copyright infringement. The order is subject to the Congress removing the offending content before noon. 2 people hailing from Mizoram were arrested in Tripura, Sagartala with the fake Indian currency of 1.21 lakh rupees, which was purportedly printed outside the country. Union Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia on Tuesday said that he has tested positive for COVID. In a tweet, the minister said that he got tested for COVID on the advice of doctors and reports have come positive. He has also asked everyone who came in contact with him in the last few days to get themselves tested. The idol wing of CID seized 3 antique idols from a German national residence in Puducherry after receiving information that Popo Pingala, German national, has been in the possession of 3 antique idols, as the IWCID immediately conducted searches. A constitution bench of the Supreme Court defers for November 24th for hearing the pleas challenging the centre's decision to demonetize currency notes of Rs 500 and 1,000 into 2016. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh addressed the ongoing Army Commanders Conference held in Delhi. During this, Army's top brass discussed current and emerging security threats, transformation and increasing induction of maiden weapon systems in force. BJP core group meeting regarding Delhi MCD elections concluded at the residence of party chief JP Nadda. Congress MLA from the Talala constituency in Gujarat, Bagha Barad, has now tendered his resignation from all posts of in the Congress to the Governor, Acharya Devrat. Pakistani drone shot down in Firozpur by BSF. The drone entered into the Indian territory at around 11:25 p.m. last night. It was identified as a hexacopter drone and is the 4th Pakistani drone shot down in Punjab border in 1 month. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a high-level meeting of Intelligence Bureau officers across the country in the national capital to assess the internal security situation in the country. Threats of terrorism and the need for coordination are top priorities among central and state agencies. Massive protest conducted by BJP in the Belagavi against Satish Jarkiholi anti-Hindu statement. MLA Sasikala now leading the protest, and BJP workers smear black ink on Satish Jarkiholi's posters demanding an apology for hurting Hindu sentiments and faith. Former Karnataka CM Yediyurappa has hit out at Jarkiholi as he insulted sentiments of Hindus and described to disrespect the religious faith, whereas Yediyurappa also demanded an unconditional apology from Satish Jarkiholi. Massive protest by BJP workers against Congress leader and Rahul Gandhi's right-hand man Satish Jarkiholi for issuing anti-Hindu abuse. Massive protest conducted by BJP in Belagavi against Satish Jarkiholi's anti-Hindu statement. MLA Sasikala leads protests, and BJP workers smear black ink on Satish Jarkiholi's posters demanding an apology for hurting Hindu sentiments and faith. Meenakshi Lekhi attacks Aam Aadmi Party government for false promises and made for clean air, but in spite offered the smoke tower would be built, but none of the promises were fulfilled. Republican Ohio Governor Mike DeWine has won a second term in a race for the state's chief executive slot against challenger Nan Whaley, a Democrat who had hoped to regain a seat last won by her party 16 years ago. Democrat Becca Balint has won the race for Vermont's lone seat in the U.S. House, becoming the first woman and the first openly gay person to represent the state in Congress. Former U.S. President Donald Trump has celebrated the apparent electoral success of some of the candidates he had supported in the midterm elections. Trump says of some races which are hot and heavy, but publicly ran through a list of Republican candidates ahead as ballots continue to be counted. U.S. midterm elections held every 4 years at the midpoint of each presidential term, and this year include elections for all 435 seats in the House of Representatives, 35 of the 100 seats in the Senate, and 36 of the 50 state governors, as well as numerous other local seats, and ballot issues are under counting. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov discussed the special military operation with his Indian counterpart S. Jaishankar in Moscow today, during which Jaishankar has reiterated that India is interested in the oil and gas supplies from Russia.
Today, the world's third largest consumer of oil and gas, a consumer where the levels of income are not very high. It is our fundamental obligation to ensure that the Indian consumer has the best possible access on the most advantageous terms to international markets. And in that respect, quite honestly, we have seen that the India-Russia relationship has worked to advantage. So if it works to my advantage, I would like to keep that going.
U.S. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, while addressing the COP24 climate conference in Egypt, warned that loss and damage from global climate change can no longer be swept under the rug. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro singled out developed countries on Monday for their capitalism, telling the U.S. climate conference that their exploitation of the planet's resources was the cause of climate crisis. He went on to say that an indiscriminate exploitation of renewable and non-renewable resources was producing worsening environmental and social misery on the planetary scale. Polish President Andrzej Duda has said that a transition to a greener future was being made more difficult by Russia's war in Ukraine, and urged the international community to step up efforts to repeal it. He added that Russia's actions had generated additional emissions exceeding the level of those produced by a number of developing countries within the scope of 1 year. Many bank client data was published by the extortionists, including details of individuals' medical procedures after Australia's largest health insurer refused to pay a ransom for the personal records of almost 10 million current and former customers. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is a Medibank customer and has had personal data stolen. Welcomed the company's refusal to pay the hacker to have the records returned. Australia's Defence Minister said that he's ordered a review of Australian Defence Force policies in response to concerns that former military personnel have been approached to provide training to the Chinese People's Liberation Army. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomed Omani Foreign Minister at the State Department on Tuesday as they launch a new strategic dialogue between Oman and the U.S. for greater cooperation on regional issues. Dominic Stricker beat Jack Ripper 4-3 in his opening match at the Next Gen ATP Finals in Milan, and the victory was the third top 50 win in as many weeks for the world number 111. Hit 37 or 43 first serve points and registered 33 winners against just 4 unforced errors. A low start to cost Borussia Dortmund as they lost 2-0 at Wolfsburg, as Wolfsburg are now on the 8-game unbeaten run in the league and cup after a troubled start to the season. The 14th China International Aviation Aerospace Exhibition, also known as Airshows China, opened in Zhuhai City in Guangdong Province. The airshow scheduled for November 8 to 13 boasts an indoor exhibition area of 100,000 square meters as well as more than 100 airplanes displayed outdoor. England trained at Adelaide Oval ahead of their semi-final clash against India in ICC T20 World Cup. In Australia, Jos Buttler's side appear to have struck form at the right time, especially their star all-rounder Ben Stokes, as England qualified for the semi-finals. India's captain Rohit Sharma had an injury scare while batting in the nets at Adelaide Oval on Tuesday, 2 days ahead of the semi-final match in the ICC T20 World Cup against England. India to face England in the second semi-final of the T20 World Cup at the Adelaide Oval on Thursday. Real Madrid has lost for the first time in La Liga this season as Rayo Vallecano came from behind to beat them. The defeat meant La Liga and European champions Real missed the chance to return to the top of the table ahead of Barcelona, who remained 2 points clear after their 2-0 win at Almeria. Paul George scored 26 points and made the tie-breaking 3-point play with 37 seconds left after the Los Angeles Clippers rallied from a 13-point deficit in the final 5 minutes to snap the Cleveland Cavaliers' 8-game winning streak with a stunning 119-117 victory. Sadio Mane suffered an injury worry just 13 days before Senegal's opening Qatar World Cup match on Tuesday. Mane was forced to leave the pitch after 20 minutes of Bayern Munich 6-1 Bundesliga win over Werder Bremen. And Pep Guardiola has criticized the post-World Cup schedule that will see the last 16 rounds of the Carabao Cup played just a few days after the World Cup final. The World Cup fixtures are scheduled to take place in the week commencing 19 December as the final in Qatar is on Sunday 18th of December.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या?
आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result line. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll. The Republic PMark opinion poll. 7 p.m. onwards with Arnab on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnab.
Cut across to breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has moved Bombay High Court against the special PMLA court order granting bail to Sanjay Rao. ED is all set to mention the plea at 4:30 p.m. before Justice Bharti Dangre. This is in connection to the latest development where Sanjay Rao was granted bail today by a special court in a money laundering case. The court had on the 21st of October reserved its order on the bail petition after hearing arguments from both sides. Sanjay Rao, who was taken into custody by the ED on the 1st of August in connection with alleged irregularities in the redevelopment of a residential colony in Mumbai. And this is the latest input that is just coming in, that the ED moves Bombay High Court against the special PMLA court order where bail has been granted to Sanjay Rao. The Enforcement Directorate is all set to mention the plea at 4:30 p.m. in less than an hour from now before Justice Bharti Dangre. We're trying to get in touch with my colleague Alisha, who's tracking all the details. I believe she's already connected with us on the phone line. Alisha, what's the next move of the ED? How are they now going to oppose this bail?
Well, Suresh, you know that where the special PMLA court has already granted bail to Sanjay Rao on a surety bond of 2 lakh rupees. Moreover, it was also where the Enforcement Directorate, where the Additional Solicitor General Anil Singh, who was appearing on behalf of Enforcement Directorate, has requested the court to put a stay on the extension that to execute the bail that is given to the Sanjay Rao. But at 3 p.m., where the court has also rejected the application that was given by Enforcement Directorate, after which we know that Enforcement Directorate has already moved the Bombay High Court.
Challenging the order of the special PMLA court of granting bail to Sanjay Raut, and it is all set even to mention the plea that has been filed by Enforcement Directorate at 4:30 p.m. Before the Justice Bharti Dangre in Bombay High Court. So we will see what the arguments that is going to be put forward, because this is today is just a mentioning of the application that has been filed by ED. But later we'll see what the date will be given to the Enforcement Directorate to continue with the hearing, because here comes the Enforcement Directorate clearly mentioned even during the hearing, the bail plea that was bail hearing that was ongoing before the special PMLA court, mentioning that Sanjay Raut was something an influence person. The case which has been ongoing since 2018, he could hamper the evidence and that could really affect the case as well, which is why his bail should not be granted. But certain will know that it's just an the detailed order is yet to be come out on what basis or what reason where the bail has been granted to Sanjay Raut is yet to be seen. But there is an objectional part that has already been given, and where the bail has been granted. But here comes the Enforcement Directorate, who has already moved in another application before the Bombay High Court, challenging the order that was given by Special PML Court, and where it is going to mention the plea at 4:30 p.m.
All right, Anisha, we'll come back to you in a short while from now to get details as the story develops further. For the moment, we slip into a very short commercial break. Thank you for joining us. And yes, we're standing by for the largest non-stop live coverage on Republic, the opinion poll with Arnab Goswami at 7 p.m. Do stay tuned.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Awad is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Awad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया। क्या
हिमाचल के लोगों को एक बात हमेशा याद रखनी है, कांग्रेस को विकास के कार्यों से दुश्मनी है, इसलिए वो इन सारे कार्यों को रोकना चाहती है। 2014 से 2017 दिल्ली में हमारी सरकार बन चुकी थी, आप हमें आशीर्वाद दे चुके थे, लेकिन हिमाचल ने जितने रोड़े अटका सकते थे अटकाने की कोशिश की, ताकि दिल्ली से जो विकास का प्रवाह यहाँ आए वो हिमाचल में नहीं जाना चाहिए। उन्होंने हिमाचल का बुरा करने का काम किया। वो कहावत है ना, चल दे घराटा मंज गट्टा पाना। कांग्रेस भी हिमाचल में विकास के घराट की चक्की को रोकना चाहती, इसलिए वो पुराना राजनीतिक रिवाज बनाए रखना चाहती है।
With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as the BJP goes full swing on Congress's anti-Hindu abuse. Also, there's no end to politics over Supreme Court's EWS verdict as the DMK is now to file a review petition.
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live.
And cutting across to more breaking news coming in from the Punjab border, where border security forces have foiled narcotics smuggling bid by Pakistan. Details we are picking up as 3 kgs of heroin worth 15 crores were recovered. Those pictures on your screens of how Pakistan continues to push drugs on the Indian side, narcotics that were being smuggled, and that bid has been foiled by the BSF. A huge recovery that was made, 3 kgs of heroin that was recovered by the BSF, which is worth 15 crore rupees.
প্রচুর পুলিশ যেমন মোতায়েন করা রয়েছে, বাস আনা হচ্ছে এবং এখনো পর্যন্ত বেশ কয়েকজন চাকরি প্রার্থীরা অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন, তাদেরকে পুলিশ বাহিনী কিন্তু নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে হাসপাতালে।
So that was my colleague on the ground from Republic Bangla getting us details of the protests that are underway and have now taken a very chaotic turn in Kolkata. These are protests against the Mamata Banerjee government over the corruption in the Bengal recruitment, complete mayhem that is being witnessed on the ground. We'll try and cut across to my colleague who's catching all the live action of what is happening there and what the protesters are demanding. Several job aspirants who were also injured as a part of these protests over the massive storm that has evoked, where job seekers are now demanding justice. They are speaking against the Mamata government. Kishalay is joining us on the broadcast. Kishalay, what's the latest that's happening? We understand that it took a violent turn and many of those protesters who also stood injured. But how is the TMC now responding to it? How are they trying to take control of the situation?
Well, exactly. The protest started at Excite Crossing near Ravindra Sadan Metro Station, but also a part of the protesters reached in front of Abhishek Banerjee's house, and they were protesting right there at the spot of Abhishek Banerjee's house, and all of them are also being taken away in the prison vans in the bus that was being brought by Kolkata police, and all of them are detained. Most of them are detained and being taken away, and many of them are injured, as you rightly pointed out. All these job seekers, all these protesters are demanding just one thing: a fair recruitment policy, a fair way of recruitment, a fair way of recruiting the candidates who are eligible and rightful for what they are demanding. That's what they are demanding. However, we have seen in the past few years and past few months especially that because of deep-rooted scams, there has been different allegations of ministers of the Trinamool Congress government, ministers who are involved in scams, who denied in a way jobs to all these eligible candidates, and now they are right on the streets of Kolkata, in the heart of Kolkata, in Ravindra Sadan, demanding what they rightfully deserve, their jobs. 2014 primary teacher candidates, they are right now out on the streets. That's what we are showing our visuals, live visuals from Kolkata streets, dramatic protests of all these teachers, of all these job seekers who are seeking jobs in different education departments, especially in the primary teachers department. And some of them reached Abhishek Banerjee's house demanding that Abhishek Banerjee previously promised them that soon they will get their jobs, but they did not get their jobs. Therefore, they have come to Abhishek Banerjee's office, beg your pardon, not house but office. They have come to Abhishek Banerjee's office in order to seek their jobs, what they rightfully demand. However, Abhishek Banerjee did not respond. He did not come out. The police vans, the police personnel reached at the spot, and many of the protesters got injured because forcefully they were evicted from that particular location, and many of them were being taken away in buses and prison vans, and they are being taken away forcefully. We could see that the police were dragging all these job seekers, protesters.
All right, Kishale, we'll keep coming back to you. The situation is certainly getting intense, and we see how many of those protesters or job aspirants, so as to say, raising their voice against the Mamata government over the biasness, are now seeking justice. We'll come back to you after a very short break. Also, a quick check of the big stories we are tracking as the countdown has begun for the polls in Himachal Pradesh. 3 days to go. Massive campaigning is underway. And top brass of political parties in Himachal Pradesh are present. That includes Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who addressed a rally. He has one more to go.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theater and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था. आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई. This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Ward. He is not in fact responding to the questions.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with
हैरान रह जाओगे कि 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन की वजह से अब तक लगभग 60,000 करोड़ रुपया देश भर के हमारे फौजी परिवारों के खाते में गए हैं और ये अतिरिक्त राशि गई है। और साथियों, आपको ये भी नहीं भूलना है कि यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता आर्मी चीफ का अपमान करते हैं, फौज के लोगों की तुलना गुंडों से करते हैं। यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सवाल उठाते हैं, हमारे वीर बेटे बेटियों के शौर्य को कटघरे में खड़ा करते हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा की सरकार के लिए देश की सुरक्षा और सैनिकों की सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है। इसलिए आज देश में ही आधुनिक अस्त्र शस्त्र निर्माण किया जा रहा है। कांग्रेस ने रक्षा घोटालों का जो तौर तरीका बना दिया था, उसको बदला गया है।
Stepping into a very short commercial break, a quick check of the big stories we are tracking back to back. 2 Vadra Congress leaders indulge in Hindu hate abuse. BJP hits out. And the countdown has begun for the polls in Himachal Pradesh. 3 days to go as massive campaigning is underway.
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या? आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Saabin obviously had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
Number one news channel Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, and do not miss the special coverage today at 7 p.m. India's biggest opinion poll with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. But first, the headlines we're tracking right now at 4 p.m. Countdown for Himachal Pradesh, 3 days to go. Massive campaigning underway. Top brass of political parties deployed in Himachal Pradesh. The Prime Minister leads the BJP campaigning. Prime Minister launches attack on Congress over neglect of the security forces. Largest election coverage on Republic. Stay tuned for special opinion poll broadcast at 7 p.m. Back to back, two Vadra Congress leaders indulge in Hindu hate abuse. BJP hits out. No end to politics over Supreme Court's EWS verdict. DMK to file review petition. Alright viewers, getting some breaking updates coming in. This is coming out from West Bengal. The job seekers are staging protests in Kolkata against Mamata Banerjee government. The visuals on your screen as well. Massive anger on the streets of Kolkata. Protests near Abhishek Banerjee's office as well. Back-to-back protest showdown happening in Kolkata and West Bengal. Let's go straight to Kishale in a Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishale, we are seeing dramatic escalation outside Abhishek's office right now. Take us to the details and what our viewers are seeing on the screen right now as anger builds against the Mamata Banerjee government.
Well, Shivangi, this is directly from in front of Abhishek Banerjee's office at Kamak Street and the adjoining areas like Ravindra Sadan Metro Station and Excite Crossing. The protesters first reached Excite Crossing near Ravindra Sadan Metro Station, and the police detained many of these protesters and the police took them away in prison vans. However, a part of these protesters reached Abhishek Banerjee's office. Just in front of the office, they were protesting and demanding for their rightful jobs. We saw previously, Shivangi, that Abhishek Banerjee had a meeting with some of these job seekers, some of these protesters a few months back, and he promised them that there'll be action taken by the government, the state government. However, he's not a part of the government. He said that he will be ensuring that some action is being taken. However, today the 2014 primary teachers candidates, they were protesting and they reached Abhishek Banerjee's office and they were demanding that Abhishek Banerjee should meet them and should talk to them and should give them assurance that they will be getting their job that they deserve, that they rightfully deserve, because they have gone through the process of appearing for the interviews and exams. However, they did not get jobs because of the widespread scam, especially in the education department that we saw previously. In the same case, Partho Chatterjee was arrested, and also Orpita Mukherjee's house, we saw Partho's closet, how a huge amount of money was recovered. However, these job seekers, when they reached at that particular location, there was a huge deployment of police force and security force who forced them inside buses, inside prison vans, and they were being taken away, their voice being subdued. They were taken away in front of, just from the location of in front of Abhishek Banerjee's office, and they were taken away to police stations. And in the whole process, many of the job seekers and protesters were injured. They were injured in a way that blood was oozing out of one person's head. That's what we saw on air live from Kolkata, and many of them were being forcefully dragged from through the streets and being taken away because they did not want to go. They wanted to stage a sit-in protest and meet Abhishek Banerjee finally to speak to him and demand jobs. This is the present situation live for our viewers, Shivangi, that Kolkata streets have turned into practically a demonstration spot where all these job seekers are demonstrating at various locations, multiple locations. Since morning we saw there has been protests in Salt Lake area, Korunamoi. There has been protests in Toliganj area in front of PSC Bhavan, Public Service Commission Bhavan of the West Bengal government. And now we have seen there has been protests at Excite Crossing, at Ravindra Sadan Metro Station, and now we saw the protest in front of Abhishek Banerjee's house. But all these protests, the demand is one, the rightful demand for jobs from these job seekers who are speaking in one voice. However, they have applied for different positions, different posts, different departments. However, the demand for one thing, jobs, and that's what we are seeing.
Right. And Kishore, behind me, and for our viewers as well, our viewers can see the visuals, the kind of anger on the streets of Kolkata, the kind of anger that we see here, because, you know, the kind of scam, the SSC scam, the recruitment scam, when it comes to people who deserve those jobs not getting it, and jobs are being given for money. That was a big scam which had come out, and visuals on the screen. Now, what you see right now are the present day of today's situation. Today's situation is protest near Abhishek Banerjee's office. Several job aspirants are injured in these protests. You can see how the police is trying to pick them up. They're forcefully picking up these protesters from the roads. Many of the protesters have been detained as well. Oh, Kishore, can you come back with us right now? Kishore, please come back with us. And let's talk a little bit about the kind of pressure the Mamata government is facing right now, Kishore. Because a lot of demand, not just from the job seekers, but also the BJP saying that this is about justice, this is about making sure that corruption ends in the state government.
Well, Shivangi, absolutely, rightly put. We saw that Partho Chatterjee, Mamata Banerjee's government strongman, a very important person, was arrested. Later on, Onubroto was arrested in a different case, cattle smuggling case, coal smuggling case, all of these haunting Mamata Banerjee's government, haunting like anything. However, these protests on the streets of Kolkata almost every day reminds this government of all the scams that has been happening in the last few years since this government has come into power, especially after Partho Chatterjee was arrested. There was a protest for a long time, almost 1 year or more than that, in Karunamai Salt Lake. All these protesters were removed a few days back, and the police said that this is because of the security reasons, and the police said that this is under instructions of the government. When these protesters were removed, we saw that there were further escalation in protests, and there were an increase in the number of pockets where the protests were happening. There were different pockets of protests. So at one hand, as you rightly pointed out, the scams, the SSC scam, the recruitment scam, the coal scam, the other scams, the cattle smuggling scam, all these scams, and many of Mamata Banerjee's strongmen, many of the important persons in our government and in our party in jail, behind bars, being asked questions by the different agencies like CBI, ED, and on the other hand, all these protests almost every day turning violent, clashes with the police, the protesters being bloodshed. We saw today that blood was oozing out of one of the protesters' forehead. All these visuals coming directly from Kolkata every day, of course, haunts our government and reminds this government of all the corruptions that has happened in the past few years. Of course, we are keeping a track from Republic on every move that is being done. Exactly, we are keeping a track, Shivangi.
Right. Well, thank you, Kishore, for getting us all the details. Kishore is getting us the top details from our Republic Bangla newsroom, where right now a lot of anger on the streets of Kolkata, job aspirants wanting justice, wanting that they should get jobs on merit and not giving money and not on the plank of corruption. Well, Kishore, thank you for getting us all those details. And as you can see, viewers, right now the protests are continuing. Police are detaining the protesters as well, and some of the protesters are also being injured. But let's move on to the other story right now. Big row has erupted after some Congress leaders have made anti-Hindu statements. Now, as Congress leaders get embroiled in back-to-back, I repeat, back-to-back Hindu abuse controversy, there's no apology or remorse from the party. There has been, in fact, no apology from Satish Jarkioli. He has said he will not apologize. What he said is correct. What he said is correct. That's the stand that he is holding right now. But, of course, a lot of protests against him. The BJP demanding his resignation at this point of time. Now, a comment has come, the big update, a comment has come from Priyank Kharge, who says the BJP is making a big issue of it. Let's play out that comment by Priyank Kharge.
सतीश जारकिहोली ने साहब ने बहुत क्लियरली बोला है कि जो मेरे अध्ययन से किया हुआ जो बातें हैं उसको मैं सामने रख रहा हूँ। अगर इसमें कुछ खामियां हैं और इसमें कुछ झूठ है तो उसके लिए उसके लिए आप चर्चा के लिए आए बुला रहे बीजेपी वालों को। और वेरी क्लियरली उन्होंने बोला है कि ये मेरा जाती कमेंट है, ये मेरा पर्सनल कमेंट है, इससे और पार्टी के से को नाता नहीं है करके ऑलरेडी बोले हैं। तो बीजेपी वाले क्या कर रहे हैं, अभी प्रोटेस्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं? वो जाके चर्चा करना चाहिए ना सतीश जी के पास। अगर वो इतना कॉन्फिडेंट है कि जो सतीश जी ने बोला वो ठीक नहीं है तो उनके साथ चर्चा कीजिए, वो तो रेडी है।
अत्यंत कष्ट का विषय है कि भारत की स्वतंत्रता के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में यह कितना विष भरा हुआ है। ये सेकुलर राजनीति के जो प्रवर्तक हैं, चाहे वो सबसे पुराने हों या सबसे नए हों, उनकी फितरत नहीं बदली है। फितरत केवल यह है कि सेकुलरिज्म का अर्थ हिंदू धर्म के प्रति घृणा और अपमान के भाव की अभिव्यक्ति करना। और अधिक दुख का विषय यह है कि वह संस्कृति जिसके लिए देश ही नहीं विदेश में क्या कुछ कहा जाता है। मैं कांग्रेस के नेताओं से कहना चाहूंगा, साहब आपकी अध्यक्ष रही हैं एनी बेसेंट, उन्होंने हिंदू धर्म के बारे में क्या कहा है? उन्होंने कहा सच ए फिलॉसफिक, सच ए साइंटिफिक, सच ए स्पिरिचुअल, द डीप यू गो, द डीप यू लव।
Okay, let's go ahead to Shehzad Poonawala. Shehzad Poonawala is joining us on the phone line as the BJP spokesperson. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Poonawala. Now, what is the first reaction? Now, we're seeing that Congress leaders are not apologizing. Instead, they're trivializing the issue. They're saying it's not even a big issue for the Congress.
कांग्रेस का एक ही चरित्र रहा है, हिंदुओं को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली। एंड व्हेन दे सॉ दैट आम आदमी पार्टी गोपाल इटालिया, राजेंद्र पाल आर लीडिंग इन द रेस ऑफ तुष्टीकरण का भाईजान, दे सेड हमको भी चलाना है वोट बैंक की दुकान। तो दे स्टार्टेड अब्यूजिंग एंड डूइंग अपमान ऑफ हिंदूज। नाउ दे फर्स्ट रिलीज्ड मिस्टर ओल्ड गृह मंत्री ऑफ देश शिवराज पाटिल हु सेड गीता जी लाइक यार। देन दे रिलीज सतीश जारकीहोली एंड नाउ दे हैव रिलीज छत्तीसगढ़ मेयर।
All right, viewers, getting some big breaking right now. What we can tell you is that Nirav Modi is going to be extradited. Nirav Modi to be extradited. Big news coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. This is a big update we're getting for you. Where we are learning so far is that Nirav Modi will be extradited. This is a especially significant story right now because we have been waiting, in fact, for such kind of news on the extradition. So, but this is a big story, a big breaking coming in. Nirav Modi will be extradited. Remember that for the past 1 month, the High Court in London had held that since India is a friendly foreign power, the UK must not pick holes in the assurances by the Indian government that Nirav Modi will be provided with adequate medical assistance. A lot of pleas and hearings were going on, but now we are hearing so far is that Nirav Modi will be extradited. And this is the big breaking we're getting for you right now on Republic TV. This case has been happening for a while right now, to and fro, because Nirav Modi is a diamond merchant who was facing charges of fraud and money laundering in India in connection with the Punjab National Bank scam of approximately $1.5 billion. And remember, Nirav Modi had fled India when the PNB scam was unearthed and a multi-agency probe had begun. This is a big victory for India as well, when Nirav Modi will now be extradited. He has in fact, this will be a big win. It's a big win for India as well, a big victory for India, and a big win also coming in for the Modi government. Remember that this case has been going on for quite some time right now, where a lot of hearings have been taking place, back and forth hearings have been taking place, and in fact, the 51-year-old diamond merchant's defense team had claimed that the depression that Modi is having could worsen with its extradition. So a lot of things were happening. There was the defense team of Modi as well saying that if Modi if he's extradited, then things could go worse for him mentally. Lot of arguments in court. Let's go to Abhishek Kapoor. Right now, senior executive editor. Abhishek, this is a big win for India, a big victory, and Nirav Modi will be extradited. A lot of to and fro happened in the courts as well earlier.
The state of parliamentary, Nirav Modi has in fact lost the appeal at the UK High Court. Remember, just yesterday we had Sanjay Bhandari's petition being rejected and that he is to be extradited now. And now we are hearing that Nirav Modi, whose extradition is pending, in fact, and even the UK's foreign secretary had clearly allowed his extradition. This was about a couple of years back. Remember, Nirav Modi remains in jail, and he in UK, of course, and now at the second level of appeal, he has, I think, one more appeal left. Maybe Rhythm, if he joins, can tell us better. But as I understand it, there is one more level of appeal which goes to the House of Lords, I believe, is available to the fugitive of law. So far as India is concerned, he is accused in the PNB bank scam case. Both CBI and the ED after him. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has confiscated around 39 properties of Nirav Modi, worth about 500 crore rupees. And he's also wanted, of course, in the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act, which is of 2018. So Nirav Modi there now, essentially doors closing on him. One more option of appeal available, but after which, obviously, since there is already a clearance from the UK Foreign Office, Nirav Modi would get extradited to India and would be subject to Indian laws and Indian due process of law as and when he comes. So there were issues which were raised by Nirav Modi's legal team about how his human rights would get impacted if he's in an Indian jail, to which videos were presented on, of the jail cells under at the central prison in Mumbai, and where Nirav Modi would be kept with all the facilities. So I think a big development, big move, and of course a big victory for Indian agencies and the government of India to getting Nirav Modi extradited.
All right. Let's just go to Rhythm Bhardwaj, an executive editor, legal. Rhythm, this is a very big win. Nirav Modi to be extradited after a lot of to and fro, a lot of hearings in court. Please take our viewers through all the details.
Money laundering is what Nirav Modi had been wanted for. What a big victory for our agencies. What a big victory for the Narendra Modi government, viewers. Sanjay Bhandari a few days ago, and now the fugitive Nirav Modi, who had appealed in the High Court, loses his appeal before the High Court and is going to be extradited. What does this mean? The fugitive economic offender lost his appeal. It was on the basis of fraud and money laundering, and today is going to first be seen as a big victory for India. Why are we saying this? Because we've seen after Vijay Mallya, then we went across to Sanjay Bhandari, and today Nirav Modi. This is a succession of extradition that is coming through a fantastic diplomatic work by our government, including legal work, because let's face it, we were the only channel to have tracked Nirav Modi, whether it was when he was in Europe, whether it was Mehul Choksi. We were the only channel to first have interviewed him, who was also there, and there was also this entire case pending against him. But the focus today, I'm going to first talk about what the case against Nirav Modi was and why this is a big win. The High Court in London had heard the case of the Nirav Modi case for 3 long days. There was a lengthy exposition of the diplomatic assurances on mental health, indicated the court's judgment would be precedent setting. The focus had shifted from the actual case of fraud and money laundering to Nirav Modi saying whether his fragile mental health would be taken care of in India. There was also Helen Malcolm, who represented the Crown Prosecution Service, who remarked it's inconceivable that Nirav would have not stood trial in the UK based on this current situation, as both the sides had to convince the court on Modi's depression and how much he suffers. The arguments revolved around the theme of his mental health and his fear of being killed are not true, which is what the Crown Prosecution. Let me first go across to senior advocate KK Manan joining us on the phone line. Mr. Manan, diplomatically, legally, what a huge victory for India in the UK courts, because we tried to speak to Nirav, we spoke to his brother, we spoke to Mehul Choksi. They all try and run away by committing fraud in India, and one by one they're being brought back.
But I can say in one sentence, that is a big victory of the Indian government, Indian diplomacy, and moreover, Indian public. Indian democracy ultimately win in the another larger democracy in England, ultimately the public money may get back through when he will come to India.
Yes, and I also want to ask you, as one of the country's top law office, one of the country's top criminal lawyers, Mr. Manan, in the past we've seen a lot of people have been able to get away, but today Nirav also loses his appeal, clearly shows this government is going to get back these fraudsters.
You see that there is a difference between previous governments and the present government. Present government does not play loose in the court, whether in India or in abroad. Especially in extradition cases, you will find it another person that his relative will also come back, will be brought back in India, because our diplomacy and our top lawyers of the country who are pursuing the extradition matters in abroad, working diligently, hardworking, and the day is not far away when other person, Nirav Modi and Choksi, whatever Choksi, Nirav Modi and even Malia, all will be brought back, and you will find the day is not far away.
Yes, I also want to ask you one rather last question. All of them in the courts abroad, Mr. Manan, talk about depression, mental health. They also say Indian prison conditions are not good. But today it was a very proud moment for us when this hearing was going on in the UK court, and it's Lord Justice Stuart Smith who pointed out India is a friendly foreign power, numerous cases where people have been extradited. So to say that jail conditions are not good seems to be one of the basic things they say, and now it seems to be something that it's not going to hold true in UK courts.
They are not the VIPs, even whether VIP or a criminal, whatever, everybody, every citizen in India, whether outside the jail or inside the jail, or all are being treated equally. Even Indian jails are not, you can say, other people are not living here. Other prisoners are not living here. They are the special people sent by the God on the earth. And just they are playing ploy, nothing else. It will not work anymore now in abroad also.
Absolutely.
Even Mr. Malia also took time.
Absolutely. I thank you, Mr. Manan, for being with us. Absolutely truthful, as you're saying. Viewers, I just want to go across and give you details of what's been happening in the case, and we'll also get you more reactions coming in on the case. But first, the rather ridiculous stance of Nirav Modi before the UK courts, where he said his mental fragile health will be tampered in India. And then we saw the advocate for the Crown Prosecution Service, that is Helen Malcolm, who appeared for the Indian side, which is for the CPS, and said it's inconceivable that Modi would not have stood trial in the UK on these situations. In fact, there were two possibilities that he says there's a fear of him being killed. But at both the doctors had stated, and everyone stated, that he can also be treated for depression in India. There was Edward Fitzgerald, who argued in Modi's defense, said there were chances his condition would deteriorate. The court also took into consideration and took there were two psychiatrists also that the court heard their opinions, and Professor Fazal for the prosecution said he only has mild depression and expressed uncertainty. But these are details of today's order. I also want to go to the lower court, the UK court order, viewers, earlier, which had held him guilty for fraud. The PNB scam case, where it had actually been held guilty that his extradition should be there. Let me tell you what happened at that time. And a British court had reserved its judgment at the end of the hearing on whether there should. I'll just give you the details now. 51-year-old Nirav had told the court that he should not be extradited back in the 2 billion Punjab National Bank loan scam case. A two-judge panel continued to hear arguments on his so-called high risk of suicide, but after hearing everything, the court said no, he has to, on money laundering charges and other charges, be brought back to India. These mental health and human rights grounds will no longer hold true. This is also happening after earlier the Westminster Magistrate, he's been currently in in Wandsworth Prison in southwest London, and he says that he suffers from recurrent depressive disorder. Keeping all these things aside, the CPS said that the Darling dweller with celebrities on his arm has very serious charges on him involving the PNB's missing billions. I want to tell our viewers, as we putting forward this story, trying to get reactions and trying to get people, as Nirav Modi loses appeal. This is a case which established how India was asking for its millions back. The PNB scam case was first highlighted right here on Republic TV, and we tried to show focus on the unfolding of this scam which shocked people. People's livelihoods was lost, and now we are being told by the UK court, the Lord Justice Jeremy Stuart Smith and Justice J, who presided over the appeal, have stated that he shall be extradited back. Now to be extradited back, 3-day long arguments. I'm also trying to look at how there was earlier a big win for India, and the London court had earlier ruled that it is in July 28th that on money laundering charges he has to be booked. In fact, there was also the two High Court appeals judges, Justice Stuart Smith and Justice J, who were hearing the matter. This is a dramatic case in which both the judges said we are very concerned over the delays in the case. Nirav Modi, viewers remember, was arrested on March 20th, 2019. He's been in judicial remand in Wandsworth Prison for close to 3 years now, and well into being in his 4th year here. Now let me also tell our viewers that pressing ahead with the moves for an early ruling, the judges had now given out this order, and this is after 6 months from the hearing that came on 28 June, where the courts had stated that he has to be that there are two things that he's there for, that is money laundering and other cases. So since 2019, Nirav Modi has been in Wandsworth Prison, and now we have to see how soon he shall be extradited back. So coming from today's order, there is also a detail that in 14-day period they have Nirav Modi has only one last legal remedy, viewers, which is a 14-day period to appeal before a higher court. That is the last appeal he has. Let me first now go across to Subhash Jha, who's patched on the phone line with us. Mr. Jha, your first reaction, and India after Bhandari and Malia now gets Nirav Modi. It's a trio when once again the Narendra Modi government is able to deliver on its promise and have these people extradited. We're only waiting for how soon.
Yes, this is the first major victory, it can be said, for the government, that it has been able to get an order. But still long way to go. The order of the trial court will be, of course, appealed by him, by Nirav Modi, in the Superior Court, maybe the High Court, which is called the Royal Court of Justice there in England. So let us wait for the outcome. But yes, it's a victory for India for sure, that it has been able to get an order of extradition as against Nirav Modi after such a long pursuit. And the pursuit has been very long and hot as well. Over to you.
Yes. Mr. Jha, I also remember what happened in the PNB case when he ran away with our millions. Mehul Choksi also, had gone away. The PNB scam case, he was investigated in the 2 billion Punjab National Bank foreign fraud case. The Indian government wanted him for criminal conspiracy. This luxury diamond jeweler, the way he tried to cheat, corrupt, money laundering, fraud, embezzlement, and everything clearly shows that now it's time that India says we want our money back.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't think the government is leaving any stone unturned in their hot pursuit to get these fugitives back to India so that they face the trial in the country of their origin.
I also want to ask you about this rather ridiculous stance that Nirav Modi took before the High Court asking for repeal, Mr. Jha, where he says, I am depressed and therefore I believe I am having suicidal thoughts and that's the reason I should not be brought back to India. Let me actually, Mr. Jha, after you answer that, go across to our colleague Deepthi. Yes, Mr. Jha.
See, depression, who is not depressed today? Everybody is depressed and you're bound to be depressed if you are involved in this kind of a scam, which and the government is in hot pursuit of you. You are hiding, you have taken asylum in a foreign country, and India is leaving no stone unturned in its hot pursuit. So therefore, you are bound to be stressed. But stressed does not mean or does not entitle you for any relief, because if we start giving relief to an accused on the ground of he or she being stressed, then every accused will claim that he is stressed. You're bound to be stressed. You have committed a crime, and you must face the prosecution in the country where you have committed the crime. You can't take refuge under the pretext of you being stressed. You should have thought over it again and again before committing a crime of this magnitude.
All right, Mr. Jha, why don't you stay with us, Rhythm? Let's also get in Swapnil Kothari, who's been very patiently holding the phone line. Swapnil, good evening. How significant is this? Still some time till we have this man physically back in the country, but a significant move when it comes to the entire wheels of justice that have finally begun to move, and the agencies there putting an extremely watertight case, Swapnil, before the UK's courts. The reason why you have the High Court today dismissing his appeal on, grounds of depression.
The ground of depression itself is a very flimsy ground, and anybody having passed his law course will easily see through that, much less, or rather should I say much more than the High Court at the United Kingdom level. So as far as this aspect is concerned, Nirav Modi has lost all his arguments. He doesn't have any plausible legal arguments, cogent arguments to make before the court of law. And more so, rather than the legally succeeding, what is succeeding here is the diplomatic initiative which has been taken behind all this legal scenario, that the UK counterparts are now convinced by the Indian counterparts that the Indian legal system is a robust one. There is no question of any human rights violation. And more importantly, that when Nirav Modi lands here, he will face a process of fair trial. So that is what is most important and which is prevailing, as you have seen in the last 2-3 days. Even Mr. Sanjay Bhandari was given an extradition order. So you're seeing one after the other, all of these extradition orders will start taking place, because it's more so a success, not only of the Crown Prosecution Service, who are arguing on behalf of the Indian government before the UK courts, saying and presenting a very valid, cogent case, but it is more so the conviction with which they are arguing that the Indian system is possibly more robust than even the English one when it comes to certain aspects. So this is the way I view it. And to answer your question, whether it's still a long time, yes, it is a long time before, because he's a very powerful man. He's got enough, still possibly some aces up his sleeve to try, but I don't think those cards are going to work out well, because everything is going against him, Deepthi. And what's going to happen more so, very importantly, is that he's going to start losing all his appeals one after the other, including his possibly last jot attempt, which might be the asylum aspect, that I need to be given an asylum. Of course, for that, then the UK will...
And Swapnil, I was reading that to be able to reach the next stage of his appeal, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, then I'll also, in fact, get in Kapil Sankla. And Kapil, thank you. Good evening for joining us. But Swapnil, quick question to you before I go back to Kapil. I was reading, Swapnil, that it's not even easy now for him to approach the Supreme Court, because unlike here in India, in the UK, the Supreme Court listens to cases only of public interest, and clearly this does not fall in that category.
So what really does this then mean, Swapnil, going ahead for the man, or you still believe that there could be some ways through which he could be just buying time?
Whether it's in a public interest or not in a public interest is eventually for the UK courts to determine. And possibly they will get into that sort of an exercise where they will try to say that, okay, this is something, we have to determine at the end of the day. But whatever it is, whatever that they determine, whether it's the public interest or whether it's not in the public interest, they are definitely going to end up, Nirav Modi is going to end up losing all his counts right up to whatever level that he wants to go to and pursue his case. But I don't think that it's going to cut much ice with any of the courts, because when you've lost, especially 1 or 2 tiers now that you have lost, then, any other further tier that may exist or anything, even the asylum aspect or whatever that he will try the way Vijay Mallya is trying, I don't think that's going to work out. So, Deepthi, all of this is basically an exercise. And now more so, most importantly, we've got an Indian Prime Minister up at the top level in the United Kingdom. I would call him Indian. I would not call him British. I would call him with an Indian origin. Let's put it that way to be precise, politically precise. So he is going to be able to influence much better the entire judicial system in that sense, because obviously the judiciary cannot function totally independent of political, influence in some form or the other. So if he presents and says that, look, the Indian judicial system is much better and it is not something which you have to worry about. So obviously that echoes through the corridors of the UK courts, and which it has been echoing. So I see a great possibility of us succeeding in getting whoever we want back. But it's going to take a while. Because
and clearly a message there. Yes, it will. We've seen Vijay Mallya. We've seen how that case has moved. Just 2 days ago, 48 hours ago, Abhishek, Rhythm, we were breaking the story about, Sanjay Bhandari, who again is going to be extradited back to India. Today, you have the story of Nirav Modi, and it's clearly going to be Mehul Choksi next. Kapil Sankla, the UK court says extradition will not be unjust. The very fact, that you can manage an extradition from the UK, Kapil, everyone knows is a Herculean task. It isn't easy. The very fact that this case has reached where it has, Kapil, how important is it?
I think, as was said, this is truly a proud moment for us. They've been, past years of poor legal representation. I think the strategy that has been used in legal accumulation that has been fantastic. I remember this was, I think, in February 21, if I'm not mistaken. There was this question where challenge was made from the Westminster Magistrates Court in this matter, right? And at that time, we were resisting this argument and saying that, what has been done and what can be done, this will be challenged or not. The fantastic thing is that there have been consistently 2 orders in our favor, and that's actually a huge thing for any court. You see, what happens is that when you go to the Supreme Court, as you rightly said, that the Honorable Supreme Court there only look at matters which have point of view of law or public importance. So as far as public importance goes, this matter will not be admitted. The other is law. On the question of law, there are 2 orders or 2 judgments against this gentleman. So I don't think that this is now going to take a very, very long time, considering that the Supreme Court there expedites matters. It's not a very slow process there. And the order made by the Magistrates Court, I think the Westminster Magistrate Court, was also a very well-reasoned order. And this was also on the points where, it was argued that there is a political character to it, etc., etc. And none of those arguments cut any ice. They haven't cut any ice in the High Court as well. So I think it's a great, great movement for us. I think what has been done is fantastic. And I think that the test, so to say, the test of time has shown that the Westminster Magistrate Court has been allowed. The High Court has also passed an order in favor of that, and I think extradition is not so far away now.
Kapil, why don't you push that point a little further? Then we'll go back to both Abhishek and Rhythm. Help us understand what is the procedure like, because anyone who understands the law will be able to tell us that extradition from the UK, like I reiterated, is a Herculean task. It isn't easy. But the fact that you have Indian agencies that are putting out watertight cases Indian agencies, Kapil, again and again sending out that message that you can't be looting the country and believe that you can run away and be safe at another land.
So I think now what should be done is you can run away, but you cannot hide. So as far as the law is concerned, you see it's a very Herculean task. There was an extradition treaty that was signed in 1992, if I'm not mistaken, which was subsequently ratified. The extradition treaty basically stated that there are certain exceptions where the government there can choose cases of political character, issues pertaining to race, religion, nationality, there are cases pertaining to death penalty, etc. So the extradition act, which also came subsequently between India and UK, is very simple. If you seek an extradition, the government must send a request through the Ministry of Justice. This is Home Office there.
Okay. Kapil, we just have some trouble with your audio line, so we'll just reconnect with you because I think it's important to understand what happens from here on. We also have Dr. Subramaniam Swamy joining us right now here on Republic. Sir, thank you and good evening for speaking to us here on Republic. How do you respond to this, sir? You're looking at Vijay Mallya, who's lost all cases. He's yet to be extradited back to the country, but India has won that case. Then you have Sanjay Bhandari. Today, the news breaking that Nirav Modi is going to be next.
But he's not being extradited. They have dismissed that. They didn't agree with his claim that he was not in good health. But they said that we can't be unfair to you, and therefore they have not agreed to it. To his being extradited to India. In any case, you see, there are many appeals left over. And this is going on and on and on. Because I'm not sure that there's been a proper legal team which has handled this in seriousness, or maybe the instructions were not to bring them back because they never speak. They will say who got so much money from them. And that will be a great embarrassment to many people.
Okay. Dr. Swamy, thank you for being with us. We shall try and come back to you. But let's also tell our viewers what happened in the courts today, because this is going to be seen, as we say, drag Nirav back, the biggest victory for us. Nirav's fragile mental health is the biggest stand, viewers, that he had before the UK court. And now the state of prisons, lack of proper health care, under trial, slow judicial process is no longer going to hold true. Absolutely absurd that Nirav argued deeply before the High Court that he's depressed, and it's lousy that PNB fraud accused says high risk of suicide in India.
Yes, and Rhythm, I think that's the reason why that entire argument was thrown out. It was thrown out with the court saying that extradition at this point is not going to be unjust. But what's extremely important here is again and again to reiterate the direction that these cases are moving towards, Rhythm. And let's see if we can also get in Abhishek here. Because Abhishek, this is about the PNB scam. Likewise, the entire story of Vijay Mallya is something that a lot of people connected with. There were a lot of people here, his ex-employees who did not even get their salaries. And this man is having a, king-size life elsewhere. So the message that the government today is sending out is that we are watching you. We will ensure that you repay each and every penny that you owe to the country. And I remember the late Arun Jaitley actually saying this on the floor of the House.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, that is the reason why, Deepthi, that legislative changes were brought in, and the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act was brought in 2018 to make sure that a repeat of the likes of Vijay Mallya to Nirav Modi to Mehul Choksi to Sanjay Bhandari does not happen, and that India is armed to the teeth with law when it comes to dealing with the courts in these foreign jurisdictions. And that's something which is paying dividends in terms of, the minutiae. For example, in the case of Vijay Mallya, and Rhythm would know it, that when he said that, I can't live in a jail because my human rights are affected. And remember, in these extradition proceedings, the UK courts are guided by a dual criminal law system where whatever is crime in India is also supposed to be a crime in United Kingdom, and also has to, submit to the provisions of the European Human Rights Convention for a person to be extradited. So Vijay Mallya said, I can't live, my human rights get compromised if I live in Orthon Road jail. And that's when the undercell video was also sent by the CBI and played before the court to show that this is the condition in which Vijay Mallya would live. Similarly for Nirav Modi, the CBI, the ED, the agencies have presented before the court how these people would be submitted to the due process of law, and that's no different from what they are going through in the United Kingdom. Of course, there are still loopholes, and Rhythm can join me on that, because now, Nirav Modi has one more appeal left. He can go to the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. Also, like in the case of Mallya, we have seen, Deepthi, that Mallya, apart from the extradition proceedings, parallelly started a political asylum plea with the UK Home Department, and that's something which complicates things. In fact, this has cast a shadow on India's negotiations on free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, because we want mobility options, including extradition, on which the British are a little notorious. We have an extradition treaty with the British since 1993, and of the 28 odd requests made, I think 1 or 2 only have been acceded to, and only 1 or 2 extraditions made. So still some legal issues left, but it's a big development so far as the fight of Indian agencies to get these fugitive of economic offenders back to India is concerned. Deepthi.
Absolutely. Drag Nirav back. That is the hashtag. Abhishek and Rhythm, we are on top of that story. On the other side of this quick break, we come back with more reactions, and we tell you exactly how long before this man, this one who looted the country, is going to be dragged back. Not just that, also keeping our eye on domestic politics. Republic, your election news headquarters, is building up to that big election in the hill state of Himachal. And starting this evening, you are looking at the biggest coverage here on Republic.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Saudin obviously had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sip.
हिमाचल भाजपा को विकास का नया संकल्प लेने के लिए इतना अच्छा घोषणा पत्र बनाने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. हिमाचल भाजपा के 11 शुभ संकल्प यहां के विकास को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Awad is not in fact responding to the questions.
seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Saudin obviously had also been seated.
Jitendra Awad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करो, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा, यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते।
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या?
आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Awad is not in fact responding to the questions.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat.
And breaking news has just coming in. We are learning that the Facebook parent Meta has sacked about 11,000 employees. it has gone ahead to reduce its workforce by a whopping 13%. In fact, Mark Zuckerberg has written a note on the very same, and he says it is important right now to undergo these very difficult changes in Meta's history.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where obviously had also been featured.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? दिस इज द एनसीपी वर्कर हु वाज देयर विद जितेंद्र अवार्ड. इज नॉट इन फैक्ट.
कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल को हर बुनियादी चीज के लिए तरसा दिया था. वहीं भाजपा है जिसने हिमाचल के हर घर को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए दिन रात ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया है.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? दिस इज द एनसीपी वर्कर हु वाज देयर विद जितेंद्र अवार्ड. इज नॉट इन फैक्ट रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू द क्वेश्चन.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where obviously had also been featured.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie. Why don't you respond?
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna.
It's a big victory for India days after Sanjay Bhandari's extradition not from the UK court. Now Nirav Modi faces extradition.
इस बयान पर तथाकथित परम शिव भक्त हिंदू यानी जो कांग्रेस के चिर युवा नेता हैं उनका क्या कहना है?
Back to back, two Vadra Congress leaders indulge in Hindu hate abuse. BJP hits out. Countdown for Himachal Pradesh begins. 3 days to go. Massive campaigning is underway. Top brass of political parties deployed in Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP campaigning. Prime Minister launches attack on Congress over neglect of security forces. It is the largest election coverage on Republic. Stay tuned for special opinion poll broadcast at 7 p.m. Thank you for staying with Republic, and we continue to keep you up to speed with this latest detail that has just come in. It is certainly a big win for India because after Sanjay Bhandari, just 2 days after, is now Nirav Modi, who has lost his appeal against extradition in UK High Court. This is certainly coming in as big news because the court has ruled that extraditing Nirav Modi would not be unjust or oppressive. We understand how Nirav Modi had tried his level best from his lawyers, who had put out a string of reasons of why Nirav Modi should not face the law in India. But now this is certainly a big setback for the fugitive Diamond there, as the UK court has clearly said that extraditing Nirav Modi would not be unjust or oppressive. Nirav Modi, who is and must face the law in India after what he did with his uncle Mehul Choksi, 13,000 crores of fraud in the PNB bank fraud case, and he's escaped to the UK. He's been there since the last few years, but this is certainly about coming one step closer, where Nirav Modi must be brought back to India to face the law. It's coming in as a big win, as Nirav Modi has lost that appeal in UK court. He had appealed against being sent back to India to face trial in the massive fraud case linked to the Punjab National Bank, and now he's lost that appeal. Lord Justice Jeremy Stuart Smith and Justice Robert J., who heard the appeal earlier this year, delivered the verdict that allowed Nirav Modi's extradition to India. He had fled from India for cheating PNB for over 13,000 crores, and now, as the agencies put up a watertight case in the UK court, this is one step closer for Nirav Modi to be brought back in India to face the law. We continue to get you more voices to understand what due procedure will follow on the legal remedies that he may have, but most importantly, how the agencies are getting one step closer to bring back Nirav Modi to face the law in India, who had put up a string of reasons, several excuses, saying that he should not be brought back to India.
But this is the latest that is just coming in, and once again highlighting the intent of the government when it comes to these economic offenders who fled the country but must face trial. Vijay Mallya, Sanjay Bhandari, Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi of course next. And Nirav Modi's appeal has been dismissed after 3-day hearing. 3-day hearing where his lawyers had put out reasons to why he should not be brought back to India, but now the UK court making it amply clear that it would not be an unjust move. Lord Grammy Ranger is now joining us from UK. He'd be able to throw more light on how the case now moves forward. Lord Rami, really, your views on how the case is now proceeding, and with this latest development, how close is India when it comes to Nirav Modi's extradition?
Sadly, the line is very bad, but I can just barely hear you. But this is a very good move and good news for India and good news for Britain, that Britain cannot be a haven for fugitives, especially from India, because we are talking about free trade agreement that will put an end to all those criminals who escaped the United Kingdom, because the law system is so robust here that people get fair hearing. But this is why most of the Indian criminals who steal money from the poor people of India and end up in luxury apartment in United Kingdom. So I think we have been working very hard to stop this. I've been talking to the previous Home Secretary, Priti Patel, that we should not give them any asylum because they should face the justice. They have done wrong in a country and they have taken money from the banks and all the investors. So therefore it's a very good move. He will not have the appeal, he will not get the asylum. And not only him, there are quite a few other people also in the queue. I think, we have also been asking the government of India to tighten up the banks, lending of banks. I mean, most of the irresponsible banks have lent money to these people without due diligence, and this is the result we are facing. So I think the ongoing, we need to make sure that, there is a proverb, lock your door and don't call anyone a thief. We allowed these people to steal money from our banks and from investors. So I think this is a very good move, and this is a good signal for all those people who were thinking of doing just that.
Oh, certainly it is, Dr. Rami. And also, very important point here would be the cooperation that UK would lend to India at this point to ensure that Nirav Modi comes back to India to face the law. We understand the legalities that Nirav Modi can approach British Supreme Court against the High Court's order, but only if the High Court agrees that his case involves a point of law of general public importance. So coming back to you, Dr. Rami, on how the UK is going to support India in bringing back this economic offender.
I have already said to the current Home Secretary that we must not allow people to bring ill-gotten money to this country because they cannot add any value to our nation. They can only bring bad luck and bad activities here. And we have already stopped Russian coming into this country. Now Indians are quite a few of them here already. And we are going to make sure that the swift justice is meted out to them and they are sent back without giving them any right to go to court and try to get asylum or whatever. They claim that they won't get any free trial in India. This is all rubbish. India is a democratic country, judiciary is independent, they will get a fair hearing. So all those excuses they make to stay in this country in a very lavish style, I must say, you should come and see the way they live. Should be really put an end to this practice. So good news, good lesson for other people. It will set a precedent for other people not to venture into United Kingdom. It is no more a haven for them.
Absolutely. Dr. Rami Ranger, many thanks for speaking to Republic this evening.
Right.
I also want to cut across to my colleague Shavan Sen, who's been tracking this case very, very closely. And Shavan, talking about what are the options for his legal team at this point, because there is no clarity on what they plan to do next after today's setback. But like I was mentioning, that he can approach the Supreme Court. That is only if the High Court gives him a go-ahead, and that can be done only in the next 14 days. If that option is spent, then Nirav Modi is free to approach the European Court of Human Rights. But it really seems like these options are more or less exhausting for him.
Well, if you just take a look at what happened in the case of Vijay Mallya, that route is still open for Nirav Modi. In fact, what we are picking up as of now is that there is a 14-day time period that is given to Nirav Modi, where he can basically make an appeal against the extradition order that has been passed by the High Court. Now, this is the written appeal that was made by Nirav Modi. Now, he has to take the permission from the High Court in order to appeal before the Supreme Court. If you see what has happened in the case of Vijay Mallya, that was rejected. So, in all possibility, one is expecting that it would go through the same lines. If that option is not available, then of course the European court is also available before him. But remember, in the case of Vijay Mallya, what essentially happened is that he had also applied for political asylum. And that is something that the UK government does not really inform any of the agencies here in India, or for that matter the Indian government, whether at all they are considering the option of political asylum. Now that's something, I would say the dark area as far as the deals that happen in the United Kingdom. Whether at all he is going to apply for political asylum or any approach that he is going to take of that sort, one will have to wait and watch. Because remember, the legal team of Nirav Modi happens to be the same legal team of Vijay Mallya, and he's pretty much borrowed a leaf from the playbook of Vijay Mallya. But remember, the case is a little different. As far as Nirav Modi's case is concerned, both the agencies, the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate, have been very successful in convincing the Westminster Court and thereafter the High Court that there is a criminal angle attached to Nirav Modi. The very fact that they have been able to produce evidence on the table before the courts in United Kingdom, the fact that witnesses were being threatened by Nirav Modi and he was a flight risk, and that is exactly why, remember, no bail was granted by the UK court to Nirav Modi, unlike in the case of Sanjay Bhandari or for that matter even in Vijay Mallya. That is the reason why from the very day that he was arrested by the UK police, he has now been spending time behind bars. That is only because both the agencies have been able to convince that he is a flight risk. Secondly, the evidence that has been also produced by the investigative agencies through the Crown Prosecution Service is the fact that witnesses who were brought to Egypt by Nirav Modi were basically threatened, and they were basically asked to say that Nirav Modi was not responsible for any of it because there were other directors in the company. In fact, it turns out that this was a well thought out plan. Just before one of the managers of the Punjab National Bank, who was a co-conspirator in this particular case, was about to retire, Nirav Modi was very well aware that this is going to be out in the open, and that is exactly why what he essentially did was brought in 6 villagers from Gujarat who were made dummy directors of various companies. So he wanted to shift the blame to the dummy directors in this particular case. That is something that has been busted by the investigative agencies, and that hasn't really gone in favor of Nirav Modi. That is exactly why I'm saying that this case is in stark difference with that of Vijay Mallya. Vijay Mallya has been clever to, he's cleverly approached the UK government in terms of a political asylum, and he knows that it's the prerogative of the government and they need not inform the Indian government, and that is exactly why the Indian investigative agencies do find themselves in a dark spot when it comes to Vijay Mallya. But as far as Nirav Modi is concerned, they're supremely confident that in months to come there is a high possibility that he would be extradited to India. They've been able to convince the court that the jail conditions here in India is absolutely fine and it meets the international standards, and all legal remedies would be available before Nirav Modi, and that is exactly why it does appear, at least if you simply go by the court orders that have been passed by the Westminster Court and now by the UK High Court, it does appear that the courts are also convinced that all legal remedies would be given to Nirav Modi, and that is the reason why they feel that the extradition is not an unjust demand that has been made by the Indian agencies.
Absolutely, Shravan, and I once again want to quote what the UK court has said, because they've insisted that, and I quote, "We are far from satisfied that Nirav Modi's mental condition and the risk of suicide are such that it would be either unjust or oppressive to extradite him." So really, in terms of where the case stands in the UK court would have a bearing on these arguments in the Supreme Court if Nirav Modi's lawyers choose to do that. And really, all in all, of the watertight case that the ED has put up, like you said, that both the ED and CBI want him, and it has not been easy for all these years to continuously pursue the case, to build evidence and present it. But now really at a point, at a juncture where this case stands that extradition for Nirav Modi looks likely.
Well, as far as the Supreme Court option, yes, he does have that legal remedy. That perhaps is the last straw that he would be clutching on to at this stage. And this is something that is expected within the 14 days time period that has been granted to him by the court. He is going to exercise that last legal recourse. Whether at all the UK High Court allows that or not, that is something that one will have to wait and watch. What role does the Indian agencies play through the Crown Prosecution Service? The fact is that they are going to oppose it. Will that be an option available before the Crown Prosecution Service? It totally depends on the courts in United Kingdom. But yes, this is a long-drawn battle. The fact that the arrest, following the arrest that was made, there was a long-drawn battle in the Westminster Court. But what has certainly worked in the favour of the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation is that this was certainly a watertight case. And the fact that they did realize that if the courts understand that bail cannot be granted to him, because there is a high possibility that at the moment he steps out, he could actually influence the witnesses, and the witnesses in this particular case becomes extremely crucial for further investigation. Because if you take a look at all the charge sheets that have been filed so far, they say that this entire case is still pending because one of the main accused in this particular case hasn't been questioned. That happens to be none other than Nirav Modi and his uncle Mehul Choksi. So the fact that once he's brought back to India, the large part of this investigation would only be completed thereafter. What the agencies have done so far is that they've been able to at least trace the proceeds of crime. They've been able to attach properties of Nirav Modi as well as Mehul Choksi. Companies that have been linked to Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi have been identified, and the fact that they have been able to bring back large amount of money that was actually siphoned off by Nirav Modi and his uncle, defrauding Punjab National Bank and a consortium of banks through which they had actually got the loans, and they carried on with their operations for several years put together. They have also, the Indian investigative agencies have also realized what is it that works really in the UK court, and that is exactly why you're looking at the outcome that we are witnessing today.
Right. Shravan, I want to thank you for getting us all these details, and of course we keep our viewers on the top of this story as developments come in further. For the moment, we move on to other breaking news coming in. And well, as Congress leaders continue back-to-back Hindu abuse controversy, there is no apology or remorse from the party. In fact, now a comment coming from Priyank Kharge, who has said that BJP is making a big issue out of this entire matter. This is to distract attention, is what the BJP is intending. Listen in to that statement.
क्लियरली बोला है कि जो मेरे अध्ययन से किया हुआ जो बातें हैं उसको मैं सामने रख रहा हूँ। अगर इसमें कुछ खामियां हैं और इसमें कुछ झूठ है तो उसके लिए आप चर्चा के लिए आए बुला रहे बीजेपी वालों को। और वेरी क्लियरली उन्होंने बोला है कि ये मेरा ज़ाती कमेंट है, ये मेरा पर्सनल कमेंट है, इससे और पार्टी के से को नाता नहीं है करके ऑलरेडी बोले हैं। तो
बात में कोई दो मत नहीं है कि गुजरात भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास के विचार के साथ संपूर्ण रूप से खड़ी है। और इतना ही कह के मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करूंगा। और चूंकि ये बाइट था, ये आदान प्रदान का विषय नहीं है। जो भी प्रश्न उत्तर इत्यादि मैंने सभी प्रश्नों का बहुत ही विस्तार से जानकारी अपने कार्यक्रम में दिया है। वहां भी आप लोग मौजूद थे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार कि आपने सुना। धन्यवाद।
वहाँ ना और यहाँ हो तो आप एक दो सवाल कर।
And this is BJP's news briefing ahead of the Gujarat polls as top guns of the party who are campaigning aggressively in the poll-bound state of Gujarat. On that note, we slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the latest. Stay with us. Yes, back-to-back two Vadra Congress leaders who've indulged in Hindu hate abuse, BJP hitting out. Also, the countdown for Himachal Pradesh has begun. 3 days to go. Massive campaigning is underway.
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई। दिस इज द एनसीपी वर्कर हु वाज देयर विद जितेंद्र वाड इज नॉट इन फैक्ट रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू द क्वेश्चन।
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार। हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat.
As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll, the Republic PMark opinion poll, 7 p.m. onwards with Arnab on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnab.
की स्थिति दिनों दिन बिगड़ती ही जा रही है। जो क्षेत्र कभी कांग्रेस का गढ़ माने जाते थे, वहां से कांग्रेस का पूरी तरह से सफाया हो गया है। ओडिशा जितना बड़ा राज्य, कांग्रेस गायब। तेलंगाना, कांग्रेस साफ। यूपी, बिहार ने तो बहुत पहले ही कांग्रेस को विदा कर दी। इसकी वजह है कांग्रेस द्वारा खुद को ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन से भी वो अपने आप को बड़े शहंशाह मानते हैं, बड़े मानते हैं। उसी का ये नतीजा है कि जनता लगातार उनको सजा दे रही है। और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा, यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते। कांग्रेस के लोगों को लगता है कि कोई काम नहीं करेंगे तो भी 5 साल के बाद तो लोग लाने ही वाले हैं, वापस आ ही जाएंगे। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, कांग्रेस यहां पिछले 5 साल से विपक्ष की भूमिका में है, लेकिन इस दौरान दिल्ली से कांग्रेस के ऑल इंडिया लीडर लोकसभा चुनाव के प्रचार को छोड़ करके क्या कभी आपका हाल पूछने के लिए आए थे क्या?
2 states.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या?
आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में।
I will take a view on it. It is his duty, constitutional duty, to brief the governor on a regular basis, which he has never done. The bills which are pending with me, I have written to him. Come and brief me, I have certain queries. He does not come. Then how do I make how do I decide? Now I am saying, let him come with the ordinance, not exactly with the ordinance, send the ordinance first so that I read it. I am not going to sign any document without applying my mind. And if I have some queries, then come and brief me. He is doing it only for optics. He knows he cannot do it. Why they did not do it last time? Because they know UGC, they depend heavily on UGC. The academic world will not accept it. There is something called autonomy of the universities, dignity of intellect. If you will, Honorable Supreme Court is saying that state government has no role in the appointment of the vice chancellors. They will start deciding who the chancellor will be. This is not any mercy of the state assembly or the then government. All over India, this is the arrangement. This convention has developed.
in order to protect the university from executive interference. It is necessary that governor should be this convention is now as old as, in fact it is continuing since earlier, but in Free India, as old as freedom of India. They know they can't, they are doing it only to say that he has had offered. Now situation stands drastically, radically changed. As was Supreme Court judgment. After Supreme Court judgment, so many doubts have been cleared. Supreme Court judgment does not envisage any role for the state government in the universities. It is not a question of next move. The Honorable High Court has said that they may take some more time to decide the writs of the Vice Chancellor. As soon as the writs are, Honorable Court takes a final decision.
They have explained their stand. Now, what is the next move? So
it is not a question of next move. The Honorable High Court has said that they may take some more time to decide the writs of the Vice Chancellors. As soon as the writs are, Honorable Court takes a final decision, then Chancellor can decide on their explanations.
Governor, there has been over the years multiple types of contentions, issues between your office and certain ministers at the government. The genesis of it, probably if you look at it, dates back to the incident at Kannur University, where an attack happened. You have also said there was a conspiracy which has probably been hatched in Delhi. Now, it's been over 3 years, the state law enforcement is sitting on it. Yet, have you approached the center for help in a time like this when the state law enforcement is not even willing to file an FIR of the first citizen of Kerala? It's a grave offense that has been committed. So have you taken it up to...
No, what you are saying is not right. We have not lodged any complaint, and there was no need to lodge any complaint, because this is a cognizable offense provided under IPC. Why we should lodge any complaint? And don't expect that governor will act on these small matters. These are all indications of the beginning or the instances which at some point of time, the tipping point will come. This is clear-cut omission of duty on the part of the government. Somebody raising slogan against the Chief Minister inside aircraft is booked for attempt to murder. You reach the cabin only after thorough security check. Mere slogan raising is attempt to murder. And in Kannur, possibly he was at that time Rajya Sabha member, the protocol requires that unless the governor leaves the stage, nobody can move from there, those who are sitting on the stage. And he goes down to the audience, and you can see in the video, he's inciting people to raise slogans.
Governor, my question is, if the state law enforcement does not do anything, are you okay with it?
It's not a question of being okay. You keep record of all these things, and you give long rope.
It's an attempt of your life.
I won't say that, because they had known what the consequences would be. They had staged this drama so that I become scared and do everything at their bidding. I won't say that. Because it was not just people in Delhi were aware that this is going to happen 3-4 days before the actual incident.
You mean this was an intelligence input?
Not intelligence input. Intelligence input must have been there. I am telling you about somebody who was additional secretary in the Human Resource Development Ministry. He came to see me and he said, Arvind, what the Kerala intelligence was doing. We were aware 3 days before. And this decision was taken 1 day before that. And we came to know next day. So this was a pre-planned. The purpose was not to make an attempt on my life. Purpose was to scare me. I become fearful. I do whatever. And you were saying issues. What issues are there? Except the university. Any other should tell me any issue. University is not their responsibility. So they were all the time interfering in the matter of university, which I resented. And interference was not in the sense that you are trying to do something good for the development of the university. All interferences appoint this relatives of the CPM leader in this position, appoint this in this position. All interest is in appointment. That I resented.
So, day before yesterday, there was a press conference in Ernakulam guest house and two of the media houses were asked to move out. So, don't you think that this was selectively targeting two media houses?
Okay.
Because of the widespread outrage.
Yes.
Especially within the media.
I do not know if it was really outrage, but people were surprised by it. I agree. I am not ready to make a distinction between CPM and Kerala. And CPM is a party which believes in the legitimacy of violence. And Kerala, Mr. Prince is here. It is one thing that I am speaking to you and somebody tries to interpret it differently. Here we send a tweet and they replace the word in the tweet. Is it media people will do it? They are not media. They are only publicity unit of the CPM. I don't accept them as media.
Interestingly, yesterday the Kerala Union of Working Journalists took out a march in the Raj Bhavan. They even said they will ban issue, but today you gave interview to 5 of the channels also.
Exactly, more than that.
Even the media is doing optics.
No, I had said it yesterday only. Yesterday, 2-hour-long interview, I said, very senior journalists or media people, they have called me and they have said to me that this is regarding Kerala. We have to operate in Kerala. Therefore, we have no option but to go and join them. They have told me on phone. And Kerala and Media One, Jamaat Islam, since when they are opposing? Is there any special thing? If I go to, even if I go simply for refresh myself to Ponmudi, what is special about it? 15 days, more than 15 days, every month I spend outside Kerala, this state, that state, that state. Now I am going on 12th night. I will reach Delhi, 13th I am in Dehradun, 14th I am in Patna, 15th I am in Delhi, 16th I am in Bhubaneswar. I keep, and I went to get these forest officials had invited.
So you were just listening into this live briefing of the Kerala governor amidst the ongoing tussle that you have seen between the governor and the left government. Do remember earlier the Kerala cabinet has decided to bring in an ordinance to remove the governor Arif Mohammed Khan from the post of chancellor. He's hitting back. He says, I don't have that ordinance yet. I need to put my mind on it. He's clearly daring the Pinarayi Vijayan government to do that. He's also speaking on the other issue of journalists, remember, having been blocked from one of his press conferences. And we'll have to see how the Pinarayi Vijayan government now responds to this dare coming in from the Kerala governor. Shifting our focus to our next breaking update, Republic has been able to access the inside details of the Coimbatore blast probe. The accused, we are learning, had planned to take the car to central Coimbatore. The blast terror plot, what agencies indicate, possibly could be much bigger. Also, sources suggest that this blast was triggered by a possible gas leak inside the car. So these are more details, remember, on what agencies and sources now are indicating to Republic as far as the Coimbatore blast probe is concerned. Also, sources do indicate that 7 nails possibly have been seized, the dimension of which are 2 inches approximately, that did pierce through Jamsha Mubin's body. A lot of information also coming in through the post-mortem report, details of which are flashing on the bottom of your screens also. Varshini has been tracking that story and she joins us live right now. You know, Varshini, the more details that come out, they all indicate towards a larger and a sinister plot. And the very fact that had the state government acted on time, perhaps a lot of this could have come out in the public domain far earlier.
Well, yes, absolutely yes. Like you mentioned, this is a very important investigation that's currently going on and is being taken up by the NIA, the National Investigation Agency. But meanwhile, we know that the initial investigation was done by the Coimbatore City Police, and even the forensics team had submitted a post-mortem report which is not yet out officially, since it has all been transferred to the National Investigation Agency now. But from very reliable sources, we learned that Jamesha Mubin died, in fact, not just during the blast, not because of the burns, but also because of one nail which was almost 2 inches in size that pierced right through his heart. And these kind of nails were found inside the car in large quantity. We even saw when we went to the blast site, we even saw 1 or 2 nails remaining on the corners of the blast site. Therefore, it is very evident that this kind of a scenario could have occurred, and that could have also been the reason for Jamesha Mubin's death. And now that our sources has also confirmed that this is the main reason, it is definitely shocking, because if at all things had gone according to the Jamesha Mubin and the other accused plan, this blast would have happened at in a very important point in the city, probably in the center of the city, where public were also there, and if at all it would have blasted there, these nails could have possibly pierced into a lot of common man's body. Therefore, this is this is such an important issue that we are talking about right now. And also from sources we hear that Jamesha Mubin had was traveling to another place where in between he saw this police checkpost in front of Koteshwaran temple, and he had apparently stopped there in order to escape from the police, but rather there was a gas leak and the blast had happened at that place itself. Therefore, the information that day by day one after other that we are getting,
it's important to tell our viewers that this the entire plot, Varshini, was far bigger than what really happened. And you have been able to access these inside track details that point exactly to that. Now tell me something, do the agencies believe that this man was acting under his own volition? Was he operating alone? Because a plan as big, a plan as sinister as this clearly need to have more people.
Well, absolutely yes. The 6 people who have been arrested and who are currently in judicial custody in the Coimbatore Central Prison do have, extremely important part to play in this whole plan. And though Jamesha Mubin was the one who was driving the car, and he could have been the suicide bomber, which we are officially yet to confirm since it's an NIA investigation. But the other people also had important parts to play in this whole planning, because we know that, Republic broke first about Feroz Ismail being deported from UAE in 2020, and he was the one who brought the ISIS module and ideologies to India, and he was the one who kind of radicalized the whole 6 people, his friends and his relatives. And we also saw Jamisha Mohibin's cousin, who had apparently ordered all these explosives online, and his laptop was also recovered from his house,
and
through which the police found out that he was also a part of this.
You know, the biggest headline coming out of the story is that you had jihadi literature. The plot was much bigger, as you have broken right now here on Republic, and the state government there said initially that this is nothing but a cylinder blast. The reason why accountability needs to be fixed. I thank you first up for getting us more details on that.
Hyderabad to wish me, he was calling. Why on the same day they are mentioning his name? Then is there any mode? They know, they find out who are all calling me. I want this clarification. Then I doubt. No, that is what they mentioned, Tushar. Then they mentioned Raj Bhavan. It was in the TRS news that they tweeted. Krishnan TRS retweeted. My ADC's name is Tushar. Tushar Basan. Ma'am? No, why? Particularly Raj Bhavan and Tushar they mentioned. So only I am telling.
Ma'am, here. When in Tamil Nadu you said that Telugus are dominating, ruling Tamil Nadu, and
no, that is misquoted. I didn't tell like that. I didn't tell like that at all. I only talked about the mother tongue. I didn't tell like that. I don't tell where the pending.
Solve the problems.
They have sent 6 bills to me, and one by one I wanted to take, and I have the list of the bills, and most important is the recruitment bill, because I am a person, I was only insisting that, so how can I block it? So I wanted some clarification, some justification to be done to the people of Telangana, to the graduates of Telangana, and the people of Telangana, and the students of Telangana.
Madam, total bills clearance.
Private universities, you have to see the fate of the government universities. I have visited the government universities. The messes are in a mess. The hostel rooms. I am not talking without visiting the universities. I went to the Telangana University. Beds are without cots. No tables for the children to read. No tube light. And no cleanliness in the mess. After visiting the universities, I am telling, you want to improve the private universities, and the university students, and even you can see, you people friends only report so much of food poisoning in each and university hostels. I cannot tolerate such bad condition of the universities.
So after the governor of Kerala, it's the governor of Telangana now taking over the state government. Do remember, you're hearing in from the governor of Telangana, not the first time. Earlier she had also said that she alleged that she's being discriminated because she's a woman. Now she says that unnecessary allegations are being leveled by the KCR government against me, that I'm stalling bills, and she says the reality is otherwise. We're heading into a break right now. On the other side, it's a huge victory for India. Days after Sanjay Bhandari's extradition not from the UK court, now Nirav Modi is all set to be extradited to India. Also, this is the largest election coverage on Republic. Stay tuned for the special opinion poll broadcast starting at 7 this evening.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी, बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई की? दिस इज द एनसीपी वर्कर हु वाज देयर विद जितेंद्र वाड इज नॉट इन फैक्ट रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू द क्वेश्चन.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
Job seekers are on the roads demanding their rights, demanding their jobs. However, the police is using all means to stop all these protests, and they are using force at one hand. They are detaining these students. For now, prime aim of the police is to remove these job seekers and protesters from all these locations where they are protesting.
आज आप जानकर हैरान रह जाओगे कि 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन की वजह से अब तक लगभग 60,000 करोड़ रुपया देश भर के हमारे फौजी परिवारों के खाते में गए और ये अतिरिक्त राशि गई है. और साथियों, आपको ये भी नहीं भूलना है कि यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता आर्मी चीफ का अपमान करते हैं, फौज के लोगों की तुलना गुंडों से करते हैं. यही कांग्रेस है जिसके नेता सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सवाल उठाते हैं, हमारे वीर बेटे बेटियों के शौर्य को कटघरे में खड़ा करते हैं. भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा की सरकार के लिए देश की सुरक्षा और सैनिकों की सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है. इसलिए आज देश में ही आधुनिक अस्त्र शस्त्र निर्माण किया जा रहा है. कांग्रेस ने रक्षा घोटालों का जो तौर तरीका बना दिया था, उसको बदला गया है.
Days before the assembly elections in Himachal, the BJP has deployed its top guns for the campaign. The Prime Minister earlier has addressed 2 rallies in the state.
हिमाचल भाजपा को विकास का नया संकल्प लेने के लिए इतना अच्छा घोषणा पत्र बनाने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता. हिमाचल भाजपा के 11 शुभ संकल्प यहां के विकास को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएंगे.
The Prime Minister launched a big political attack on the Congress from his rally in Sujanpur. He said that the BJP works for the people, but the Congress only focuses on the Gandhi family.
कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल को हर बुनियादी चीज के लिए तरसा दिया था. वहीं भाजपा है जिसने हिमाचल के हर घर को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए दिन रात ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया है.
The Prime Minister also says that the Congress has betrayed and broken the trust of the people of the hill state.
और आज हिमाचल के लोग भी कांग्रेस को भली भांति समझ चुके हैं, जान चुके हैं। कांग्रेस को लगता है कि हिमाचल हमेशा 5 साल उसके 5 साल मेरे वाले फॉर्मूले पर ही चलेगा। 5 साल मैं मौज करूं, 5 साल तुम करो, फिर मैं 5 साल के बाद आ जाऊंगा, यही फॉर्मूला लेकर के चले। और इसलिए कांग्रेस के नेता हिमाचल के लोगों की कोई परवाह नहीं करते।
Also seen campaigning in the Hill State was the Union Minister Anurag Thakur, who said that the double-engine government is effective for the state.
हिमाचल प्रदेश को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा दिलवाया, लेकिन जैसे ही डबल इंजन की सरकार गई प्रदेश में चले गए, देश में चले गए, तो क्या हुआ? हिमाचल का औद्योगिक पैकेज 10 साल से कम करके 4 साल कर दिया, विशेष राज्य का दर्जा छीन लिया, अटल टनल का काम बंद करा दिया और विकास थम गया।
There is also a big poster war that has broken out in the state. BJP posters and Congress's counter posters were also spotted in Simla. To Gujarat now, where ahead of the assembly polls, the Congress is facing a lot of desertion. This time, a Congress MLA from Talala constituency in Bagha Barat has tendered his resignation from all posts of the party. The BJP Central Election Committee will be holding a key meeting on the Gujarat polls. Top BJP leadership will deliberate upon the candidates for the upcoming polls, and ahead of that meeting, the BJP State President C.R. Patil and the Chief Minister also held a separate meeting.
As 2 states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll, the Republic PMark opinion poll, 7 p.m. onwards on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnab. Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the questions.
2 people have been arrested in connection with the ex-IB officer Kulkarni's murder, seeming like an accident, but before the investigation has revealed that it is a murder.
Mr. Sisodia now returning the Ghazipur landfill site, and he has inspected the entire area. The earthquake hit Nepal. These tremors have also been felt in the state of Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh as well. Noida was also shook.
As 2 states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll, the Republic PMark opinion poll, 7 p.m. onwards on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnab.
Big victory for India days after Sanjay Bhandari's extradition not from UK court. Now Nirav Modi faces extradition. Latest images now coming in from the BJP headquarters where Amit Shah has arrived for the CEC meeting for the Gujarat polls, which is also going to be attended by C.R. Patil and others. We'll get you the latest as far as the developments taking place at the BJP headquarters ahead of the Gujarat polls. We'll try and go across to Abhishek in a short while from now. In a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi will also be That's the latest image now coming in of Om Mathur entering the BJP headquarters. They would be deciding the candidates for the Gujarat poll. Latest visuals now coming in. Let's try and connect with our reporters on the ground to get you the latest. In a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi would also be reaching. Amit Shah has already reached the BJP headquarters. The latest images now coming in from the BJP headquarters. Let me also bring in my colleague Shivagi, who is joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Shivagi, just walk us through the details that you are picking up. The CEC meeting expected to begin any time now. Home Minister Amit Shah has already reached. We could also spot Om Mathur entering the BJP headquarters in a short while from now. Prime Minister Modi would also be reaching. The latest now we're getting in right now from our reporters on the ground that Prime Minister and Home Ministers would be present in the CEC on Gujarat, which is going to begin in a short while from now. We'll also try and connect with Aishwarya, who's getting us the latest details as we're getting in the information. These are the images of Om Mathur entering a short while back. Well, in fact, the CEC would be deciding the candidates for the Gujarat poll. In fact, remember, just ahead of the poll-bound state of Gujarat, a lot of rejig essentially now taking place for the candidates for the state of Gujarat. Remember, as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, tomorrow would be the last day of the campaigning also. It's going to be a crucial elections for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the Gujarat elections, keeping in mind there is a new entrant with the AAP Party trying to challenge the position of Bharatiya Janata Party. How exactly would they make a dent, especially in places like Surat, where in the past, as far as the Surat municipal elections are concerned, in which AAP Party had been able to make a mark. There has been a high voltage campaigning on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Gujarat. We also have B.S. Yediyurappa, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, entering the BJP headquarters right now. He's also part of the CEC. The meeting is going to take place. Starting this edition of This Is Exclusive with that big breaking news coming in. Big win for India as well as the investigative agencies. Extradition of Nirav Modi is going to now take place. UK High Court has essentially indicated that the extradition of Nirav Modi is not unjust. What we're getting you right now is the judgment copy which has been accessed by Republic TV. Remember, why exactly is this being hailed as a big success for the Indian investigative agencies? Unlike in the case of Vijay Mallya, who after being arrested was granted bail, in the case of Nirav Modi, Indian investigative agencies were essentially able to convince the UK Westminster Court that Nirav Modi essentially poses a flight risk. The fact that they were also able to gather evidence to the effect that Nirav Modi was trying to influence witnesses. And not just that, they've also been able to produce evidence that 6 villagers from the state of Gujarat were brought in as dummy directors by Nirav Modi, indicating that this was a plan that he had already chalked out before he fled from India. And the fact that under the money laundering laws, he should have been booked, and the fact that he faces the law here in India, something that the UK court seems to have also been convinced about. We'll try and break it down for you viewers. The judgment copy that has been accessed in a short while from now. My colleague Niranjan is also going to join us from the Mumbai newsroom, breaking down that entire UK order copy. So what next right now as far as the investigation goes, or for that matter the procedure that is left? There is one last legal recourse that Nirav Modi has right now in United Kingdom. If he wants to make an appeal against the extradition order that has been passed by the UK High Court, he could actually move the Supreme Court, but for which he will have to take permission from the High Court. Will that be granted or not? That is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because a 14-day time period is granted to Nirav Modi for making that appeal. As far as in the case of Vijay Mallya, remember, Vijay Mallya had also moved in for political asylum, and that is the grey area as far as the extradition process is concerned, because an application of political asylum would essentially mean that the Indian government, or for that matter Indian agencies, would not be kept in the loop. As far as Nirav Modi is concerned, Indian investigative agencies essentially indicating that that route perhaps would not be possible for Nirav Modi, given the fact that they have been able to convince the courts in United Kingdom about the criminality angle, and that is exactly what works in favor for the Indian investigative agencies. Let me bring in my colleague, our executive editor news, joining us from the Mumbai newsroom with that copy of the judgment. Niranjan, over to you. Take us through the details of that judgment order that we have now accessed. What are the big takeaways?
Shravan, going to the detailed judgment. This is in the High Court of Justice, King's Bench Divisional Court of the UK, the Royal Courts of Justice. Lord Justice Stuart Smith, Mr. Justice J, between Nirav Modi and the Government of India. Nirav Modi versus the Government of India, playing out in the UK court. Exclusive copy of the judgment as delivered. It's the approved judgment, and it says judgment was handed down remotely at 9:30 a.m. this morning by circulation to the parties. And thereafter, I'm going to read out the details of what the judgment reads out. It says, Nirav Deepak Modi is sought by the Government of India. There are 3 sets of criminal proceedings. The first, brought by the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, relates to a fraud by the Punjab National Bank, which caused losses equivalent to over £700 million. The second, brought by the Enforcement Directorate, relating to the alleged laundering of the proceeds of that fraud. The Government of India submitted request for Modi's extradition in 2018. So 4 years later, 4 years later, it's happened, and I'm going to the effective part right now. I'm going to the effective part where the court gets into details and the procedural developments of the case. The district judge gave a lengthy and thorough judgment on a range of issues, most of which have fallen away in light of Nirav Modi's lawyer, and they go on to detail out everything that they have argued in court in the last few years. Shravan, let me go to the operative part. Just bear with me. And in this operative part, here it is. They say that in the light of our conclusion, we can address the judgment of the district judge shortly. He was conscious that the evidence before him was in some respects limited, and it may be said that his decision to proceed to the judgment without requiring further assurances from the government of India at that point was bold at the point of being unwise. Furthermore, his apparent treatment of the absence of any immediate suicidal intentions, ideations, as determinative was for the reasons we have explained about the significance of future prognosis incorrect, which means they really rejected, thrashed his argument that he was mentally unwell, he was suffering from mental ill health. To that extent, we would accept that there were grounds for challenging his reasoning. His conclusion, however, was sound. It may be that the main benefit of the appeal has been to obtain the extensive further assurances that we've identified in the course of this judgment. And they really, basically, we just wanted him to be sent back to India. I have the full details of the judgment here. And in this particular point, they go on to sort of completely trash his argument about it being oppressive to be sent back. The starting point is that a high threshold has to be reached in order to satisfy the court that Modi's condition is such that it would be oppressive to extradite him. So the court goes into great detail, Shawan. It's a 37-page order. We'll put it up on republicworld.com as well. But back to you for now, as you get us more details on the case itself, on what the agencies did to ensure that Nirav Modi was pinned and brought back. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, perhaps you could also take a look at the other operative parts. Meanwhile, let me also bring in our colleague, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, and Tanisha is also going to join us from the Bharat Newsroom. Abhishek, if I can just come to you. Niranjan has been able to identify some of the operative parts, but what's very interesting, and perhaps everyone needs to know, that what really worked in the favor of India, because a lot of questions essentially were being raised as far as the extradition process of Vijay Mallya is concerned. The difference, the stark difference being in this particular case, that they have been able to keep Nirav Modi behind bars from the very day that he was arrested.
No, that's very true. That's very true, Shawan. And that's something to do with the kind of meticulous documentation that has been done by the agencies, ably supported by legislation. Remember, the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act became a law in India in 2018 after Nirav Modi and Vijay Mallya and Mehul Choksi, and in fact even Bhandari, I believe they had run away, and a suitable legislation had to be brought. Having said that, Nirav Modi still has one appeal, but besides that, the British are typically very notorious when it comes to extradition. For example, in India's experience over the last almost 3 decades, 1993 is the time we signed an extradition treaty with them, and of the 30-odd requests that have been made to the British for extradition, 1 or 2 have been addressed, or perhaps 3 max, and that really gives you an idea of the scale of difficulty that still remains. For example, in the case of Vijay Mallya, apart from the extradition proceedings, he has also started a political asylum proceeding in the UK, and that's going to take its own time, even if the British system really wants these fugitives to be extradited. Also, Shawan, remember that I'm giving the political aspect for understanding. Even if some elements within the British system, for example, the earlier Home Secretary Preeti Patel, she wanted these proceedings to be fast-tracked, but then there was resistance from within the system. And in fact, one aspect on which the foreign trade agreement, or free trade agreement, I beg your pardon, between India and the UK is stuck is the mobility argument, which includes extradition elements. So in that sense, I think still some distance to cover before Nirav Modi or the likes of Vijay Mallya can be brought back and submitted to due process of law. But this still is success for our agencies and the meticulous paperwork that has been done, which has satisfied both the Magistrates Court and now the High Court of the United Kingdom. Of course, there is one more appeal to the Supreme Court, which would go, and the process that would be followed. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, we'll try and get back Niranjan right now, because we've just been able to skim through that judgment copy because it's just come a short while back. So we'll try and put that into perspective for all our viewers. Why exactly, as you rightly pointed out, even for the United Kingdom, it's going to be, it's going to be an important case, because as far as Sanjay Bhandari is concerned, largely what has happened, Abhishek, is that the extradition comes in the Black Money Act. And if you look at it worldwide, there hasn't been a precedence when it comes to extradition in the Black Money Act. So that is one aspect I would say that has really worked. And now comes yet another in the money laundering aspect. Money laundering aspect also, where we are looking at Nirav Modi's case, where it's been a big success right now. We'll also try and bring in Tanisha in a short, Tanisha and Niranjan once again. But Abhishek, if I can just come back to you. What I can also take a look at right now from this particular judgment copy is the interesting part is how this was completely pre-planned by Nirav Modi. The fact that he realized that one of the co-conspirators, Gokul Shetty, who happens to be the manager at the Punjab National Bank, was actually helping him striking that LOU, and he knew that he is going to retire, and that is the reason why he had decided that he is going to leave the country. What he did was brought in about 6 villagers from Gujarat as dummy directors, and then he escaped from India. That too, there is enough evidence to prove.
Oh, well, obviously, Shravan, if the concerned person really wants to commit suicide, apart from the fact that this is a psychological state brought upon himself by his own acts, and nobody else can be held responsible for that person. So far as due process of law is concerned, this is not a sufficient aid that you are not in a right mental state of mind to be submitted to due process of law. In that sense, all criminals would be allowed to go scot-free. So I think it's a poor defense that has been used by the lawyers of Nirav Modi, and that's why I was, harping upon the fact that, like in the case of Malia, parallel political asylum proceedings started. There is this impediment that the UK, when it comes to extradition, all the UK system has this clause that the country where the crime has been committed, that crime also is to be considered a crime in the United Kingdom, A, and B, that they have to make sure, the British bureaucracy or the British judicial system has to make sure that the human rights of the person who has to be extradited, they are protected as per the European Convention on Human Rights. So in that sense, perhaps the European thinks these are lofty standards, but then it acts an additional layer of bureaucracy when it comes to decision making. And that's why it might still be some time. All these aspects that are coming out of the judgment, I think one saving grace which was brought out by Ridham Anand Bharadwaj, and which was that the court mentions that there are friendly relations with India, and it's a power with which we are friendly, and the UK must honour its extradition treaty obligations by not picking holes in the government's assurances that Nirav Modi will be provided with adequate medical care at Arthur Road Jail. Remember also, Shravan, like in the case of Vijay Mallya, so in the case of Nirav Modi, visuals, pictures of the Anda cell in the Arthur Road Jail where these kind of high security prisoners are kept have been submitted to the courts, both at the Magistrates Court and the High Court. I think that assurance bit that is coming out of the verdict is something which should make us believe that if not very immediately, then in near future, Nirav Modi and possibly Vijay Mallya both would be brought back to India, extradited from the United Kingdom and submitted to due process of law.
Well, you've very aptly pointed out that this is an additional level of bureaucracy in the United Kingdom. The fact that he gets that 14-day period to perhaps take it forward, file another appeal. Let me also bring in my colleague Tanisha, who's joining us from the Bharat newsroom right now. Tanisha, you've been able to quickly glance through that judgment copy. Is there any more in terms of what has really worked for India at this point in time? Because what we were seeing in the case of Sanjay Bhandari, a lot of people essentially commented that this lays down the precedents, because in the past, no such extradition over the Black Money Act was done. Now, in this particular case, are there any observations that have been made by the court which certainly works in the favor of the Indian investigative agencies, or even for that matter, worldwide?
Right, Shravan. This is the exclusive 36-page judgment copy that Republic has first accessed. And remember, in these 36 pages, most of the pointers that are mentioned only points towards how Nirav Modi had earlier appealed for an asylum, him to be shifted in an asylum. But all of those claims by Nirav Modi has today been rebutted by the UK High Court order, where they've clearly stated that Nirav Modi's condition is not so ill that he has to be shifted in an asylum or not to be sent back to India. Now, these apart from these main pointers, what we've also got to know is that in the first page of the order copy, it mentions about how there are 3 criminal proceedings against Nirav Modi because of which he is being sent back to India. And all of these processes, remember, it was back in 2019 when he was first arrested. It had been a long journey, long war that Indian agencies have been fighting to get back this fugitive called Nirav Modi. The 3 proceedings of crimes are obviously number 1 being the PNB bank scam case, which he is the number 1 culprit, and other 2 proceedings where he has been named as a prime culprit in the money laundering case. Now, these 3 criminal proceedings are the serious offences that Nirav Modi has committed, and because of these, he has been his process, the extradition process, has been speed up. And now we are seeing that one of the most scathing observations that has come out in the order copy, as Abhishek and Niranjan were pointing through, the myth that
Sorry to interrupt you, Tanisha, because I'm told that Ankit is also joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. Perhaps Ankit is now going to take us through the operative part of that judgment. Over to you, Ankit.
So, Shravan, I'm going to read through 2 paras of this judgment on the potential for suicide risk of Nirav Modi. In 137, the order represents a contention that has been made by Nirav Modi's side that he could be at risk of suicide no matter what preparations the Indian government makes for the jail in India. On the other hand, it goes on to say, at the other end of the spectrum, we at one point understood to give his opinion that Mr. Modi would commit suicide, whatever steps taken. If that were his opinion, we are unable to accept it for a number of reasons. First, as we have indicated and as the papers which we have referred illustrate, the risk of a person committing suicide increases with the severity of the underlying condition, and Nirav Modi neither is or is very likely to be at the most severe end of the scale of depressive illness. Second, he has so far displayed no features of psychotic illness. Third, although he has exhibited persistent suicidal ideation, he has neither attempted suicide or deliberate self-harm nor disclosed plans to do so except in the most vague and general way. And then it says, fourth, the steps taken to render Barrack 12, this is an Arthur Road jail in India, safe and to ensure that there is effectively constant monitoring operate to reduce both the risk of attempted suicide and the prospect of suicide being committed. So it is acknowledged that he doesn't seem to be at the risk of committing suicide the way that his doctor has claimed he is. And then a very important final mention in 142, it says, we are far from satisfied that Nirav Modi's mental condition and the risk of suicide are such that it would be either unjust or oppressive to extradite him. So it virtually renders the self-harm suicide argument put forth by Nirav Modi as invalid. It plays it down. It says that it doesn't believe that to necessarily be the case, and it acknowledges the preparations made by India at the Barrack 12 in Arthur Road jail to take care of any such situation arising or to attempt to forestall it.
Getting in some more breaking news right now. Border Congress leader has now finally written to the Karnataka Chief Minister. This is on the Hindu abuse. Remember, all this while, he's been extremely defiant, said that he's going to resign only if he is proven wrong. Remember, he had stoked a controversy about essentially saying that the word Hindu in itself, one should decipher and find out what does this really mean, derived from Persia, indicating that the word Hindu is dirty. That is exactly what Border Congress leader had to say. Now he's written a letter to the Karnataka Chief Minister. We'll try and get you more details. We'll go across to our colleague Prajwal. In fact, now we're being told that the leader has finally retracted from his statement. He's written a letter on that to the Karnataka Chief Minister. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get you the latest. But this comes at a time when essentially he was defiant that he's not going to apologize. In fact, Karnataka Congress Working President has now apologized for his statement. He's written a letter to Chief Minister Bommai and he has withdrawn his statement that he made about Hindus, where he said that the word Hindu is derived from Persia and essentially means dirty. Now that's the latest now coming in on the U-turn that has been taken by Vadra Congress leader. There was immense pressure that was put on. In fact, the Chief Minister had also taken on the Congress party. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Prajwal, who's getting us the latest details. Prajwal, you've accessed that letter that has been written by the Vadra Congress leader. What is it that he had to say to the Karnataka Chief Minister?
In fact, Satish Jarkiholi has finally apologized to the Chief Minister, the government of Karnataka, as well as the people of Karnataka. In this particular letter, he has stated that he addressed a gathering on the 6th of November in Nippani and his intention was not to hurt the feelings or sentiments of the Hindus. He's also gone on to state that, yes, I did speak about, the word Hindu coming from the Persian language, and I questioned about the origins, but it was misinterpreted on several platforms, and therefore there was a huge controversy in this. He's also stated that he had read about the word Hindu deriving its origin from the Persian language on Wikipedia, on Google, and in many dictionaries and books as well. And he had also read he had also gone on to read the books written by historians too. And only keeping this as the basis, he had gone on to make this statement, and not with an intention to hurt the feelings of the community or else to create any sort of communal disharmony. And he's also requested the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai to form a committee in this particular regard and also investigate into this matter. And if he is found wrong in this particular matter, the government can go on and take action against him. In the end, the last paragraph is very important over here, Shravan. He's stated that if by his statement, if he has gone on to hurt the sentiments of any people from any religion, he's going to withdraw his statement. He's withdrawing his statement. He's seeking an open apology to the people of Karnataka and to whoever religious sentiments he's gone on to hurt here. This is exactly what the letter goes on and states. But he's also mentioned that a committee should be formed in this regard.
Prajwal, I just request you, sorry to interrupt you. We do have Karnataka BJP spokesperson S. Prakash, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Prakash, finally, Vadra Congress leader has been forced to retract. He's written a letter to the Karnataka Chief Minister.
No, he insulted the Hindus first. Now, after the pressure built up by the BJP and also his own party leaders, now he has retracted it. The damage has already been done. Needlessly stoking controversy and attacking Hindus at will it has become a habitual act for Congress party leaders. And Mr. Jarkiholi is the latest person who is engaged in it. And at least now he has apologized. I hope this issue will be over.
But Mr. Prakash, the fact of the matter is that what we have witnessed is that before every election, a pattern essentially emerges coming in from the Congress party. The Vadra Congress has now been exposed once again.
No, it is, as I said, they are regularly insulting the Hindus. Election or no election, right from the day they coined saffron terrorism by Chidambaram when he was a home minister. Right from that day, on many occasions, Hindus have been humiliated, insulted by the Congress party leaders. And moreover, in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah was on the forefront in the previous, when he was Chief Minister, to defame the Hindus. Now, Mr. Satish Jarkiholi, who is a strong follower of Siddaramaiah, is also on the same path. Today, he has withdrawn the statement only by force. Otherwise, he would have withstood the statement he has made and he would have stoked much more controversy. This is a pattern to divide the Hindu society.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Prakash, for putting this into perspective. A matter which perhaps is going to cost the Congress party in the poll-bound state of Karnataka. In less than 30 minutes, India's biggest opinion poll on Republic TV. The channel which got it 100% spot on last time.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. आपका फोटो वीडियो में उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने
250 सीट्स. कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
चलाएगा कोई? Big victory for India days after Sanjay Bhandari's extradition nod from UK court. Now Nirav Modi to be extradited. After Hindu is a dirty word abuse, another Congress leader may have seen in Hindu abuse event in Chhattisgarh. Controversy over film Kerala story. Congress demands ban on film Kerala. DGP directs police to register FIR. Congress politicizes India's G20 presidency logo, raises questions on lotus being the symbol. 3 days to go in Himachal polling. Prime Minister leads the last leg of campaigning in Himachal Pradesh. Largest election coverage on Republic. Stay tuned for special opinion poll broadcast at 7 p.m.
चार मेडिकल कॉलेज दिए और ट्रिपल आईटी से लेकर आईआईटी आईआईएम दिया, लेकिन कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने 5-5 साल जमीन के लिए रोड़े अटकाए, विकास नहीं होने दिया, प्रोजेक्ट शुरू नहीं होने दिए। कांग्रेस विरोध करती थी, हम विकास करना चाहते हैं, कांग्रेस ने रुकावटें पैदा की, हमने काम पूरा करके हिमाचल प्रदेश को एम्स भी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी से लेकर आईआईटी आईआईएम देने का काम भी किया है। ये हमारे प्रयास थे। और आज भी अगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का भाषण आपने सुना होगा तो उन्होंने स्वयं कहा है, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन से लेकर स्मार्ट सिटी शिमला और धर्मशाला को देने का काम ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच थी। सुरेश भारद्वाज जी ने इसके ऊपर शानदार काम वहां पर किया और हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार ने भी कहीं पर कोई कमी पिछले 5 वर्षों में जयराम जी की सरकार ने नहीं छोड़ी है। मैं आपसे निवेदन करने आया हूं, इस विकास की रफ्तार पर रोक नहीं लगने देनी है, नहीं तो मोदी जी दिल्ली से भेजेंगे, जैसे पहले कांग्रेस रुकवाती थी वो फिर आकर रुकावटें पैदा करने का प्रयास करेंगे। आज भी उनके पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। कांग्रेस ने 2003 में कहा था कि वो बेरोजगारों को रोजगार देंगे, हर घर से एक सरकारी नौकरी देंगे। क्या शिमला और कुसुम्पटी में मिल गए? नहीं। अरे जोर से बोलो, मिले? अगर 2003 में कांग्रेस ने आपको रोजगार नहीं दिया तो आपने सत्ता से बाहर किया। वो 2012 में फिर फॉर्म भरवा कर गए कि बेरोजगारी भत्ता देंगे। क्या आपको बेरोजगारी भत्ता मिला? नहीं। 12 में भी नहीं मिला तो 17 में आपने उनको बाहर का रास्ता कर दिया। अब वो फिर नया फॉर्म लेके चले। ये कांग्रेसियों पर विश्वास मत करना, ये चुनावों के समय झूठे वायदे करते हैं, वोट बटोरते हैं और सत्ता में आने के बाद नोट बटोरने का काम कांग्रेस ही करते हैं। मेरे भाई और बहनों, ये भ्रष्टाचारी चाहे केंद्र में थे या प्रदेश में थे, इनके समय केवल भ्रष्टाचार 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 ही हुआ। 5 साल जयराम जी की सरकार रही, 5 साल में किसी मंत्री या मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर कोई भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप नहीं लगे। ईमानदारी के साथ सरकार चलाई है तो केंद्र में मोदी ने और प्रदेश में जयराम जी ने चलाई है। मेरे भाई और बहनों, भाई और बहनों, आज भी अगर आप हमारा घोषणा पत्र देखेंगे, संकल्प पत्र देखेंगे, बहनों के लिए अलग से संकल्प पत्र आया है। गर्भवती महिला को जो 6,000 रुपया मिलता है अब 25,000 रुपया मिलेगा, 4 गुना से ज्यादा उसको बढ़ा दिया है। 6वीं से 12वीं कक्षा तक जाने वाली बेटियों को अब साइकिल मिलेगी तो कॉलेज जाने वालियों को स्कूटी देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी। यही नहीं, शिमला में रोपवे बनाने की बात हो तो इसके लिए भी हजारों करोड़ रुपए की मंजूरी करा दी, प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर हो गए।
Let me get a short break. On the other side, the big story coming in from Kerala.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta and Amity University.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad is not in fact responding to the question.
50 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Sarojini Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's
Well, in fact, we're getting an exclusive report coming in from the state of Maharashtra, where there's been violence that has taken place in the village Dawn. The incident dates back to 20th of October. Reports suggest that the clashes that broke out between two communities were so intense that 7 people were stabbed, and even women and children were not spared. Take a look at this report, and then we also go across to our reporters on the ground, getting you the latest details. In fact, we're now being told that there's been massive pressure that has been built on the Maharashtra police. In fact, there has been a considerable delay in filing the FR. It is expected that in a short while from now, Maharashtra police is expected to file an FIR on this matter. Let's play out that report and then go across to our reporters on the ground.
Violent clashes broke out in the village of Daund in Maharashtra. The clashes took place on 28th of October. It is said that the dispute was so violent that 7 people were stabbed brutally, and even women and children were not spared. Reports suggest that the matter was highly sensitive and people of one community were the ones who were seriously injured.
There was a clash between both the communities, between the molesters and the girls community, following which several injuries were reported, and in fact 7 people were stabbed in this clashes. And in fact as the issue seems to be more sensitive, now the Home Department is keeping a close watch on this issue.
Maharashtra police sources told Republic that when asked about the reasons of violence from both communities, the reasons differed from each other. Not just this, it's been more than 19 days since the spine-chilling violence took place, and no FIR has been registered nor any arrests have been made in the case. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, let me also bring in my colleague Sandeep, who's getting us the latest details. Sandeep, you've spoken to some of your sources within the Maharashtra police. What exactly is the reason for the delay in filing the FIR? You are now reporting that there is a high possibility that in a short while from now that Maharashtra police would be filing the FIR. What's the latest that you're picking up?
See, Shravan, as far as FIR is concerned, yes, Maharashtra police, and in fact, I just spoke to one of the senior official in Daund. He also mentioned that the procedure of registering the FIR is underway. In fact, when we questioned the state police in regards of the delay in this case, they said that the complainant was in fact not coming ahead and in fact reporting this matter. On the other hand, in fact, I have a letter of a complaint which was given by the complainant. In fact, one of the girl who in fact was injured. I have the letter, complaint letter in my hand. She mentions that she was on the way for her some personal work, and in fact while going there were few people from one community who molested her. In fact, I have the name of the people who have been accused of this issue is that Arbaz Sayyid, Badshah Sheikh, Waid Khan, Jumma Sheikh. So these are the name of the people who in fact attacked this girl, first molested, and later when she opposed this molestation, these people attacked this girl. And in fact not only that girl, also the family members were brutally attacked by swords from this community. And in fact following which the girl was also pressurized by the locals there and this community as well. Now the problem out here is, Shravan, that it's been more than 90 days. Remember, 20th October this incident took place, and till now no FIR was registered. In fact, when we also spoke to the state police, they mentioned that we have recorded the statement and we also urged people to file a complaint, but they were not ready to file a complaint. Although we have also got a bite from the victim, and in fact she mentions that how she was brutally attacked in this case. Although after the action, and in fact the State Home Department is keeping a close watch as we have highlighted this issue. Now the process of filing, registering the FIR is underway, and in fact the police is in search of these people now.
Well, in fact, just a quick question before I just take a short break. Well, Sandeep, just a quick question with regards to why this particular delay. You are saying that there was no complaint that actually came in. Is that the only reason why the FIR was not registered?
See, if state police sources are to be believed, they mentioned that they urged the complainants and in fact they also urged people from both the community to lodge a complaint, but none of them were ready to file an FIR, in fact to register their complaint. But on the other hand, when we tried connecting to the complainant side, they have mentioned that there was a huge pressure on them, and in fact the local police was in fact not cooperating with them, and hence there was a delay in registering the FIR. Now the case has come onto the light, and in fact people are speaking about this, Shravan. So now the state police have come into action, and now the process of registering the FIR is underway. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Sandeep, for getting us the latest details. A story that no other channel is reporting. We get you the full details of that communal clash that took place on 20th of October. So far, no FIR has been registered. Controversy over film Kerala story. Congress demands ban on film Kerala. DGP directs police to register the FIR. Also, Congress politicizes India's G20 presidency logo, raises questions on lotus being the symbol.
Two states
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand.
Diamond merchant Nirav Modi lost his appeal against extradition on mental health grounds as the High Court here ruled that his risk of suicide is not such that it would be either unjust or oppressive to extradite him to India to face charges of fraud and money laundering. ED raided premises linked to Telangana minister and TRS leader as part of a money laundering probe related to alleged granite scam. They said locations linked to the minister and some others in Karimnagar district, adjoining towns and state capital Hyderabad were being searched. Facebook parent company Meta is laying off 11,000 people, about 13% of its workforce, as it contends with faltering revenue and broader tech industry woes. CEO Mark Zuckerberg said in a letter to the employees. Another incident of Hindu insult by Congress came to light in Chhattisgarh. A mayor from the party, Hema Deshmukh, was present at a mass conversion event where anti-Hindu slogans were being chanted. In Bengaluru, the BJP protested seeking sacking of Vadra Congress leader Satish Jarkoli, who said that the word Hindu was a dirty word. After Kerala government said the LDF government through an ordinance intends to replace the governor with expert academicians as Chancellor of Universities in the state, Arif Mohammed hit back, saying the state was bending the laid down rules to intimidate him. Telangana High Court ordered the release of MLA Raja Singh with conditions. Raja Singh was booked under the Preventive Detention Act and was later sent to jail.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Rawat. Yesterday, he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, ये आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnav. Two states.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnav. As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll. The Republic PMark opinion poll. 7 p.m. onwards on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnav. seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, ये आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnav.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
There's only one channel for the result. They lie. December 8 with Arnav. As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll. The Republic PMark opinion poll. 7 p.m. onwards on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnav. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, and everyone's just waiting for those numbers. Arnav will be joining us in the course of this broadcast. It's the Republic PMark opinion poll. And every year, a lot of channels put out polls. Some of them try to tell you that that's the most accurate number. But today on Republic TV, we have a poll that's proven to get the numbers right election after election. In the course of the next 2 hours, we will go through the numbers of the Republic PMark survey from both Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat. And joining us on the broadcast will be my colleague's Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor. He's reported in Gujarat. He's a very senior journalist based in Delhi, but has spent most of his time in Gujarat. And Dipti Sachdeva, with equal amount of experience over 2 decades as a journalist first, and is here in our studios as we go through these numbers. First up, Abhishek, let me get your expectations. You've covered this election campaign. Many would call it rather silent. Abhishek, would you call it silent in Gujarat? Hasn't seen as much controversy this time, has it?
No controversy, but not silent either, Niranjan. As it happens, BJP typically takes every election very seriously. So even before the election commission got into the picture and model code of conduct kicked in, we had Prime Minister visiting the state almost twice or sometimes thrice a month. And remember, like in the case of Gujarat, also in the case of Himachal, both states can claim to be home states of the Prime Minister in some ways, and he's in fact reflecting that in his stump speeches. Because A, of course, Gujarat is his home state, and B, Himachal, he was in charge of the state for good part of the 1990s. And that really makes both the states sort of very personal battles for the Prime Minister. In that sense, I think it would be interesting to watch out how that factor is really playing up in the numbers that P. Mark brings in, Niranjan.
Well, I have to say the numbers are interesting. Dipti, quickly, what can our viewers expect in the course of the next 2 hours? You've been looking at these numbers. Dipti.
Yes, lot of action. I think, a lot of people, Niranjan and Abhishek, have been speaking particularly about the BJP, but don't forget the opposition, because this is a test of the Congress now. If the Congress fails these 2 elections, it does not better its performance, what chance does it have for 2024, Abhishek? Like the Prime Minister said, it's a done deal. And the Aam Aadmi Party, the X factor, the new entrant in Gujarat, can it anyways do anything, or is it just a bubble? Like we saw the Adhampur by-polls, like they say, bahut hawa ban gayi hai, asliyat mein kya hoga? So I think that will be interesting to see, Niranjan. And as Arnab always says, Republic is the election news headquarters. So starting today till the 8th and building up to the big battle of 2024, Niranjan, we promise our viewers, we will keep them on top of everything that they need to know.
Absolutely. The next 30 days is going to be one big roller coaster ride. Animesh, the numbers are on your head, Animesh. It's your numbers. Why should viewers believe that your numbers are the most accurate to the ground reality? Okay, I think we just lost this video there. But just to tell you a little bit about the methodology, let me tell you a little bit about the methodology of the PMark survey and what they have done on the ground and basis which the numbers are being put out. Now, the survey was conducted in all districts across the 2 states. And the methodology is random stratified sampling using predominantly 3 techniques: field surveys, CATI, IDIs with key people in districts and assembly constituencies, and they then use a probabilistic model to determine the number of seats a party is going to win from the estimated vote share. Now, the survey results have been adjusted in proportion to reflect the state district population across age groups, religion, gender, caste, and the questions in the survey were designed to reflect the current scenario electorally and politically, and to gauge the critical factors that may play a role in this election. A margin of error, about 3%. I don't know whether we have Animesh back with us live, but should we go straight to the numbers? Okay, Animesh, can you hear us now?
Yes, hi Niranjan, hi, how are you? And thank you.
Just before you slipped out.
Thank you for inviting me to the show.
No, I was saying that you slipped out right in time when we said that you have to take onus of these numbers. We were just saying the numbers are on your head and you switched off your Zoom link. Good timing there, but anyway.
Yeah, I think the pressure got the better of me.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the numbers and why viewers should believe that your poll is the closest to the ground reality.
So, Niranjan, I think we had a partnership in the last assembly elections as well, where 5 states went into polls, and right from January, when we had the first poll and the elections eventually took place in March, all the 5 states we were spot on at the opinion poll itself, where we kind of gauged the mood and kind of gave your viewers the sense of what the elections will be and what the outcome will be. So in the sense, our past track record kind of gives us some confidence on what the result will be. And that's why we have done an in-depth ground research, and we have done, through various methods, which we have used successfully, and we have tried to come out with the outcome.
Okay, I'm Dipti, I'm handing it over to you. I think Republic Bharat, which is the only competing channel with us today, has put out the numbers. Dipti, you want to put the numbers out? Let's put the numbers out while you introduce our panelists this evening.
Yes. Yes, as we do that, I think it's important to open this up because everyone will have a perspective, everyone will have a voice. Everyone wants to know the numbers. Let's actually say good evening to our panel of guests. Zafar Islam is national spokesperson of the BJP. We'll have to find out from Zafar if he really believes who's his enemy number one. You know, is it the Congress or the AAP? We do not know. Sandeep Ghosh is an author and a political commentator. Animesh Pandey is the founder of PMark. He continues to be with us. And Pankaj Sharma is also a senior journalist and a former media advisor to the Chief Minister Kamal Nath. And he's also joining us on the broadcast, Niranjan, from Delhi. But I think more than anything else, when it comes to elections, it's all about, going down to ground zero and picking up what the people have to say. And I still remember, and Abhishek will second that, when it was, last Gujarat elections, Niranjan, of 2017, things were different until Prime Minister came on that seaplane into the Sabarmati River. How things changed, So you were just mentioning about the fact that it's silent, you're not seeing too much of controversy. So you might have just spoken too early because the action is yet to begin. Niranjan.
Well, should we put the Gujarat numbers out first? I see the Himachal numbers. Okay, why don't you take the Himachal numbers out? Why don't you take the Himachal numbers first up? Abhishek, you want to put the Himachal numbers out? Go
yes,
with it.
I think we're looking at those numbers. Yes, on the bottom of our screens, we are looking at Himachal. Now, Himachal, remember, is polling on the 12th. It's polling on the 12th. Yeah. We are just hours away from that big poll. And Himachal, Abhishek and Niranjan, is not a state that, actually garners a lot of attention. There is not too much of discourse about Himachal because people don't talk much about that state. But that state, I've been there in the last election. I do not know what will happen this time around, but people know very, very clearly what issues they are going to be voting on. The Prime Minister has been in Himachal earlier today. He has addressed back-to-back two rallies. On the bottom of your screens, according to the Republic PMark opinion poll, you're looking at the numbers. 68 seats in the Hill State. It has an upper range and a lower range, like they say, Pahadi or Maidani Ilaka. That's how they actually, Abhishek, break that entire region.
As well.
Yes, a lot of apples. So, a lot of apple cultivators have issues this time. So, I think that will figure, and Animesh will take that story ahead. BJP 37 to 45, Niranjan, that's the range given out. Congress 22 to 28.
Majority. That's a clear majority, yeah.
And the Aam Aadmi Party, who many said kick-started, their campaign until Satyendra Jain was arrested, put behind bars. We do not know whether that has made a calculated retreat, Abhishek. So, is this just about the BJP versus the Congress, Abhishek?
I think the Aam Aadmi Party has done an avol, which is like the entire focus shifting to Gujarat. So, I mean, just an example, Bhagwant Singh Mann happens to be Punjab Chief Minister, neighborhood state Himachal. He has been there only once. He has flown down to Gujarat 4 times. Last 5 days, at the peak of Himachal campaign, Arvind Kejriwal is actually campaigning in Gujarat. He has been carrying out road shows and rallies in much of Saurashtra and Kutch. So essentially that really gives you an idea of the focus the Aam Aadmi Party has over Gujarat, willing to sacrifice Himachal, and that's getting reflected in the numbers. Obviously then it becomes a straight fight, as it has always been, between the Congress and the BJP. Apart from the upper hills and the lower hills, Deepti, about the apples and the oranges, the old and the new. Another difference this time in the elections is that the two stalwarts of the respective parties, Prem Kumar Dhumul, because obviously age and not being given ticket, and Veerbhadra Singh, because he's no more, those stalwarts are missing. So the difference between, again, so many differences in Himachal, the difference between green cap and the maroon cap, all those things missing this time.
Yes, so, Niranjan, there is this vote percentage prediction. I think it's important to take that, and then we'll open it up with our entire panel of guests, Niranjan.
Yeah.
The BJP, according to the Republic PMark opinion poll, is expected to take a vote percentage of 45.2% with a seat prediction of 37 to 45. So will we see the state bucking the trend? Since the year 1985, if I'm not wrong, you haven't seen the state of Himachal repeating a government. Rivaz badalna hai, Abhishek and Niranjan, is something again and again that every BJP neta says on ground zero. Congress, with a vote percentage of 40.1%, is expected to take anywhere close to 22 to 28 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party here, though I do not know whether that is a serious contender or not, whether there is a buzz on the ground or not, it's just got to be a vote katuba. Does it, actually help any party or not? According to this survey, 5.2% is going to be its vote percentage, with close to just about 1 seat on, perhaps they won't be able to pick up.
Go by these numbers, Deepti. Aam Aadmi Party perhaps is doing an Uttarakhand on the Congress Party. So, like it happened in the case of Uttarakhand, again, a state which alternates between the parties at the hustings between Congress and the BJP. This time BJP came back to power, and in fact the BJP top brass is making Uttarakhand as an example in Himachal this campaign. Typically, about 6% votes were taken by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Uttarakhand election, and that really put paid to Congress Party's ambitions of coming back to power following that alternate mechanism. Similarly, this time it seems exactly the 5% vote share that the Congress is missing vis-a-vis the BJP is something that's going to be going with the Aam Aadmi Party. For more, perhaps Animesh can join in as to, because they followed the questionnaire on the ground, if that is also the feedback coming from the ground, Animesh.
So that's true, Abhishek, that's true. So let me set the broad context first. Himachal Pradesh in 2019, BJP had the highest vote share in North India. Higher than Gujarat, higher than Uttar Pradesh. It had a whopping 69% vote share in 2019. So just on the basis of that, probably 2022 election should be a foregone conclusion. But that is not. As Deepti mentioned, Himachal Pradesh has a track record of changing governments. The constituency size are quite small, with about 55,000 voters per constituency. And with the track record of changing governments, Congress has a fighting chance to win this election. But at the same time, as the numbers show, BJP is well ahead. So from 69% in 2019, it is falling to about 45% vote share in our polls as of now. But it is still, well placed to win the election. Now, a couple of key factors that are shaping up this particular election.
Because Abhishek drew that parallel of Uttarakhand and Himachal. There is a lot of difference if you look at the two states. Himachal is a state that does very well in the HDI indexes, the human development indexes. The literacy there is pretty high. The voter there is very, very aware. The government jobs continue to be a major chunk of what people are engaged in. Out of the 55 lakh population here, the voter base, about 2.5 lakh, I think, Abhishek, is, the number that is in the government jobs.
Yeah.
And
that's
this entire thing about the old pension scheme, the new pension scheme, Animesh, what really is something that you got a sense of before we take this to Zafar, to Sandeep, and to Pankaj also? Why don't you tell me what are the kind of questions that you actually did ask the voter? And do they believe that this is a government that has done enough when it comes to issues like the old pension scheme? Employment generation is very, very important. Though we've seen the one rank, one pension also rolled out by the government. What is working, what is not working? Animesh.
So just one small difference between Uttarakhand and Himachal, in terms of constituency size. So Uttarakhand is about 1.2 lakhs, 50,000 is what the average constituency voter size in Himachal. So in terms of personal connect, Himachal is much more so MLA candidate becomes much more important in Himachal versus Uttarakhand. Now coming to the second factor, old pension scheme, because they're the only Congress government in India, which is Rajasthan, they've implemented the old pension scheme. So there is some resonance. As you rightly mentioned, there are about 2.5 lakh government employees in Himachal, and that scheme is finding resonance, and therefore whatever vote share that that Congress is getting, despite the lack of presence of leadership like Rahul Gandhi, who has not held probably a single rally in Himachal, but because of these local issues, local factors, and certain issues like old pension, Congress is able to get a steady, significant vote share where it is able to compete against BJP. But in terms of work done, whether it's the ration scheme, whether it's in terms of roads, etc., these areas the people are fairly happy with what the government has done, especially the central government. And the Modi factor, as I mentioned, 69% vote share in 2019, that continues to have a strong effect in this election as well.
Yeah, let's get in Pankaj as well. Let's get in Pankaj and Zafar. Zafar, see, there's a 4% fall in the vote share of the BJP now. Going by these numbers, even if you buck the trend, you're still losing 4% of your vote share in Himachal Pradesh. In the last election, 49.2%, projected at 45.2% this time around. And should the Congress actually be happy that Rahul Gandhi didn't go to Himachal Pradesh because he's doing Bharat Jodo Yatra? But imagine if Rahul Gandhi had gone to Himachal Pradesh. I don't know whether things would have been different. Should you be actually thanking Rahul Gandhi for not going to Himachal Pradesh?
That's an interesting point you made, Niranjan. Sorry for butting in, but this Bharat Jodo Yatra, which started from Kanyakumari, goes to Kashmir, exactly misses two states, Gujarat and Himachal, incidentally going to polls. I don't know who designed this route map for the Congress party.
Maybe that's why they're getting 40%, but let me get Zafar and Pankaj.
Well, let me respond to that question. As far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, I do not disrespect to any of the opinion polls and whatever numbers you are indicating in terms of the vote percentage. But as far as BJP is concerned, we get feedback from our ground workers, Panna Pramukh, and the Karyakartas. And based on our feedback, internal feedback, we are likely to exceed 50% mark vote share. And if once we exceed our 50% marks, and the slogan which we have is "Rivaj Badalna Hai," that will definitely give us at least 45 seats. But we may exceed, go beyond 50 as well. So in terms of seats,
Zafar, I have to ask you this. Before we go to Pankaj. Why don't you tell me something? Is the Prime Minister doing all the heavy lifting? Because there is a lot of internal, rebellion. There's a lot of dissent that you're dealing with. JP Nadda had to be in, the state for so long. He's just come back to Delhi, I think, about yesterday in the last few hours. Isn't that an issue that actually bothers you? Because in a small state like this, the winning margin is very, very crucial.
Well, these are all speculations, and that too only in media. As far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, we are one unit working
in double
under the
digits. The rebellion there is in double digits.
BJP suspending 6 senior leaders, including 2 vice presidents, is not speculation, Zafar. Your party suspended them.
See, if anybody does anti-party activity, of course, party will suspend them. But whatever the people who have
then you admit there is a problem.
They are out of the system. But those who are within the party, they are one unit working under the leadership of Honorable Party President Nadda ji. And of course, as far as when you speak about the Honorable Prime Minister, he is our supreme leader. He is our brand ambassador for Bharatiya Janata Party. And he is the one who has been admired by the maximum number of people in the country. Obviously, a party which has resources of like him will definitely use him to the best possible way. And that is what Bharatiya Janata Party is doing, because he attracts vote, he attracts people's attention, he attracts eyeball, he attracts footfall, he attracts everything. And that is something which works for the party, and that is why we use the Honorable Prime Minister to the extent possible.
And that is why, Zafar, that is why I think Abhishek and Niranjan, the BJP has wanted to make this election all about Modi. You wanted to make this election all about Modi. The Congress instead has gone local and hyper-local. I think that is how the narrative is changing. We still do not know how the voters are going to be voting. But Pankaj, tell me something. Rahul Gandhi has not gone to the state of Himachal yet. But Priyanka has been there. She's been in charge of campaigning. She's been calling all shots. If after Uttar Pradesh you lose the state of Himachal, is this the failure of Priyanka Gandhi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Congress President Kharge ji is also campaigning in Himachal Pradesh. It won't be anybody's failure, first of all. The opinion poll
is he a vote catcher, by the way?
Practically projecting a repeat of last election results. But this time, your opinion poll agency, I'm afraid, will prove wrong in a huge way. Because we must realize that from 1957 till today, in 65 years, for 48 years, there were Congress governments in Himachal. So it has deep roots there. And in the last 5 years of BJP rule, The state has disappointed everyone, practically everyone, apart from the issues of massive unemployment and price rise. Vast majority of the apple farmers are unhappy. Youth is disheartened because of this Agnipath scheme. Rural population feeling, miserable because only half of the 18,000 villages are connected with proper roads. Government employees, feeling dejected on the issue of pension. These local questions, as you have rightly mentioned, these have become very pertinent this time. So results have to
but Pankaj, in case you end up winning the state of Himachal, you will say this is Priyanka's victory. So you should be ready to tell us that she's been your star campaigner. In case you end up losing the state, it has to be her failure.
Also, Animesh can in fact come in there. Pankaj, before you respond, just adding to, taking it forward so that, you get ample space to respond, enough material to respond to. Animesh, in these questions that you have asked your questionnaire, it says that the old pension scheme which has been promised by the Congress party, it has tremendous amount of traction getting in from the population, 69% wanting it. So you think that could be a swaying factor in favor of the Congress party? Pankaj, I am helping you there, but let Animesh respond to it first.
So Abhishek, whatever swing that has happened, Congress, the 40% vote share that it is getting, it is because of, one of the major reasons is because of this. Otherwise, the vote share would have been significantly lower. So because of old pension scheme and because people are looking at Congress as an alternative, even though it has been losing elections repeatedly over the past several years, because of this scheme and because there is certain belief that if Congress comes to power, this scheme could be implemented, there is certain traction that Congress is getting and that is reflecting in our numbers. But at the same time, BJP has also said that they would relook into this and they will form a committee and relook into this. So that is kind of stemming the tide that probably Congress would have got. And just this one issue can't, swing Congress to victory. There are multiple other factors that need to take place for Congress to achieve victory in this election.
If just a small observation, you look at the numbers here, and I'll begin, Sandeep. Some of the questions that were asked in this survey, and I'm looking at the responses and I'm looking at a trend here. You see here, there is a question asked on the performance of the state government, right? Excellent is just 12%, good is 35%, average is 39%. So the average outweighing everything else. But you asked them about the performance of the centre, because Deepti spoke about Prime Minister Modi being there, the heavy lifting, right? Look at the response to the performance of the centre, the central government schemes and the Prime Minister. Excellent 26%, good 34%. So that's a big swing there. The mood is more towards the centre, and I think this, it's not wrong to say it is a Modi campaign. It is mostly a Modi campaign than a state-led campaign. It is a Modi campaign. You can't deny that, Zafar. And I'm coming to the third one of the questions, key questions asked here on one issue that was raised. A question was asked on the Uniform Civil Code. Let's put the question out. Will government's promise on Uniform Civil Code help the BJP in the elections? Interesting results. 42% of the respondents say yes, it will help. 25% say no. Just 33% say can't say. You see, you're having to, Zafar, I was trying to say that you're having to pull out these issues looking at how close this actually could play out on the ground.
Well, these are part of the mandate we had from the people. So if you just see our manifesto, something which has already been mentioned is being implemented. It is nothing new. It is something which has been already captured in our last manifesto. This has been, if you talk about BJP's manifesto, one of the prominent things which appears in the manifesto is the UCC. And we are just telling them that we will implement it, and something which is not only in Himachal Pradesh, but it is being implemented in other states as well.
But you haven't done that yet, right, Zafar? You haven't done that yet. It was there in the last manifesto. It's there in this manifesto. You talk about it just before elections. Sandeep, isn't that true?
No, let me just complete.
Okay, complete your point. I'll go to Sandeep.
If you really do a back testing of Bharatiya Janata Party's performance in terms of what we have promised in our manifesto, what we have delivered, you will find that it is the only party which promises. What if they promises, they deliver it. In fact, you people must have been surprised between 2019 until now, whatever we had promised in our manifesto, which has already been implemented. So The people have confidence in Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, but Zafar, we are forgetting what happened last year in the by-polls. You're forgetting what happened in the last year's by-polls. And Sandeep will come in here. But Sandeep, with your permission, I just want to ask Zafar one last question before I come to Sandeep. Isn't this your attempt at Hindu consolidation? The state has a very little minority population, but still you're forced to use this card because you do realize that you're in a fix. Whether it's the old pension scheme, whether it's the issue of the apple orchards, whether that is the issue of employment and your internal fight and internal dissent.
Not at all. In fact, it's a double engine sarkar, and people of Himachal Pradesh have seen wherever there is a double engine sarkar, they are the biggest beneficiary in terms of what we have delivered. You just see the road which has been built, the free welfare scheme which had to be delivered to the people have been delivered. So everything people know.
Why did you lose the by-polls last year, Zafar? The good thing is that you course corrected. But tell me something, why did you lose those by-polls? In a place like Mandi, Sandeep, an election that they won, I think, with a 4 lakh plus margin.
Again, I will tell you that historically, if you see.
Why did you lose that, Zafar?
Let me tell you, historically, if you just
Chief
see
Minister's home district
performance of the by-poll election, perhaps BJP often not perform the way they perform in the normal election, state election or general election. So by-poll is something where you cannot judge our performance, because historically it has been seen that by-poll is something where we have not 100% result.
And the next day, you reduce the petrol prices. The next day, after those by-poll results, you actually reduce the petrol prices. Sandeep, why don't you come in here, as an independent observer of the kind of polity that is right now playing out in the state of Himachal, Sandeep? Which side has the edge?
See, Dipti, you've raised some very, very vital questions. Now, first of all, I'll say, with due respect to Animesh, about the whole opinion poll, one thing we must remember, Himachal is a very small state in terms of numbers. If I am not mistaken, the total number of voters are around 65 to 70 lakhs. And therefore, on an average, most of the constituencies have 1 lakh voters. Okay, less than 1 lakh voters. So therefore, the margins can be very, very narrow in most of these cases. I don't know whether they have done a constituency-wise kind of projection. So that's a very, a thing which can swing a lot. Just like when you were mentioning Gujarat, last time also Gujarat, there were very, very, BJP scraped through, but many seats, it was with a very thin number. Now, the main questions here, there is no denying that BJP has got strong anti-incumbency issues, as well as, issues of infighting, as you mentioned. So they have got a lot loaded against them, which they will have to overcome. Now, one of the, armors in their arsenal is always this Modi card, Modi magic, and the double engine sarkar. But if you see the track record, double engine sarkar spiel has worked only when there has been delivery on the ground by the local governments. UP, it worked well, because Yogi government worked in tandem with the center and delivered. Even Himachal, when you were mentioning, Himachal also had these anti-incumbency and infighting issues. But Himachal center had delivered a lot of development in terms of the connectivity to the Char Dhams and the roads and various other things. Now in Himachal, unfortunately, those visible results are not there. And historically, Himachal, as you say, having been the summer capital and then the state capital, people have been essentially being spoiled by these government jobs or jobs in the army and other things. That is what has been their main sustenance. There has been very little other alternative sources of employment generated. So therefore, as you said, the old pension scheme, even our Grand Agniveer and other things, they do resonate with people. Ultimately, therefore, things will, from what is my understanding, will come down to the local level candidates issue, how they operate. And here, I don't think Congress is at a disadvantage because of the absence of Veerbhadra Singh or anybody, because BJP also doesn't have any strong state leadership just now. And the few people who are contenders of Congress are not really washed. They're pretty acceptable being local faces. And whether you like it or not, I think this move of keeping Priyanka there has been a smart move. Priyanka will probably score there better than what a Rahul would have done in her place.
Yeah, just a bit of breaking news that's coming in.
And if she loses, that's
you really think fielding Priyanka is a smart move given the performance that she has delivered in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand?
See, there's a difference between those states. You see, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Himachal, I think she might resonate because of the reasons which I said. There is some degree of whether you call it the glamour quotient or the royalty quotient, so quote unquote, all those things do. But I'm not saying she's going to make a huge difference, but she's at least lending a face out there for the campaign for Congress. Of course, Mr. Khadge is there, as was pointed out by a Congress spokesperson, but he is there only if they fail, so that the blame doesn't go to Priyanka Gandhi, then they can blame it on Khadge. Khadge will say it was my problem, I led the campaign, so you lost. Priyanka Gandhi will be spared. But of course, if they manage to win or come close, this will be a huge kind of, brownie point for Priyanka within the Congress system.
Yeah, there's still a 2% fall in the vote share for the
before
Congress
we go
party.
back to Pankaj, Niranjan, the issue of women voters is also important here. A state that has a good amount of women voters. Animesh, I was just reading through this next question that you've asked a lot of respondents, which is the biggest issue in the upcoming elections? They talk about the bad performance of the government, 19%. Unemployment is 35%. Law and order, 7%. Development of the state is 18%. Other issue is 20%. So, Animesh, tell me something. What about issues like unemployment and price rise? If you just look at this,
let's put that question
if the Congress
out on
is
the
able
screen.
to win the Hill state, it will prove that these are real issues. But in case the BJP is able to buck the trend, Animesh, do these become non-issues electorally? And what about the women? How many women also have you spoken to as a part of this survey?
So, Deepti, the survey sample is a 50-50 mix of male and female voters. And in terms of female voters, that is correct. So the point that was mentioned, that Priyanka Gandhi campaigning in this state. So Priyanka Gandhi, which is a central Congress leadership, and along with Pratibha Singh, which is the state Congress leadership, that in some sense is trying to mitigate the women voter vote bank that goes to Prime Minister Modi, which we have seen nationally, which we have seen in UP and every other state. So that is critical. The women vote bank, which over the past 3-4 years has been backing BJP vociferously, there is some swing which is happening towards Congress this time because of two women faces, both Priyanka Gandhi, who is campaigning, and Pratibha Singh.
Okay, Abhishek, can we move on to the numbers from Gujarat now?
I think that's why BJP in fact sensed it, and that's why they have a women's manifesto as well, part of their larger manifesto, which was released by the party president, a special focus on the women constituency.
And Congress has announced 1,500 rupees, Niranjan, much like the Aam Aadmi Party, part of the Revadi politics that we call in the country. To all women, I think aged 18 and above, 1,500 rupees. So is that going to be the game changer, Animesh? Is that a question that, you actually did come across? Did people speak about this?
So that has been asked, and Revadi culture has been mentioned, that is not making a significant impact, at least in terms of preference for a party. The old pension scheme, that is definitely a big factor, but 1,500 and the reduction of gas prices that has been promised by Congress, that has not been a major factor in this election.
There's a bit of breaking news coming in from Maharashtra and Gujarat. Maharashtra, because Rahul Gandhi is in Maharashtra and he said something about Gujarat. So on that breaking news, bringing that breaking news update in, I'm going across and putting out the numbers from Gujarat. A lot of viewers asking what are the numbers from Gujarat looking like if the elections were to be held today. Let's put those numbers out on screen. That's the number. Looks like it's going to be a rather convenient win for the BJP. Abhishek, would like to get your views on this one. First, BJP expected to win anywhere between 127 to 140 seats in the Gujarat Assembly elections, 180 seats in all. And let's tell you the other numbers as they are looking this evening. The Congress party projected to just about cobble up a meager 24 to 36 seats. The numbers are on your screen. The Aam Aadmi Party, with all the campaigning and all the firepower they've been been able to cobble up, rushing Bhagwant Mann and all the leaders they have left to Gujarat, only managing anywhere between 9 to 21. And that's about it. That's the story. The Congress party is going to be wiped out once again in Gujarat. And the breaking news that I wanted to bring in from Gujarat is that Rahul Gandhi, who's by the way right now in Maharashtra and Nanded, has said all projects from Maharashtra are going to Gujarat. Elections are in Gujarat. People of Gujarat are snatching the employment from the people of Maharashtra. Can you imagine that? Thank God the Congress party must be saying, thank God Congress, Rahul Gandhi is not passing through the state of Gujarat. He has just said Gujarat is snatching employment from the people of Maharashtra. Can you imagine the statement being made in Gujarat? Abhishek.
Niranjan, that's what I was mentioning, that Bharat Jodo Yatra completely skips Gujarat and Himachal. And Mr. Gandhi perhaps in some kind of ennui thought that, oh, is it Maharashtra going to polls and not Gujarat? I mean, that only can explain this kind of comment when you are heading into an election cycle and the campaign is peaking, Niranjan. And so far as Gujarat numbers go, more than the seats, the story again is in the percentages, Niranjan, essentially Aam Aadmi Party is scavenging on the Congress party vote share and hence giving this victory to the BJP. Now this 127 figure, which is the lowest that Animesh is giving to the party, is the highest tally the BJP has got, I think, in 1998.
Let's put the vote share at the bottom of the screen. Vote share at the bottom. Go ahead.
No, in fact, this was 127 was the highest the BJP got in 2002 and 140 is on the higher side. BJP internally, of course, believes that this swing of Congress party vote towards the Aam Aadmi Party and hence the fracture in the opposition is going to give them more seats. So, I, for example, typically exactly same thing played out in the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation where the Congress party generally would, the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation would swing between BJP and the Congress party with edge-to-edge numbers in terms of percentages. And with the entry of the Aam Aadmi Party, Congress party went by half and BJP came back again instead of alternating between the two parties. So I think that's clearly happening in the case of Gujarat with the Aam Aadmi Party scavenging on the Congress vote share, Niranjan.
Quickly, what did you find in Gujarat? And then let's open up and get all our panelists in on the numbers. Animesh.
Yes, the big theme, Niranjan, in Gujarat has been that Congress has kind of left the state. So whatever effort was put in 2017 by Rahul Gandhi, by state leadership, by Ashok Gehlot, they're just kind of banking on that, and whatever vote share, that residual vote share could be left, that is the only thing. Whereas AAP has taken the fight to the streets. They have been campaigning aggressively. And from virtually no presence in 6 months ago, they have gobbled up 20% vote share. If you combine the Congress plus AAP vote share, that is much significantly greater than BJP by 3 to 4%. So BJP, even though the vote share is dropping compared to 2017 elections, but they're still, having the biggest victory that they had over the past 20-25 years.
That's a big one. Let me get in Prashant Garavi. Prashant Garavi, good evening. Can you hear me? What do you think is working?
Am I audible?
Yes. Can I get your reaction to these numbers? Congress party almost finished in another state now. Himachal, they had a chance. Aam Aadmi Party, even without a campaign, has snatched that critical 5% of a vote share according to the opinion polls. Gujarat is even worse. Aam Aadmi Party is literally eating into half of your vote share, the Congress vote share.
Yeah, absolutely. From the day one, where we were seeing the Aam Aadmi Party getting penetrated into the Gujarat, and the first experience of Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation, as rightly said by another panelist, Aam Aadmi Party is doing a very hype and very they are doing a lot of good penetrations, but not getting a good success in terms of a seat numbers. But yes, his campaign is getting into the mind of the people, mind of the citizens for a bijli, for electricity, for health kind of issues, and people are getting attracted and doing some voting. So that vote percentage of Aam Aadmi Party is basically, they are getting this vote percentage into 70-30 numbers. I used to speak down everywhere that whatever percentage Aam Aadmi Party is getting, it will be a division of 70-30. 70% of vote shares from Congress and 30% vote from BJP, and that's why this 30% of BJP will not be into that much loss, and it will be benefited into the loss of 70% Congress seats. And that's why you rightly mentioned that first time BJP will get the highest number of the seats after 2002 and even after 95. what BJP's target is, they just wanted to break the record of Mr. Madhosi Solanki, who is an ex-chief minister from Congress, who has got the 149 seats out of 182. And that's why every time, my dear Amit Shah or even Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister always speaks that 150 plus. BJP is going to get 150 plus this time. So this is basically a target they have settled down, that they want to anyhow break down the record of Madhosi Solanki. And that's why Aam Aadmi Party, I don't know, but and in Gujarat there is a clear-cut signal whether the Aam Aadmi Party is a B team of BJP or what, because every time they are getting the vote shares, every time they are not getting seats but getting the vote shares and damaging the Congress votes, and indirectly it is getting benefited to BJP.
Prashant, there's a big breaking news update. I'm just coming across Zafar. Big breaking news update. Abhishek has a big breaking news story. In fact, Republic TV getting you the political scoop from Gujarat. Abhishek, you want to break that? What are you hearing? Abhishek, big one. Big one.
Well, exactly, Niranjan. So we had Nitin Patel announcing it a while back on our platform, in fact, Republic Bharat. Then we had Vijay Rupani coming out, releasing a letter saying, former Chief Minister saying that he is not contesting, and now Bhupendra Chudasama, he is a veteran minister, was a minister from Keshubhai Patel onwards till the last of the Modi government, in fact, in the Vijay Rupani government also. And he was sitting MLA from Dholka. He has also announced that he is not going to contest. So I think what we are seeing is a very sort of a voluntary self-denial amounting to a purge happening, where the senior leadership is making way for the next generation. Like we saw in the case of change of government when Vijay Rupani passed on the baton to Bhupendra Patel, the entire cabinet was changed, and hence I think the anti-incumbency factor taken care of in Gujarat. Similarly, now we are seeing that these seniors would not even contest the election, thus giving the BJP and the Central Election Committee is meeting, giving them the freedom to really shape the next generation and to accommodate.
No,
remember, in the last election, as many as 17 sitting Congress MLAs have joined the party, and maybe another 20 others who are probable MLA candidates. The BJP gets that much freedom, the Central Election Committee that is meeting in Delhi, to play with numbers, play with names, and get everyone accommodated.
Abhishek, are they being asked to, because the meeting was held earlier?
Apart from the Prime Minister, who's that one leader today, Niranjan, in the state of Gujarat that the BJP can bank on? The point is, there is a crisis. There is a real crisis. Like I said, much in Uttarakhand we've seen earlier, then in Himachal, the Prime Minister is left to do all the heavy lifting. What about these second-rung leaders? What about them? Last time around it was a Hardik Patel, Alpesh Thakur, Jignesh Memani, and that worked for the Congress. This time, because you do not see them there, Zafar, before I come to you, I think we have Dr. Piyush Joshi with us, who's also a political analyst. He leans towards the AAP. I want to go to him. Dr. Joshi, good evening, sir. Welcome into the discussion. Tell me something. This is a question that I've wanted to ask the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress for some time now. Did you people have a deal? The Aam Aadmi Party makes a tactical retreat from Himachal. You go all out in Gujarat. What's going on? What's going on, sir?
Well, that's for the BJP and Congress to figure out. That's their problem, not the Aam Aadmi Party's problem. They can always keep on deciding whose B team we are.
What are you doing in Himachal?
Actually, look, Himachal, the campaign is still very much alive. We are trying to put our footprints there. We are a new party again there. We are contesting for the first time in many of these states. Let us establish our footprints there. Let us establish our organization there. Once we establish our organization, we will be a force to reckon with. At least the people will know that this is a force. In
Gujarat, tell me something. Who will the rise of the Aam Aadmi Party hurt more? Is it going to be the Congress or the BJP? Why were you forced to talk about the images of Goddess Lakshmi and Lord Ganesh on the currency notes? Arvind Kejriwal speaks of Ayodhya in Gujarat. What is his ideology?
I have been to Gujarat. Few of my very close associates have been to Gujarat, are still in Gujarat. What do we keep on hearing when we talk to people that who are we damaging or why will you vote for Aam Aadmi Party? They mention the welfare schemes of the Aam Aadmi Party. They do not mention that because we are angry from the BJP or because we are angry from the Congress, we are going to vote for Aam Aadmi Party. They basically are voting for Aam Aadmi Party because of the welfare schemes that the Aam Aadmi Party brings to table. Now, had the BJP done so in the past 27 years, I think the welfare schemes would not be kicking or would not be playing such an important factor in Gujarat. As far as Congress is concerned, Congress.
No, are you just going to be a vote katua? Because again and again, you know, Zafar, though you know, neither the Congress nor the BJP accepts this, the point is that what does the Aam Aadmi Party do? Does it act like a vote katua and spoil the Congress's chance in Gujarat? Is that the larger game plan? Piyush Joshi first, then we'll get in Zafar.
Look, I don't think the Aam Aadmi Party banks on anyone else's vote. Aam Aadmi Party tries to generate its own vote share, tries to communicate its own plan, and that's how the democracy works. If the people are angry with Congress, if the Congress's MLAs are switching to BJP, I don't think that's Aam Aadmi Party's fault. Now, let me tell you, now the recent statement of Rahul Gandhi ji, you have just mentioned on your program, you have just broken the news. Now, is it Aam Aadmi Party's fault that Mr. Rahul Gandhi makes such a statement in Maharashtra? No, come on, now your house is falling in disarray and you cannot blame Aam Aadmi Party for it. Aam Aadmi Party goes with a clear-cut plan. Aam Aadmi Party is a pro-welfare party. It works for the last man in the queue, and that's what the Aam Aadmi Party it is. You can call.
Yeah, that is why you forget your citizens in Delhi when they are choking. That is why you forget your citizens in Delhi when you're choking.
Nobody.
That is why in the state of Punjab, you tell us abhi to 6 mahina hi mila hai.
Next year you will see, we'll have this discussion
Liquor
again.
Gate, you do not have Arvind Kejriwal who has any answers. Manish Sisodia is embroiled in such a big controversy. And all that you say is that this is a ploy to defame us.
Look, I'm particularly not an Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, so I will just mention it's just a part of narrative. You know, I know, everyone else knows. It's a part of narrative which is being built up, and even Manish Sisodia ji and Satyendra Jain ji are going to be out of Satyendra Jain ji is going to be out of prison in no time once the elections are over. He is going to get bail. This case has been going on since 2015.
Yeah,
and Manish Sisodia,
so we should ask Zafar, you know, Abhishek and Niranjan, who for them is the bigger enemy? Is it the Congress, Zafar, or the Aam Aadmi Party? Who's a bigger threat for you?
Poor audio. Zafar, you're muted. Zafar, I think you're muted.
No, I'm not muted.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Zafar, we can't hear you.
So,
yeah, now we can. Now we can. Go ahead.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So, I am in Gujarat for last 15 days. Let me tell you very honestly. There is a. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there is absolutely no traction as Congress or, for that matter, AAP is concerned. AAP has absolutely no connect with the people. They are trying to mislead the people. People are not paying attention to whatever promises they are making because it's all hollow promises. They have experienced what they have done in Punjab and Delhi. They know that they are tall in making promises, but they do not deliver it. So people are very sincere and sensitive about it, and that's why they are getting no traction. I don't know how you have projected them that they will even open their record. As far as Congress is concerned, a little bit of traction there, but as somebody was telling you on this program itself, that we have been targeting 150 plus, and we are absolutely confident. Not only will break our previous record of 127, but we will also all-time highest seats which have been which Congress had received at one point in time of 149. We will break that record because we are confident. Even though you have projected 127 to 140, but you will see the end result will be 150 plus, and Congress will be somewhere between 20 and 25 seats. They will not go beyond 25. That is what our assumption. And AAP will not even open their record in the state of Gujarat.
See, one thing that the Aam Aadmi Party will have to learn.
150 plus is what Zafar says. Abhishek and Niranjan.
Yeah. No, I just want to
open the account.
No.
AAP won't open the account.
No.
So he has indirectly answered which is the bigger threat. He has indirectly answered which is the bigger threat.
Can get polled more than 50,000 votes, and you cannot win an election if you are not.
Zafar, I think you underestimated them even in the civic body elections.
I'm not underestimating. I'm just narrating the truth. Whatever the feedback which we are getting from the ground.
Okay.
You need to have a candidate who can win, who can at least get 70, 80,000 votes or a lakh vote. There is absolutely no candidate, barring few candidates, who can perhaps get 25 to 40,000 votes. But there are absolutely no candidate who can get more than 50,000 votes.
Yeah,
if you don't get
But Zafar, tell me something. What about the Morbi tragedy? That's the question right now playing out on our screens. I want to ask you one thing. Is that going to be an issue that is going to be affecting your voter? You know, the Prime Minister reached out. The Prime Minister had a healing touch. But still, till today, the gentleman who owns the company or whatever has not been put behind bars. Zafar? That is your government, that's your municipality.
I understand.
What have you done?
I understand. I'm sure you are aware of that the investigation is underway. Let the investigation be over. Whoever is responsible, that promise has been already made.
What investigation, Zafar? What investigation do you need to actually book him?
No, but
you think the voters will not remember this when they go to vote?
No, but no. I'm sure that your own survey suggests that only 3% people are saying that it is relevant because they know the Bharatiya Janata Party government whatever they promise.
That is the arrogance, no, Zafar. Because if you're winning these numbers, it's only because of the Prime Minister. It is not because of what the BJP is doing in Gujarat. Sandeep, why don't you opine on this?
See, what you said about this is very true, and we saw last time as well. In Gujarat, BJP managed to scrape through only because the Prime Minister's pull. Now, this time the situation is different because there is nobody really to take them on. You are talking about whether AAP is BJP's B team. I would ask whose B team or C team is Congress? Because Congress, it beats the logic that last time, having done such a good performance, they have simply seemed to have abdicated the state. Rahul Gandhi is not going there. You don't see any stalwarts of, Congress being there. Last time, at least, Ashok Gehlot. And so I don't know whether it's after Ahmed Patel's demise. They have lost the grip on Gujarat. And all this talk about, Chup Chup Ke campaign in the villages, I really don't get any evidence or signs that is really working. So because Congress is really abdicating the space, BJP will, despite Morbi or despite all the infighting and issues of corruption and everything which is bound to come in after 25 years of rule, BJP will still have a sweep this time. But AAP is playing for the longer term. You see, we all make the mistake of talking of AAP, whether for the central election or this. Arvind Kejriwal knows he has got a long runway before him, and he is not going to go after 2024 or 2022 in Gujarat. If he manages to get his vote share up to 19-20%, which many people are saying, even if he doesn't get that many seats, it puts him on a much stronger footing going forward. And that's why he's investing so much resources into Gujarat, even neglecting Himachal. You see, earlier we thought Himachal will be a natural extension from Punjab. If he has won Punjab, he has got Delhi. So, it's easiest, it will be a low-hanging fruit for him. But he has tactically given it
the Central Election Committee meeting of the BJP.
Abhishek, just cutting across to those pictures coming in from the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister has arrived. So just breaking out for a few seconds, this is the CEC meeting in the national capital. The Prime Minister has just arrived. You saw that Amit Shah, JP Nadda had arrived a short while back and they're already present there. And they will take a call on the Gujarat and the Himachal elections. Of course, Gujarat will be their focus today. Gujarat candidates, I think, if I'm not wrong, Abhishek, why don't you tell our viewers what's on the agenda? Can we expect any surprises in this meeting, or are the surprises already out with the senior leaders pulling out?
I think the surprises would come now, Niranjan. The announcements essentially cemented what we already knew, given the kind of purge that had happened. And remember, Vijay Rupani was the Chief Minister, Nitin Patel was the Deputy Chief Minister, Bhupendra Chudasama was the Senior Minister, I think heading the Education Ministry. And for them to announce that they won't be contesting, I think more like a face saver given by the party. Okay, fine, you announce yourself, otherwise you would anyway be sacked or not taken on board by being given tickets. So I think Prime Minister there being received by Party President JP Nadda, going inside the Central Election Committee, which is going to over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, few hours today and few hours tomorrow, going to essentially decide the candidates for the Gujarat elections, which is 182 seats and a few that are left in Himachal. So I think in that, nothing in Himachal, but in all 182 in Gujarat. So that's the agenda, Niranjan, of the Central Election Committee, and which includes the Prime Minister and the Senior Minister, senior leaders of the party, and of course, Party President JP Nadda heads it. And this body would be deliberating over the next few hours and deciding Gujarat candidates. Maybe not all of them today, but by tomorrow the entire list should be out. We are told, in fact, that once this meeting gets over, whatever decisions have been taken today would be announced, the names would be announced. Just to explain to the viewers the process, the parliamentary board of the party at the state level meets to decide at least 3 candidates, probables per seat, not candidates but probables per seat. And that process was done over the last week when Union Home Minister Amit Shah, camped in Ahmedabad or Gandhinagar and carried out that exercise. So seat-wise, they created a panel of names, as it is called, of 3 probables each. And that panel now comes to Delhi, and the Central Election Committee discusses and deliberates on those names and picks up the most winnable candidate. And that's how the list gets finalized. So that's what's going to happen now in the case of Gujarat. And remember, we have been discussing the home state of the Prime Minister, home state of the Home Minister, and prestige battle. Also an experiment, I must tell you, Niranjan, that if the BJP wins this election, which is likely to, as per the opinion poll and general feedback from the ground as well, BJP would be completing exactly 29 years. They have completed 29 years, 30 years next year. And if they win next election as well, which is 2027, Niranjan, BJP would be beating the record of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, CPM in Bengal, to become the longest serving democratically elected party in any state, perhaps anywhere in the world.
Have to take a short break now.
BJP is looking at very long-term records as well.
Yeah.
Niranjan, I'm tempted to ask Abhishek one question. So
have to take a break, Deepthi. You can do that at 8 o'clock.
JP Nadda, again, his home state is Himachal.
I have to take a break.
One question. Please allow me one question with Abhishek.
Keep your answer short, Abhishek.
There is a lot of buzz that JP Nadda has been given an extension. Now, clearly, isn't Himachal also a test right now for JP Nadda? He's personally also invested in that state, because come 2024, this is a state also that he needs to deliver for the BJP along with the other people.
It's his home state. Yes. He's born in Bihar, Patna. So that sense, politics comes from perhaps that background. But Himachal happens to be his home state.
Okay, have to take a break. Abhishek and Deepthi, we can take this forward at 8 o'clock. Have to take a short break. We'll come back. You can take this forward at 8 o'clock. Requesting all our panelists to stay with us, taking a short break. The numbers, the analysis coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. The big picture and the big takeaways.
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या? आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना? उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not, in fact, responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
For joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theater and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging two media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था. आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई. दिस इज द एनसीपी वर्कर हु वाज देयर विद जितेंद्र अवार्ड इज नॉट.
250 सीट्स. कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार. हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं.
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, ये आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab. Two states.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnab. As two states go to polls, who has the edge? Watch India's biggest opinion poll, the Republic PMark opinion poll, 7 p.m. onwards on India's election news headquarters. December 8 with Arnab. Thank you for staying with us on the special broadcast of the opinion poll, the Republic PMark opinion poll for Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. Let's quickly go across to the numbers. My colleagues Abhishek Kapoor and Deepti Sachdeva joining us on the broadcast. Quickly, Abhishek and Deepti, let's go through the numbers and the big takeaways from each of these states. Gujarat first, where the BJP is set to create a new record. Let's put the numbers of Gujarat on screen. Now, since the 1980s, the big takeaway from Gujarat, Abhishek, since the 1980s, the highest seat share the BJP has got is 127 in 2002, and now the BJP, with this projection, let's take the numbers, let's put the numbers out on screen, set to get a record-breaking 134 seats with a 7th term in power. That's the projection for Gujarat. The Congress party almost finished in Gujarat, just about 24 to 36 seats. The Aam Aadmi party tried hard, but I'm not sure that's converted to seats. And that's the big story. Congress on its way out. Aam Aadmi party failed to shake things up. Abhishek.
You know, so where the Congress party is concerned, Niranjan, the complete decimation is visible within the Congress leadership also. Let's look at the last 24 hours. We had Bhaga Bharad, MLA, sitting MLA from Talala quitting in the morning. We are getting reports that Niranjan Patel, Petla's sitting MLA, might quit tonight itself and join the BJP tomorrow. We saw Himanshu Vyas, a senior member of the Congress leadership in Gujarat and a national secretary, quitting yesterday and joining the BJP. And we had Mohan Rathwa. It's a significant, swing it's going to cause insofar as the tribal community of the Rathwas is concerned in the eastern tribal belt in Gujarat, affecting at least 10 seats, possibly 15. So I think, and these are all, Mohan Rathwa was in fact the senior most MLA of the Congress party, in fact senior enough to be the pro tem speaker in 2017 when the assembly was set up. So in that sense, it gives you an idea of the complete rout of the Congress party, and it's getting reflected in the fact that there is despair in the senior leadership. They are quitting. There is a complete surrender. We have not seen the Gandhis visiting the state even once, forget about during the campaign, even as a build-up to the campaign, and in the last couple of months. And also remember, Niranjan, this is going to be the first election for the Congress party in Gujarat without Ahmed Patel, and that's an important factor, because Ahmed Patel, at least because it was his home state, would keep the infighting in check. So like in the case of Himachal Pradesh, Congress party is going to sorely miss Veerbhadra Singh's presence. In the case of Gujarat, they are going to miss Ahmed Patel as well. In that sense, I think Congress party does not have many options, but it's likely. We don't know whether the Congress party strategists have really thought about it. They are sort of transferring their vote share to the Aam Aadmi party with the thought perhaps that hum to doobenge sanam, tumko bhi le doobenge, in the sense that if we can't do anything, let Aam Aadmi party at least be an irritant for the BJP, or at least make them work harder, because remember, even at 20% vote share, the numbers insofar as that vote share translating into number of seats is concerned, the Aam Aadmi party is not an area of concern for the BJP. In fact, BJP is a beneficiary because of this decimation of the Congress party, and the Aam Aadmi party is scavenging on the Congress voter. In that sense, I think it looks good for the BJP. But Deepti, difficult days ahead for the Congress party in Gujarat.
Oh yes, I think we have a new panel.
Or rather, if I could just add to it, not difficult days for the Congress party, unending difficult days for the Congress party.
Okay, so I think we'll have a new panel of guests on the screens, and I'll just quickly say good evening to them, Abhishek. But I want to ask you something about the vote share, because we've been speaking about the Congress party. Let's say good evening, in fact, to Ratan Sharda will still join us. I do see Ratan Sharda is there, Abhishek Sudhir is there, Varis Pathan is there, Pankaj continues to be with us. I also do see Aparajita with us, and Karan Verma is with us. And before I come to you, Aparajita and all gentlemen, a quick question that I think Pankaj should be able then to tell us, because we are talking of the Congress party here. I was looking at the vote share, of the years 2007, Pankaj, 2012, 2017. It moves from a 38% to a 39% to a 41% in 2017. So, the Congress's vote shares, many would say, Pankaj, has ossified. And are you taking that vote bank for granted? Are you taking that for a right? Can you tell me how many rallies of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi have been held in Gujarat, or they do not believe it's important there to reach out to the electorate? You can sit back and let the BJP do whatever mistakes, and then perhaps you think that you have a chance, and in the meantime you have the entry of the Aam Aadmi party.
See, nobody can take any vote percentage for granted. Modi ji is going every other day. Amit Shah ji is going every other day to Gujarat. Let's see what the results would be for BJP. I'm sure, my assessment says that BJP in Gujarat is not going clear majority this time. Government employees agitating, ASHA workers agitating, road transport workers agitating, farmers agitating, ex-servicemen agitating. How can you expect a sweeping victory for an incumbent
Pankaj,
government
can you deny the fact, Pankaj, can you deny the fact that you got 77? You got 77, the BJP got 99 in 2017. I think, Abhishek, we've seen a considerable switch from the Congress to the BJP already. You take things for granted, you sit back, and then you blame others. Then you fall with others. Where is the seriousness in the Congress party? If you want to take on Modi come 2024, Pankaj, that is a serious question that will be asked of you.
See, from Morbi to Maninagar, there is a subtle discontent among the electorate over a deeply suffocating social climate, unemployment crisis, very bad situation of healthcare, dishonesty with farmers. See, promoting crony capitalism, making corruption a way of life, overlooking the welfare of Adivasi community. So, from where BJP can sweep these elections? It's impossible. The ground situation is different. Yeah, please come in. Please come in.
Yeah.
Karan,
Mr.
Karan is wanting
Pankaj.
to respond to you, then we'll also get an Aishwarya.
Mr. Pankaj just said Mr. Modi and Amit Shah are going there every second day. That shows the seriousness of the BJP. The fact that the Prime Minister is from Gujarat. Let me complete.
That shows the desperation.
That shows the fact
You call that
they never
desperation,
take a
Pankaj, but that is the hunger. That is the hunger. That no election is too small. You're out there to win an election. That's how you win elections.
Congress, they had 41% vote share last time around. 77 seats.
Himachal, now BJP is a divided house in Gujarat.
They did not even bother going there.
Three big leaders have been denied the tickets. Three big leaders have been denied the candidature. BJP is a divided house in Gujarat now.
Will you please moderate him? After getting 41% vote share and 77 seats, you did not even bother. Rahul Gandhi did not even bother visiting Gujarat in Bharat Jodo Yatra. That is your seriousness about an election. So please don't preach why Mr. Modi is going there every second day. He is serious about his election.
We'll get to know on the 8th. We'll get to know on the 8th. Charges versus counter charges, Aishwarya. Charges versus counter charges is how we've seen the story playing out.
Absolutely, but whether you talk about Himachal Pradesh, whether you talk about Gujarat, Abhishek and Deepti, Abhishek, these are two states which are completely opposite to each other. One state changes every 4-5 years, like every election, and the other hasn't seen a change for last 27 years. And going by the numbers, it seems that it's going to be 34. Because next time, when there's going to be the election, because the numbers, yes, Congress is in the fight, though PMARC survey show that there is a 21% loss in the Congress vote share. But, and I question the PMARC, according to my sources, Congress is not doing that bad. There are still 45 seats because this is according to BJP's internal survey, where they feel that Congress is in fight. And that's the reality.
Ask Animesh, Aishwarya, because Animesh, you have not been into this debate for a while. Aishwarya is asking you a question, in fact, that your numbers in Himachal perhaps are not giving the true picture so far as the Congress party scene is concerned. You are indulging a bit more with the BJP then, perhaps. Is Animesh there? Animesh, are you getting me? Okay, Animesh is not there. Aishwarya,
Abhishek is there. Abhishek, Sudhir can take that question.
Okay, Abhishek, Sudhir, you can ask that to Abhishek. No problem. You can ask that question to Abhishek, Sudhir, Deepti, that, the Congress party perhaps might pull in a surprise there in Himachal.
Well, I really don't know. I mean, the Congress hasn't been visible. And I just see Prime Minister Modi campaigning more for the Congress than Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. It's the Prime Minister and the Home Minister who seem to be bringing up the Congress more than the Congress leadership itself. It's Prime Minister Modi who says that the Congress is running apparently some silent, covert campaign, going to the villages and saying, please vote for us, don't vote for the BJP. So I really don't know why the Prime Minister, whose dream has been Congress Mukt Bharat, is... No, I mean, this is, I mean, I'm just going by what the Prime Minister is saying. He's like, beware of the Congress. I mean, would you imagine the Prime Minister saying this? The Prime Minister realizes that the Congress is an easier foe to overcome, is an easier enemy to vanquish. The Aam Aadmi Party, look at that vote share, 20.6%, even if we take the survey as the actual result of the election, 20.6%. Amit Shah has told the lawmakers of Gujarat, if Aam Aadmi Party reaches 24%, that's a red alert for them. And if you go by the margin of error of plus minus 3%, Aam Aadmi Party is at 23.6% if you go by margin of error. 24% vote share is a red alert for the BJP. Trust me, this is the Punjab 2017 moment. Punjab 2022, Gujarat 2027. That is coming. That is what the survey here tells me.
I would have been more interested if you would have been talking about your Aparajita Sarangi. But you see, these are the first elections, Abhishek, where you see the Gandhis are not there.
Yeah.
Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are not there, and I feel that the Congress might not be saying it, Aparajita Sarangi. They might be talking to you in Central Hall, ma'am. But I don't think they are openly accepting it, Abhishek and Deepti, that they are very happy that Rahul Gandhi is not going to campaign in Himachal
and in Gujarat. And the numbers are completely opposite. It's inversely proportional, Abhishek. It's inversely proportional, Aparajita Sarangi, that if Rahul Gandhi goes, numbers dip. The man is out. The man is not going to campaign either in Gujarat or in Himachal. And Congress seems to be doing well. No, Abhishek, Sudhir, you are laughing, but that's the reality. The numbers are showing this, Aparajita Sarangi. BJP is most happy, ask her.
What?
अब की बार फिर से मोदी सरकार Can I say? Can I speak out?
Yeah, please carry on.
अब की बार फिर से मोदी सरकार in both Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. A couple of days back, I had been sent by my party to Himachal Pradesh, and you know, I could see everywhere the banners and posters of Bharatiya Janata Party and the workers moving from door to door, talking to people, connecting with them, you know, and all the women on the streets, all the street plays being shown. But where was the Congress and where was AAP? No poster, no flags, no banners, no leaders. Now here there is a Rahul Gandhi who is down south, and he is doing his Bharat Jodo Yatra. I don't know what kind of Bharat Jodo Yatra is this, which would not be translating into votes for the Congress. Now, even if Rahul Gandhi ji would have come to Gujarat or Himachal, I don't know what kind of impact he would have left on the voters. I have a serious doubt. Now, as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned,
Sarangi, Deepti, she would have been more happy. More Rahul Gandhi comes to campaign, BJP is more happy.
In fact, I can give you an example.
Please do so.
I can give you an example. Aparajita Sarangi, you know what Aishwarya is telling you makes sense. Last time, when Rahul Gandhi was campaigning in Gujarat in 2017, he went to the Somnath temple. And an entry was made.
I believe very popular entry. Cameras were there and everything.
It's possible that Rahul Gandhi did not write it, somebody else did, but that did the damage. And the Congress party, which got 77 seats despite that faux pas, could have really done better. Yeah. So it's Rahul Gandhi, carries some trouble with him for the Congress party, and that's why perhaps the strategists have been smart this time of not sending Rahul Gandhi both to Gujarat and
keeping him away.
But I have a serious question to ask of Aparajita, and then we'll get in Ratan also. You know, Aparajita, the point is, before you came into the discussion, in the last 1 year, no, 1 second, Aparajita, you have the bypolls of last year to reflect on when it comes to the state of Himachal. Do not forget that. Are you also taking the voter for granted in the state of Gujarat? And the real trouble now is that Aam Aadmi Party is not the Congress. Aam Aadmi Party is not the Congress. You cannot bash the Aam Aadmi Party without them responding to you. So has the Aam Aadmi Party for you become the real challenger?
No, see,
and the Prime Minister is the only one doing all the heavy lifting.
Please give me some.
You know, your Chief Minister, whether in Gujarat or whether in the state of Himachal, just look at the popularity ratings.
Bharatiya Janata Party is a party with a difference. We go to the voters with our report card. We talk about our achievements, not only at the state level, but also what Prime Minister Modi has been doing at the center. And I think, the best part about this party and our leader is that the communication is very good with the voters. We call it Samvad. Prime Minister Samvad goes to the last voter and he understands the language of the Prime Minister and his entire team. So I think as far as convincing the voters is concerned, as far as, talking
Aparajita Sarangi, no one is questioning.
Aparajita
Sarangi, you are a member of parliament, you know better. No one is questioning the Prime Minister's acceptability. No one is questioning the Prime Minister. No. Listen. The question, and I say in Himachal, when it was asked, Deepti and Abhishek, how do you rate the performance of the BJP government? It was said 12% excellent, but when the same question was asked to the same set of people, Abhishek, that how do you rate the performance of the Prime Minister, 26%, massive 26% in Himachal said excellent and 34% said good. And the same percentage in Gujarat is 29% excellent and 38% good. So no one is questioning the acceptability. What Deepti is saying is that Aam Aadmi Party, according to the PMARC, listen, I may have my own opinion. I'm a reporter. I feel, according to my sources, the numbers which the PMARC is giving, Deepti and Abhishek, is not even what the internal surveys of the Aam Aadmi Party is giving. I have my doubts, but as a reporter I can do that. But I am saying that is that a problem for you, Aparajita Sarangi, as the BJP? That if Aam Aadmi Party takes the space of the Congress.
See, let me tell you candidly. See, there is absolutely no problem who comes second. Second is always a second. We are forming the government. We are going for 2/3 majority. We know for sure as far as Gujarat is concerned, we would definitely be 150 plus. And as far as Himachal is concerned, we would be more than 45. Right. And this statement is based on the fact that we are working extremely hard there, and we can.
No, you are saying 150, Abhishek. Before we just go to Ratan Sharda, Deepti, the best they have done, the best the BJP has done is in 2002, right?
Yes.
The best they have done. What was the number, Abhishek?
127.
In 2002.
127.
127, and you are saying, Aparajita Sarangi 150. Did I hear correct?
Yes, we would be at 150 plus.
Madam MP, that is what you said, right?
150 plus we would be actually going ahead of 1985. Okay. Madhav Singh Solanki's record of, I think it was slightly less than 150. So we would be crossing 150 this time. 1985 was the highest. The Congress leader Madhav Singh Solanki, I mean. But I think we are going beyond that this time. And this is based on our report card. And I think
we need to concede. See, Himachal is important, but Gujarat is very, very, very important. Yeah. That's the difference in Gujarat. But Ratan Sharda, you know, in this edition of the Republic PMARC opinion poll, we are also talking of the big national picture. Ratan, the BJP is a 24/7 election machinery. Yeah. They go out and fight every election because they have to win.
Like how?
But I want to know, what is the commentary this time on the opposition? Whether you have the Congress, whether you have the AAP.
See, AAP is also a full-time political party. It is also hungry for power. It is the kind of opposition that BJP should worry about. Forget about the chicanery, about their, hypocrisy and all that. Forget about that. If people want to vote for them, you can't really, you can keep cribbing, you can keep complaining, you can also criticize rightly. But they are the people who are ready to fight. I'm really very sad that Congress party is abdicating. It's not just loss, it's abdication. In Gujarat, with such huge voting share, you remember last time in Republic Studio, there was total chaos when it was felt that Congress might even win. But that spirit of fight is gone. You might ridicule Rahul Gandhi, but I believe Rahul Gandhi's visits in Gujarat did pump up Congress, and the people who don't want to vote for BJP in any case voted for Congress. Unfortunately, this time Congress is abandoning its own ground. The only state, apart from a couple of more where they got real base with real workers, they have not groomed new leaders. They have lost new fresh leaders. Rahul Gandhi doesn't visit there during Padyatra. Nobody's interested. If that is the kind of jaded party which doesn't want to be in the fight, then God help them. As far as BJP is concerned in Gujarat, see, Modi is the pride of Gujarat. As long as Modi ji wants, he cannot be beaten in Gujarat. You do whatever you want to do, whichever party wants to do. In Gujarat, it's Modi and only Modi. And yes, of course, BJP has people working on the roots. BJP has people working on the booth level, individual home level. Nobody has that strength even now.
All right.
When the Congress, of course, lost it. So we consider all that. In Gujarat, there is no say. In Himachal, I believe the contest could be tighter.
Riju wants to come in. Riju, is this how the opposition will fight 2024?
Yeah, thank you.
The pie poll results we all saw. The build-up to the Himachal and the Gujarat elections is now what we are looking at.
I'll just quickly remind everybody from all your viewers of Republic that the third largest party in the parliament is Trinamool Congress, not any other party. After BJP and Congress, it's Trinamool Congress. So I want to start off by saying I heard Ms. Sarangi very well eloquently. She said that ab ki baar Gujarat or Himachal mein Modi Sarkar. I will remind her that her top leadership in Bengal said ab ki baar 200 par. Their Vijay Rath stopped at 73 and now reduced to 63.
But
in Himachal, we saw 3 chief ministers getting changed in 8 months. And in Gujarat, with issues of unemployment, inflation, corruption and communal politics. And I'm telling you, from 2019 till 2014, they have lost Bihar.
But that happened during the by-polls,
Did
you see what happened to the Congress? It's relegated to number 3 in Telangana.
So,
it's lost its deposit in Adhampur. What are you talking?
Comparing
The opposition
TMC
is not
with
able to
Gujarat
make these electoral
is
issues,
actually immature.
Mr. Datta.
I didn't expect him to make such a statement because TMC won the election on huge violence.
I'll tell you, the
You
bottom
can't
line
compare
is
Gujarat. There is no
we
violence
are
at all.
fighting with tooth
It's
and
a
nail with the
wonderful
BJP.
election every time in Gujarat.
In Goa, in Tripura, we will defeat BJP in the coming months when the election is on the door.
Are you fighting?
TMC defeated Riju Datta.
You are.
TMC defeated BJP. TMC defeated BJP in Bengal election. But TMC, you have to, as much as you would want TMC to be a national party, it's not. It's not, and that's the reality. But the problem here is that Congress needs to see
replace
that at the end of the day,
How
they
can you
actually
say
lose
that,
it.
Aishwarya?
And in
We are the
politics,
third
Abhishek, it's
largest
all about
party in the
winning.
parliament.
It's all
Are you
about
saying
winning.
AAP is a bigger party than
Riju, you
Trinamool
want to
Congress
be a
when we are
national
the third
party? I
largest
can't
party
make
in the
that
parliament?
mistake. No, you have to tell your leader to go and campaign.
Bharat Jodo Yatra, Aishwarya goes through Telangana. Look
No,
at
what Bharat Jodo? Their Karnataka leader is saying Hindu means Ganda and they want to Jodo Bharat. What Bharat are they aiming at?
Why
No,
are you,
what
Mr.
Bharat are
Datta,
they aiming
quiet
at?
on that? Why you
No,
quiet
what
on
Jodo
that?
Bharat?
No, I am not.
Bharat is not Tuta as you think. The Tuta gang is going Abhishek.
Where the Congress party in the campaign,
where is the Congress party on the panel? What is happening to the Congress party? They are missing here, there, everywhere.
Japan Pathak. Japan Pathak. Japan Pathak. I'm so sorry. Japan Pathak. I did a faux pas of myself. Japan, you are live from Ahmedabad. Japan, please tell. What's your take on all this, Japan?
Japan bhai, ये जो purge हो रहा है, this purge that is happening in the BJP, is it the party overreacting because the Aam Aadmi Party is getting at least 20% votes, if not 20 seats?
Well, our senior friends in BJP claim that they have the target to cross even a 50% mark this time. And it is based on their experience, their achievement in Lok Sabha election, 62%, and even the local election, which were held in within last 2 years, and some bypolls. So they are targeting above 50% mark in this election. They are working for that. And they are least bothered about who is number 2 and number 3. However, in long term, they would not like AAP to enter in the state politics scenario with so much force, because you have seen that in Punjab they had took first step in one assembly election and second step in succeeding assembly election. So I think there is a concern about who would be number 2 or number 3, but BJP is confident to win this election. And if you have watched today evening's latest developments, Nitin Patel has come to the screen to say that I am not contesting. Bhupendra Singh Chudasama has come to the TV screen and said I am not contesting. I don't want to contest. Pradeep Singh Jadeja, former MOS home, and Vatwa MLA, he has also written a letter that I am not contesting. So I think if this is happening, BJP leadership is quite confident to win this election.
Mr. Pathak, is anti-incumbency a reality, or this is still pro-incumbency that the BJP is playing with in Gujarat? Is there any anti-incumbency, or they've been able to tide over it?
Well, there are two kinds of BJP voters. I would start with that. One section is the who is happy with the state government and want to re-elect it. The other section is not happy with the state, not happy with the BJP, but still they want to re-elect the same government. So these are the two major sections of BJP voters. They don't see any options at present. They like Narendra Modi's leadership. They like stability that BJP guarantees, and they like security that BJP ensures to the citizens. So stability, security, and leadership. These are three major concerns.
Japan Pathak, if I may just ask Abhishek. No, Japan Pathak, if I just see the segregation of the four sections, the northern Gujarat, central Gujarat, south Gujarat, Saurashtra, the maximum gain which the PMARC survey shows is in Saurashtra Kutch, and it's of around 17 seats. 17 seats. In 2012, BJP won 35. 2017, they went down to 23. 2022, they are once again showing 30-40. Otherwise, there is a drop of 2.6, 2.7% of vote share, but their seats are still going up. The survey shows that the anti-incumbency, they may not be very happy with the state leadership. But as soon, Abhishek, as Prime Minister comes in, as soon as Amit Shah comes in, and more or less Prime Minister Modi's face, as soon as Modi comes in, there is no competition there. He fills in that gap. He fills in that space which is created for any opposition. And the Aam Aadmi Party, though the PMAC is saying, PMAC survey says that they are still giving them to 21 seats. There was just another survey Matrice has done. They are only saying 3 seats. So different surveys, different reports coming out. Japan.
Yeah, so no one is sure that in which particular seat Aam Aadmi can get that mark above 50,000 votes, which is required to win that seat. So nobody is sure about that. We cannot finger any single assembly seat where we can say that yes, Aam Aadmi Party has momentum in this seat. Aam Aadmi Party is going to win this seat. It looks so. So there is this confusion.
Pankaj Sharma, can you see
Aam Aadmi Party has huge vote
the absence of your leadership, the absence of your party, the absence of your cadre has allowed the Aam Aadmi Party to seep in. It's all because the absence of Congress Party and the carelessness of your top leaders.
No, you can't say that Congress is absent there. Congress is very strong, at least in Saurashtra, in Kutch, everywhere else in Adivasi districts.
No, wrong.
Okay. No. See,
wrong.
Because of
Congress Party,
agitation.
in fact, it's surprising. It's coming out of PMAC that the 2 areas where the BJP did rather bad last time in 2017, both Saurashtra, Kutch and North Gujarat, the BJP is making a fantastic rebound and in fact getting 30 to 40 seats each in these 2 regions. That's really adding to the tally. So I think saying that Saurashtra, the Congress Party is doing good is not right. Actually, Ratan Sharda, I want to ask you one very important question.
By getting some
2017, the BJP had a lot of headwinds. The Patidar movement, the GST teething troubles, the absence of, the first time, absence of larger than life presence of Narendra Modi, though it was compensated with a campaign. This time, in fact, what we are seeing is the entire campaign actually is centered around the Prime Minister. You think this is a good thing going forward for the BJP? Ratan Sharda, if you could just explain.
We must remember one thing, that at the time when Nehru was at peak, he was the one who could make even an electric poll win. Similarly, Indira Gandhi's top time, anybody could win. Similarly, in Modi's time, anybody can win as long as Modi is the face. We must accept it whether we like it or not. Secondly, it's a positive vote. Show me which state has done so much of progress in industrial parameters, in getting FDI, in getting the development across state, water across Gujarat. Which party? And yes, you rightly said 2017 is the best time for Congress to overthrow BJP because of GST issues, because of many other pains. It failed. It tried its best, but it failed because they didn't have a right face in Gujarat. They have thrown away old leaders. They're not getting new leaders. If this happens, you remember what is happening. It is Delhi model now. So Gujarat cedes space to AAP. AAP totally eats away all the votes of Congress and it becomes the new Congress. Who is responsible for that? Congress, of course. It happened in Delhi. It is happening in Gujarat. It has started. In the next election, you find Gujarat, Congress going away and only AAP versus BJP will remain. And lastly, whether you like it or not, in Himachal, it will be a different case. What you show, I am not very sure. Let us wait for some more time because it's in Gujarat, it's a triangular election. So definitely BJP gets an advantage. In Himachal, it's a straight fight. Congress is much more in a fighting spirit in Himachal than they are in Gujarat because there is no leadership in Gujarat. They have killed entire leadership in Gujarat. And Himachal, they have lost the best leaders still there.
Riju wants to respond.
And Riju's point, point is Riju is nowhere in picture in Gujarat or Himachal. I do not know why he's beating the drums.
He's answering my questions now.
Yeah, just a moment.
He will answer my Ratan Sharda will answer my questions now.
Just a moment. In Bengal, BJP became the biggest Congress, the opposition party, finished off all other parties.
From you in Bengal.
you started
ahankar
it.
you people have.
You started it.
This
You
attitude
started
you have
it.
that if Modi ji's
I am
face is
the
there,
one-
an electric pole will
I
win.
am the
What
one
happened to
who said-
Bengal? What happened in Bengal?
Arre
What happens
bhai,
in Rajasthan? What
I
happens
am
in
the
Tamil
one
Nadu? So
who
don't say
said
all
in
this.
Congress-
The
Congress
British
had the
Empire
best
ruled
chance.
India for
You don't
89 years.
get.
The Mughal
You're
ruled for
always
300
angry.
years.
No, Riju Datta,
Nobody
if you
remembers
please
the
enlighten all of
ruled
us.
for 8 years. Who will remember?
Riju Datta, if you could all Riju Datta,
Who will remember?
Riju Datta, you should enlighten all of us.
clearly
Me,
said.
Abhishek and Deepthi. I think PMAC has forgotten. How many seats are you contesting? No, I think PMAC guys have just forgotten to mention. Please enlighten all of us. How many seats are you contesting in Himachal? And how many seats are you contesting in Gujarat? Please enlighten the people of the country today. How many seats are you contesting?
We are
Please.
not. We are.
And no
not
one will speak in the middle. Yes, sorry.
Contesting in Himachal and
Sorry?
Gujarat, but
how many seats?
We are.
No, how many
contesting
seats?
BJP for the country.
How many
It is
seats?
not
But
Himachal and Gujarat.
the but is
It
the biggest
about
problem.
India.
Riju
Why
Datta,
do you to give,
don't
to
but
give
but
more
every
power
time,
to
huh?
BJP and Narendra
Relax.
Modi? Why do you focus on Gujarat?
Relax. Deepthi wants to come.
Have you
Relax.
ever spoken to him? Why?
Because
Because of
You know,
the
Riju, you know what?
He has
The
spread
truth
COVID
is,
from
Riju,
Gujarat to the
you know,
whole
there is a
world.
reason why this
Relax.
question is asked. There is a reason why this question is asked. Without the Congress, tell me something, without the Congress as the nucleus, can a Mamata Banerjee, afford to become the Prime Minister in 2024?
Exactly.
Can a KCR do that?
Riju, are you supporting the
Can a
Congress
KCR
party in
do
Gujarat?
that?
Say that. Say that.
Are you supporting
Say that. Say that, Abhishek. Can he say that?
Seconds.
He's going to get a call.
20 seconds, are you supporting the Congress party in Gujarat?
I'm giving you that answer. Very clear answer. The
I
fight
empathize with Congress. His fellow is
against
getting angry for
BJP
what?
and Narendra Modi in 2024 is not against Trinamool or Congress. It is with the people of this country. And in Bengal, Trinamool will defeat BJP. Stalin will defeat
Have you forgotten the
BJP.
by-poll results? Have you forgotten the by-poll
We will
results?
fight our individual battles and we will
Gandhi
throw
or
BJP.
What are you saying?
Riju, you are bypassing 2022. We are not talking about 2024. Tell me, in December 2022, are you supporting the Congress party in Gujarat?
You please tell me who will lead the people in 2024.
No, but are you supporting the Congress
Against
party in
Modi?
Gujarat, Riju?
Karan wants to come in, Abhishek. Karan Verma wants to come in.
Any party that defeats BJP.
Karan, I am trying to request the leader of a party who's not contesting one seat but think it's a national party. I'm trying to relax. Karan Verma wants to come in. Karan. Go on.
It's laughable. It's laughable that they don't have a base or they don't even contest outside Bengal, and they proudly say just because they've excelled in one seat, in one state, they say we are the third largest.
Opposition in
We are the third largest. Wow.
Do some homework before you come to Republic.
It is Aam Aadmi Party who's at least contesting, who has an elected government in 2 states today and is at least contesting in Gujarat. At least they are in the fight. You are nowhere close to being in the fight. I mean, hats off to you for having the guts to say we are the third largest in the country. You are not. You might be there numerically because in one state you've scored. Otherwise, you have zero
the
base.
government in Punjab.
You have
People
zero
are getting
base
shot left,
across
right,
the
and
country.
center, and
So
because of
please,
stubble
wake
burning,
up from
Delhi
your-
is choking.
wake up
Now you
from
are
your
acting holier than
slumber.
thou in Gujarat.
Wake up
First
from
save
your
the capital of this
slumber. I am
country.
not an AAP
Then give
supporter.
big dialogues.
I am not an AAP supporter. Don't misplace your anger. I am not an AAP supporter. I know Arvind Kejriwal has led Delhi into a chamber gas.
No.
I know
People,
that. So-
unfortunately, Karan
But
Verma, people
you talk
like
about
you
yourself
have all
first.
the different
You
colors of
don't
gulal
have
in
a
their
base
pocket.
anywhere.
जिसका भी पल्ला भारी है
You don't
उसको
have a
लेके
base
चलते हैं.
anywhere. Keep shouting. You don't have a base anywhere. People have rejected you. Understand this. You only have a base in Bengal where you do
Riju
post-poll
Datta,
violence.
People do not accept people like you who have got
She
all
went
the
and
colors
campaigned with
all the
Akhilesh
colors in their
Yadav.
pocket.
You have
When
no
Modi ji
base.
चल रहा है तो मोदी जी
Why hasn't she
जिंदाबाद.
gone to campaign for the Congress party?
मोदी जी मुर्दाबाद. So you don't have any credibility.
Mr. Datta.
In this 1 month.
Mamata Banerjee, will she go to campaign for the Congress party in Gujarat?
He's so rattled. He doesn't have a bloody point.
We know we are not going to campaign for Congress in Gujarat, but we will symbolically support any political party that defeats the BJP or that is countering BJP.
That means they have no ideology.
See,
only
that is the problem.
anti-Modi.
Everything to defeat the BJP.
What a failed ideology.
Not
That is
anti-Modi,
why they are
anti-BJP
where they
because
are.
And the voters see through this now.
Aprajita Sarangi, before we end. No, hold on. Karan. Aprajita Sarangi, even after 27 years, and quick answers. Huh?
Yes.
Even after 27 years, it seems, going by the numbers I say, no trace of anti-incumbency, no anti-partidar sentiments. Now even Hardik Patel is in BJP, Abhishek. It seems BJP has it in its control.
You partidar movement?
No, the whole system.
Of course. The GST is settled. That was one issue teething troubles at the time because Surat was sensitive about it. Partidar movement, Hardik Patel in the BJP.
In the BJP.
Alpesh Thakur in the BJP.
In the BJP.
Jignesh Mewani, effectively irrelevant, not in the BJP.
Irrelevant.
And opposition decimated the Congress party nowhere. So obviously, I mean, it's an election for the BJP for the taking, and Aparajita is saying 150. Yeah. That's a psychological mark because Madhav Singh Solanki got 149 in 1985, of course, on the back of the Indira Gandhi sympathy wave. What is important is, Aishwarya, that's something for perhaps the BJP representative can answer. Typically, the BJP and the Congress, they have a gap of about 10 percentage points in vote share in Gujarat. This time it seems to be bridging, and that too courtesy the Aam Aadmi Party. So in that sense, is that an area of concern for the BJP?
See, I can only say that we are extremely confident that we'll be doing extremely well in both the states. Yes. In both the states, I have given you the figures you just mentioned, 150 plus and of course 45 plus in Himachal Pradesh. We are doing our job very seriously, and as far as these parties are concerned, it's full of sound and fury signifying nothing. They have absolutely no base on the ground. They're just talking in the air, not thinking of 2022, thinking of 2024. That's what Riju Datta gave us to understand. See, we are a party which has been able to create pro-incumbency wave. This is not a small thing, not a small achievement. I will just give you an example. Priyanka Vadra goes to Himachal Pradesh and talks of 10 resolutions. And two funny resolutions are, we would be making 300 units of electricity free and ₹1,500 every month to every woman of Himachal Pradesh. Now the question is, why did
December the 8th. This is exactly what the public will track. What have parties claimed? What have parties achieved? Trust Republic to keep you ahead on every breaking development. Remember, on the 12th is where you have the state of Himachal voting. Aishwarya, Abhishek, and Arnab, remember, is just going to join you in a bit, and people have been asking where is he because he was supposed to be a part of this entire coverage, but we will be tracking everything that you need to know. I thank Aparajita and all gentlemen for joining us. As Republic, remember, your election news headquarters will track every detail this big election season. Thank you for watching.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
2 states। गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया कि आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result. They live. December 8 with Arnab.
Fire broke out at the Indian oil depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result. They live. December 8 with Arnab.
the stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
For joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते.
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी.
There's only one channel for the result, the live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में. उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Ward. He is not in fact responding to the questions.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम कर.
All right, top brass of the BJP in Gujarat, led by former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, has announced that they won't be contesting the election. That's a voluntary announcement. Let's listen to Rupani, who spoke a while back.
मैंने पहले भी अनेक बार बताया है कि मैंने 5 साल मुख्यमंत्री के नाते सबके साथ, सबका साथ, सबका सहकार से मैंने काम किया है, सुचारू रूप से अच्छा काम किया है. और इस बार चुनाव में नए लोगों को, नए कार्यकर्ता को ये जिम्मेवारी देनी चाहिए. मैं चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा ऐसा पत्र भी मैंने हमारे वरिष्ठों को लिखा है और दिल्ली भी सबको मैंने इसके बारे में बताया भी है कि भाई इस बार मैं चुनाव लड़ना नहीं चाहता हूं. और जो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड प्रत्याशी तय करेंगे उसको जिताने के लिए पूरी कोशिश से, पूरी तन मन धन से हम प्रयत्न करेंगे.
In the latest Indian university rankings announced by QS, the world's leading university rankings organization, India's #1 ranked universities in various categories are IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, University of Delhi, University of Calcutta, and Amity University.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jiten Rawat, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
For joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की. जितेंद्र अवार्ड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie. Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result, the live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not in fact responding to the questions.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result, the live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Sarojini obviously had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result, the live. December 8 with Arnav.
Another senior leader and someone who has been minister since the Keshubai Patel days also announced that he also won't be contesting the elections. Bhupen Singh Chudasama, let's listen in.
के चुनाव में मैं धौलका विधानसभा से चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, ऐसी इच्छा मैंने अपने वरिष्ठ नेताओं के सामने रखी है। मैं पार्टी का जितना भी आभार व्यक्त करूं इतना कम होगा, क्योंकि 80 से लेकर के 17 तक पार्टी ने मुझे टिकट दिया। मैं धौलका विधानसभा से 9 बार लड़ा, जितनी बार जीता 5 बार, तो 5 बार पार्टी ने मुझे कैबिनेट मंत्री बनाया।
At the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
आपने अपनी शुगर चेक की क्या?
आपने शुगर चेक की क्या?
A simple sugar test can save you from diabetes-related complications. This World Diabetes Day, take a pledge to check your sugar and beat diabetes with Beto.
Get your diabetes care program with a free Beto glucometer. Give a missed call on 740-1100.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad. He is not, in fact, responding to the questions.
seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Sabin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
The joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
All right, welcome back, viewers. The first opinion poll brought to you by Republic Network in association with PMark gives both Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat to the BJP, with the party getting 127 to 140 seats in Gujarat, which is better than their best tally they have attained in the last 3 decades. And in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP is all set to come back to power, beating the tradition of alternating between the Congress and the BJP, and the party expected to get about 38 to 44 seats. That 37 to 45 seats, that's the number for BJP in Himachal, 127 to 140 in Gujarat. And the Congress party really not being seen, at least in Gujarat. In Himachal, still a fight. Those are the opinion polls. First opinion poll by Republic for you.
Two states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result day live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
ने हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad is not in fact responding to the question.
seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने भविष्य के आधार पर अपना वोट देंगे।
There's only one channel for the result, live. December 8 with Arnav.
The stone pelting that had been done at the Vande Bharat Express, exactly at the window where Assaduddin Owaisi had also been seated.
Jitendra Wad, yesterday he went into one of the theatres and he took law in his hand. He and his party workers beat up the viewers who were there sitting and watching the movie.
For joint exercise, that's the Garud 7 being conducted in Jodhpur.
एनसीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारपीट की। जितेंद्र वाड went there inside the theatre and also beat up. Why are you not responding? Didn't you breach the privacy of those viewers who were watching the movie? Why don't you respond?
2 states.
गुजरात के लोगों ने इतना भारी बहुमत देके इनको राज दिया, या आपके घर में मौत होने पे आपसे मिलने भी नहीं आते।
भारत के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर को जोड़ने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
There's only one channel for the result, live. December 8 with Arnav.
Fire broke out at the Indian Oil Depot at Patna's Sipara in Bihar in the late hours of Monday.
Bus accident over there reported in Kupwara and Jammu and Kashmir. We're learning so far at least 20 people were injured.
Kerala Union of Working Journalists is taking out a protest outside the Raj Bhavan against Governor Arif Mohammad Khan's comment of gagging 2 media groups in Kerala.
हाथापाई क्यों की थी बताइए ना। उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जो फिल्म देखने आया था? आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, आपका फोटो दिख रहा है वीडियो में, उस व्यक्ति का क्या दोष था जिसने हाथापाई? This is the NCP worker who was there with Jitendra Wad is not in fact responding to the question.
250 seats.
कांग्रेस और कमीशन, कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार, हम मिशन से काम करते हैं, वो कमीशन के लिए काम करते हैं।
पैसों से चुनाव नहीं जितवाएंगे आप, कि आप अपने
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. And Sarah.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Another Vadra Congress leader has been found red-handed participating in Hindu abuse. And it cannot be an accident. What on earth is going on every day? Now, this Congress leader presides at an event where Hindus are being converted, mass converted. And as has become the norm,
Hindu gods in this place in Chhattisgarh are being crudely and openly targeted and abused. And I'm asking, how can this be an accident? Why is this happening every day? This very week. Another top Congress leader, a Congress working president no less in the state, has called Hindu and therefore Hinduism a very dirty word. This is not accidental. Those who are at these mass conversion ceremonies say that this is what Ambedkar prescribed. Well, even so, I'll question that logic. Where does it say? Where does it say that even while converting Hindus, you must make them abuse Hindu gods? Where does it say that? What form of secularism is this? What started as our questioning this week, these issues in a very vocal way, has become a national rage, a massive national talking point, and it should, because Hindus are asking. Hindus are asking, is it wrong to be assertive? Hindus are asking, is it unexpected to be proud of their religion? Hindus are asking, is it criminal for Hindu culture to be resurgent? I mean, what does this radical left lobby want? Do they want Hindu culture to be on the decline? Will that make them happy? If Hindu culture is on the decline and not resurgent, what does the radical left lobby want? What are they after? Hindus are asking. Is this free-for-all desperate levels of attack on Hindus linked to trying to diminish India's global rise? And it's good that Hindus are asking. So for me, this is not about some crazy Congress leaders daily abusing Hindus and getting the pardon for it. It is about something else. It is about how wonderfully and solidly proud Hindus are reasonably and intellectually and collectively and rationally hitting back by exposing the bitter and dirty underbelly of the anti-Hindu brigade. For we cannot be nation first if the religion of 80% of our population is abused on a daily basis. No more of that. Absolutely no more, we say. And that is debate number 1 tonight. For a third consecutive day, the overt speeches and the abuse against Hindus is being questioned openly here on this channel and nationally now. That's debate number 1 and debate number 2 this evening. A film about the radicalization of women by the ISIS has become the cause of a major controversy. Is it about being factual or is it about freedom of expression? Debate number 2 over the Kerala story. And debate number 3 this evening. He's going to come back, and the Modi government is going to drag him back. Kicking and screaming, the Modi government is going to drag him back, and when he comes back, he's going to reveal the names of the real scamsters with him. No more loot and scoot. Nirav Modi is coming back very soon. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the Debate Tonight.
Gauri, Ganpati, Ityadi, Hindu.
After Karnataka, Hindu hate slogans at a conversion event presided by a Vadra Congress leader in Chhattisgarh.
कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत कभी जोड़ नहीं सकती है जिसको लगता है राम का अस्तित्व ही नहीं है जिस राम के अस्तित्व को। ऐसा कहने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी और अभी कर्नाटक में उनके अध्यक्ष ने जिस प्रकार से हिंदुओं को गाली दी है यह भी हमने देखा।
The biggest debate for the third consecutive day on Republic, the defeat Hindu hate has become a movement now. Kashmir files type opposition to the Kerala story. Vadra Congress wants the movie banned. The lobby that gives lectures on freedom of expression goes silent on the demand to ban the Kerala story. No more running away from Indian agencies. After Sanjay Bhandari, UK court clears Nirav Modi's extradition. And the Vadra Congress politicizes the moment of national pride, questions the Lotus on G20 logo as India takes presidency. And ladies and gentlemen, there is an entire political cabal that abuses Hindus for vote bank politics every single day. And there is this lobby, the radical lobby that does it to weaken our civilizational history, and then there are these conversion events, these mass conversion events that use the garb of conversion to virtually indoctrinate against Hinduism, to abuse Hindu gods. Secularism is rooted in the tolerance for all religions, and there is nothing tolerant, nothing secular about the slew of abuse against Hindus and Hinduism. But the secularity is silent, the crazy radicals are silent. So tonight it is time to unite and hashtag defeat Hindu hate. Let's debate.
हिंदू धर्म के किसी भी देवी देवता को नहीं मानूंगा।
This is the Chhattisgarh Congress Mayor Hema Deshmukh participating in a religious conversion event. Watch how the event is more about Hindu hate, less about conversion.
मैं गौरी गणपति इत्यादि हिंदू धर्म के किसी भी देवी देवता को नहीं मानूंगा और ना ही उनकी कभी पूजा करूंगा।
Days ago, another Vadra Congress leader ran down Hinduism in Karnataka.
हिंदू शब्द कहाँ से आ गया, फिर उसका मीनिंग आपको समझ में आ गया तो आपके अब शर्म आ जाएंगे। हिंदू का जो मीनिंग है वो बहुत गंदी है।
Confronted with protests for his commentary, Rahul's aide has now cited Wikipedia as the source of his anti-Hindu rant and claimed there is a conspiracy against him. The BJP is demanding answers.
ये सेकुलर राजनीति के जो प्रवर्तक हैं, चाहे वो सबसे पुराने हों या सबसे नए हों, उनकी फितरत नहीं बदली है। फितरत केवल ये है कि सेकुलरिज्म का अर्थ हिंदू धर्म के प्रति घृणा और अपमान के भाव की अभिव्यक्ति करना।
But the Vadra Congress thinks peddling hate against Hindus is no big deal.
और वेरी क्लियरली उन्होंने बोला है कि ये मेरा जाति कमेंट है, ये मेरा पर्सनल कमेंट है, इससे और पार्टी के से को नाता नहीं है करके ऑलरेडी बोले हैं। तो बीजेपी वाले क्या कर रहे हैं, अभी प्रोटेस्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं, वो जाके चर्चा करना चाहिए ना सतीश जी के पास।
Beyond the politics, the reality of organized Hindu hate under the garb of conversion cannot be dismissed. In Rajasthan's Vatika village, hear what locals have to say about the mass conversion reality.
ये व्यक्ति कहता क्या था? ये कहता था कि महिलाओं के लिए तो सिंदूर मत लगाओ, बिंदी मत लगाओ, सुहाग को मत मानो, चूड़े मत पहनो, लक्ष्मी जी को मत पूजो। जिस दिन त्योहार होते हैं हिंदू धर्म के, उस दिन ये कहता था कि नॉनवेज बनाओ, नॉनवेज बना के खाओ। मैं ब्रह्मा, विष्णु और महेश को।
Last month, the then AAP Neta was part of a conversion event that propagated hate against Hindu deities.
मैं ब्रह्मा, विष्णु और महेश को कभी ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा, और ना ही उनकी पूजा करूंगा। मैं राम और कृष्ण को ईश्वर नहीं मानूंगा, और ना ही उनकी कभी पूजा करूंगा।
In Assam, an international conversion racket has been unearthed. The silence of the lobby is loud. But is it secular to allow Hindu hate? Let's debate.
Kamru Chaudhary of the Congress, why does Sonia Gandhi, why does Sonia Gandhi never speak against these conversion factories? She never speaks about them. She never speaks about them. MR, have you ever heard her speak a word about it? So have you ever?
Nothing that is.
Once, not, no.
Nothing about Hindus.
No, no.
Nothing that concerns the Hindus.
If Hindus are converted forcibly, otherwise if Hindu gods are abused, does Sonia Gandhi, have you ever heard an MR say one word? No? One word?
No, nothing.
Nothing. So have you ever heard?
Can I
haven't
reply?
Heard. I haven't heard. I haven't heard even once. Not at all even once. Amazing. Amazing.
She
has been in public life for more than 25 years.
Yeah, she never says anything.
Not heard. Nothing to do with Hindu.
Yeah, never. Sonia Gandhi never speaks.
Never about Hindu concerns. That means she's
never
not
on Palghar. She was quiet when sadhus were killed. She never spoke a word.
Conversions. She never condemns the leaders who abuse the Hindus or Hindu goddesses or Hindu faith or Hindu religion or Hindu practices. She is very clearly on a mission. She is here on some extraneous consideration. She believes that this country needs to be converted. And unfortunately, that means she doesn't believe in constitution.
She has a right to her own beliefs, but she has a right to her own beliefs. Now Sonia Gandhi has a right to her own beliefs, and she can believe in any religion, practice any religion, but she cannot remain silent when she is practicing politics in India. And I just wanted to make that observation.
We cannot allow this because